Adam would wake up after the fight. He didn't remember much. As he looked around, he didn't see Loot. Did she leave him here? He couldn't believe it. He was angry beyond belief. He then started to fly as he was going to try to fly back into heaven, but he couldn't summon a portal. And there was a barrier stopping him from leaving the Pride Ring. He was so confused. But then as he flew down, he saw a puddle and he saw his reflection. Adam was no longer an angel. He was demonic. This made Adam scared, angry, as he started to curse at the top of his lungs. He couldn't believe this. He couldn't believe his luck. Why would this happen to him? How could he come back like this? How could he become this? Adam was furious as he started to walk around. He didn't know what to do. All he knew was he needed to get revenge. Adam didn't really know what to do. He started to walk around, but then demons started to notice him. Sinners gathered him around him. You look a bit different, Adam, but I could tell that's you. That suit? It's just the same thing but red. Is that a miserable disguise? I guess you didn't really perish after all. As all the sinners surrounded him, Adam was nervous. He was a demon now. Could he even still use his powers? Suddenly, the ground started to shake as he blasted them all away, and he started to laugh as he flied right at him, and then exterminated them for good. He still had his extermination powers, but this time he was demonic. He didn't really know what to do with it, but he thought maybe, just maybe, he could have fun with it. But then he heard laughter as Lucifer walked out. So you're up. What's up, big guy? Happy to see you're back, Adam. I really am. Things will go nicely. Adam would say, What? What are you doing here? Oh, come on. Do you really think you came back coincidentally? You should have been gone forever, as soon as you were destroyed. However, I decided to use my powers. Since Charlie's Hotel is all about redemption, I would give you a second chance at life. But this time, you'll have to fight for us. I wanted to make a defensive task force when the exorcists come back. I know they'll come back. I know their type. Heaven is still licking their wounds, but they will come back eventually. We may have won the first battle ever, but they'll come back for a war. And we need you on our side. You know how they fight. You know how they think. We just need to make you a better general. You were a great warrior, but your tactics were awful. Absolutely awful. Come with me. Adam would say, You really think I'll follow you? As Adam tried to attack him, but then he couldn't move. Lucifer laughed and said, Oh, I made it so you couldn't attack me, Charlie Hotel. Besides that, you could do whatever you want. You just have to, do whatever I say one day out of the year. But until then, you have total freedom. Sounds like a good deal. But I need to train you first. Adam was reluctant, but he followed Lucifer anyway. Lucifer would then begin to train Adam with tactics. He would have some of his greatest advisors show up, and he would start to teach him. Lucifer was depressed, but being with Adam made him happy. Not because he liked Adam, but because he was under his thumb. And after all the terrible things he did, after he threatened his daughter, he could use him as a weapon against heaven. It made him giddy. But at the same time, Lucifer wasn't a bad person, so he made sure Adam was taken care of. As Adam continued to train, he was treated nicely. He wasn't treated like a prisoner of war or a weapon. He was treated like a person, which shocked him. He thought that since Lucifer brought him back, the king of this place, he was sworn to destroy. The king of the place, he was sent to, keep sinners in check. That he would be used as a weapon. And he kind of was to some extent, but he was treated like a person at the same time. This all conflicted Adam, but Adam didn't care. At least he got to do whatever he wanted. As long as he showed up to practice, as long as he was willing to learn, he could do whatever he wanted. And after a certain extent, he'll only have to show up once out of the year. However, as Adam was training, Lucifer would walk up to him and say, Hey Adam, you're going to have to go on TV and announce your special program. I'll pay people handsomely to fight for you. We're making up a defense force, since we know that Luke will want revenge. And I got a new lieutenant for you, as suddenly Alistair walked in, as he said, You got to be kidding me. Alistair was starstruck. He couldn't believe this, that Adam himself was here, and he was supposed to work for him. As then Adam said, Well, the radio guy. I bet you're real effing happy that you guys won against me, aren't you? Well, guess what? I'm now your boss. Lucifer then said, Don't worry. He's under strict guidelines when it comes to the hotel. As he laughed, Alistair then laughed too. So you're Lucifer's pet. How pathetic. If you're not his pet, then why'd you join? So I can see the miserable leader here. And so I can defend it and defend my title. I want to make those exorcists scream. Will it make you suffer when you watch me torture what was once your friends? As in, Adam and Alistair were about to go at it, Lucifer says, "Alright boys, settle down, settle down. You two are gonna train together. And then, Adam, you're gonna go on the news." Adam and Alistair trained together as they used their powers against each other. Adam was learning how to fight like a demon. He was learning how to defend himself, since he usually left himself wide open because he was overconfident. He was learning to fight offensively and defensively. And he was starting to tap into his demonic powers. He still had those angelic powers like Lucifer did, but his powers now, they had a little bit of demonic touch. As the day passed, eventually Adam would go on the news with Lady Killjoy. As the news came on, Lady Killjoy was there. Breaking news, the whole heaven-hell contract kind of, went to S. No one cares about that no more. Apparently, Lucifer tried to stop it after they went after her daughter, but heaven refused, so now there's no rules for it, and they're gonna come down here anyway. Tom would say, "Oh, God, are we in danger? Not to worry, we beat them once and we can beat them again." And now Adam defected to our side. They agreed, Lucifer and Adam agreed that they wouldn't tell him why Adam defected, because, they wanted it to seem interesting. Adam died, though, so there would be some questions. Lady Killjoy would say, "Didn't you perish?" Adam would say, No, that was a body double. I got out of there. You see, I sabotaged the whole thing. I knew going down against the hotel was a bad idea, so I made them lose. Lucifer offered me a lot of money. I'm corrupt, just like all of you, and I realized something. I wasn't able to move up in heaven, but down here I can move up. Down here I can be rich and famous. I may have wiped you off almost to extinction, but now I'm your hero, so you should be thankful." As Lady Killjoy says, "Well, how insightful is that? Now, how much will your soldiers get paid anyway?" Adam would then look at his script as he began to sigh. The last parts of his notes made him upset. As Adam would say, "You get paid by whatever they find in the exorcist's pockets. You also get around 50,000 if you survive." $50,000? Yep. And 20,000 for the training exercises each day for the 7 days before the battle. As then everyone was excited to join. Lady Killjoy was more nice to Adam, even though Charlie was higher than him. Charlie was super nice and kind of a pushover. Adam literally destroyed sinners, so she didn't want that to happen to her. As in the time passed, Adam got out, as his army then assembled, and he trained them. As the days came, it was getting closer to the next extermination. Adam was nervous. Could he really do it? Could he really fight his own kind? All these thoughts went straight through his head. Someone would walk up behind him. It was Charlie. Charlie would say, "I'm sorry my father did this to you. I didn't want him to, but now that you're here to fight for us, I want to say I forgive you, and I think you can make a change." Charlie was there for him, and she actually tried to help him. Charlie actually said something nice. Adam was so shocked that he didn't even insult her. He simply looked at her blankly for minutes on end until finally he spoke. He simply said 2 words, "Thank you," as he walked off. Charlie smiled, as she knew Adam had his own redemption arc. As Adam and his own unique army stood way, overlords, imps looking for money, and some, leftover soldiers from the last extermination. All kinds of people were there in the army, as suddenly the exorcist came down from the sky. As all the exorcists flew down, they were surrounded by enemies. However, Adam was practicing his strategic battle prowess, and he used the strategy against them. The angels knew they could be hurt this time. This time they weren't overconfident. This battle would be fierce. However, Adam was defending, and he used that to his advantage, luring them into traps and knocking them out that way. This was a bloody battle, and many exorcists and demons were incinerated in this battle. However, as they were fighting, something would happen. Someone would come down and punch him. As he looked, it was Lute. Lute would say, "I can't believe you did this, sir. I can't believe you betrayed us all." Adam would look down, as then he thought about himself, but then he smirked and said, "I can. I'm gonna be famous down here now, Lute." As Lute and Adam would continue to fight, Lute would question Adam. Why would he do this? As Adam said, "I didn't have a choice, Lute, alright? And, I'm gonna make it big. I don't care who I'm fighting for. I was the first man on Earth, and I am the mighty Adam. Heaven or hell, I am going to make it big. As they continued to battle each other, they pushed each other more and more with everything they got. Of course, Loot was on the back foot. However, Adam couldn't bring himself to destroy her. As he simply defeated her, he said, "Go, go." As Loot flew away, Adam cried and fell to his knees. As he did it, he won, and he became Hell's soldier, but at what cost? Ready to exterminate these filthy sinners. And as Charlie arrived, he wasn't that impressed. He thought the devil's daughter might be, well, attractive, but she didn't look that attractive or into him, so he was kind of bored. He continued to eat his ribs and talk, and things went like in canon. But this time, she started to sing, inside every demon is a rainbow. Inside every demon, there's something to change. Adam was going to interrupt her, but something happened. It was almost like Adam's heart grew 2 sizes. As this song, it touched him. Lute started to laugh, and she was going to sing with Adam, but then Adam said, "Lute, can you give us a second? I need to do something." Lute said, "But sir, now." Lute then laughed and said, "Oh, you're going to get it now. Hell spawn, make sure not to hurt her too bad. I don't want us to get in trouble," Lute said as she left. Adam looked at her and said, "That song was beautiful. I want to stop extermination." This shocked Charlie as she smiled and hugged Adam and said, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." However, I have a reputation up here, and I can't just stop extermination. So, I'll get you a meeting with heaven, but don't tell anyone I got you this meeting, okay? I have a reputation to uphold up there. They all think I'm a badass. But if I do this, I might not be seen as so cool. Understand? Charlie would look at him, and as she would nod and say, "Yeah, I understand. Thank you, Adam, sir. No problem." Charlie went back to the hotel as she was so ecstatic. As Alistair and the rest would say, "What's going on?" she would say, "I got a meeting with heaven, and Adam agreed with me." This would make Vaggie shocked and even scared. She thought Adam was playing something. He didn't seem like that smart kind of guy. He just kind of went with the flow. Sure, he was chaotic and, well, not really a good person, but he didn't have any great schemes. Vaggie thought maybe Lute planned this. After all, Lute was smarter than Adam. Vaggie warned Charlie that they could be playing with her, but Charlie said not to worry. My meeting is in a couple months. And since Adam wouldn't move up extermination day, because he actually wanted to change this time, they would actually be able to watch the ad for the hotel all together. This was Charlie's best day. She was so excited. Adam listened to her. She got to watch a great ad. Everything seemed like it was turning up on their side. Months would pass and everything would continue until eventually her meeting with heaven would finally come. She was so excited. As she packed up all her things and said, "Come on, Vaggie." Vaggie said, "Do I really have to come with you?" Charlie would say, Yes, come on, it's heaven." Vaggie and Charlie would go to heaven. As things played out as normal, this time, as Adam entered Vaggie's room, he would enter it alone. He would say, "Listen, I'm sorry." Vaggie would say, "What?" "Yeah, I wasn't really the best, guy towards you. I was kind of a little bit of a douche. So, I'm sorry about that." Vaggie would say, "You're apologizing? Are you the real Adam?" she would say, confused. Adam would laugh and say, "Well, I kind of deserve that. I haven't really been the best person. I've been stuck up, obnoxious. I thought I was smarter than everyone, but honestly, I wasn't that smart at all. But then I realized something. What I'm doing here is wrong. It really is. So, I'm going to change my ways and help you guys out. I hope that you can understand that I'm very sorry for what happened to you. And if I could give you back your eye, I would." Vaggie was actually kind of creeped out because Adam was never that nice to anyone. It was kind of shocking. She would say, "Thanks." Adam said, "Don't mention it. See you around." Vaggie, he called her Vaggie, almost calling her the other thing, as he walked out. Things wouldn't change much until, Charlie was trying to fight for a case for Angel, and that could be redeemed. And Adam said, "Well, strange things have happened." As they all looked at Adam, Sarah would say, "What are you talking about, Adam?" As Adam would look up at her, "It's just, I don't know. I mean, it could solve a lot of problems, especially with the overpopulation." He said that since a lot of people in heaven didn't know about the extermination. Sarah would say, "Well, unless you have another solution that's been going on." Sarah would then get mad at Adam because she couldn't just tell them all and she knew it. So this would kind of piss her off quite a bit. As Charlie would continue to bring up her points. But no matter what she did, Sarah was not happy. So Sarah kept getting more and more annoyed as the time went on. Adam was actually fighting for her, for Charlie. That's not how it's supposed to go. Adam's supposed to be on their side. And people in heaven were actually starting to agree with Charlie. Sarah got pissed and said, "There will be none of this. There is no evidence." Emily kept trying to persuade Sarah, but she wouldn't listen. As the head seraphim, she refused. As the members of hell couldn't do anything, they were forced to leave. As Adam was leaving, Sarah would look at Adam and say, "I have an assignment for you to prove your loyalty." Adam would say, "Prove my loyalty? How can I do that?" Sarah would say, "You've been simping over her, Adam. You've been kissing her feet. I don't know if it's because you haven't been..." Suddenly, Adam would get mad and say, "That's not what this is about. She touched my heart with her songs. Can't you see that? What we're doing here is wrong. The only reason I wanted to exterminate them was because I thought it was the only way. Now there's a way to get past that. Now we're just going to throw away our chance." Sarah would say, "You disgust me, Adam. True, I never really liked you that much with your cocky attitude, but I don't like this new version of you even more. At least the other one was honest with who he is. You're a scumbag, Adam. You're a dude, bro. You do what you want and you do what you please, and you walk over everyone else. Just accept that and get rid of this denial phase." This pissed Adam off. Adam was more than just some frat bro, and he was gonna prove it. But he had to attack the hotel. Adam sighed, as then he decided to send a secret letter to Charlie. As Charlie was there at the hotel, suddenly a letter would fall from the sky. It was from Adam. He would say, "Sarah's making me try to exterminate you. However, I have a plan. Pretend to be losing to me. Then I will change things around. Trust me." Charlie was shocked and she was a little nervous, but she would decide to trust Adam. And when they fight, she would pretend to lose, so then Adam could do something to help them out. As everything would happen like in canon, they would get their army from the town. They would gather up, learn about angelic weapons. We cut to Adam. Adam was going to land in a few hours. He began to shake. This plan, it was quite bold, and if it went wrong, everything he worked for could be destroyed. But he had to do it. As he looked at Lute and said, "Let's get ready," Lute would say, "I'm glad you're ready to slaughter this hotel, so you being friendly to them was just an act to lower their guard." Adam would just sigh and say, "Yeah, whatever." As they attacked the hotel, angel blood rained from the sky, and Adam would fight Alistair just like in canon, since Alistair probably wouldn't care about their deal or trust Adam whatsoever. So once he was defeated, Adam would then fight Charlie. As Charlie pretended to lose, he would laugh and he would say, "All of you, gather around me." As all of the extermination crew gathered around Adam, Adam said, "This is the time I kill Charlie. This is the time I take away Hell's princess." As suddenly, he would then turn around and blast them all straight into heaven. As then he fell down and began to pant. Charlie said, "You did it, Adam. You helped us. Adam would then start to scream as his skin started to turn red. His outfit changed as suddenly he became a sinner. Adam said, "I knew this would happen. I'm no longer an angel," as he threw down his guitar and sighed. Charlie said, "You gave up heaven for us?" Adam would look and nod and say, "Heaven's overrated anyway." Charlie would laugh. As a sadness filled the air, Charlie would grab Adam and say, "Welcome to hell. Na na na, welcome to hell. It might not be as good as heaven, but we have some stuff here to tell." As they would start to sing welcome on his way to visit the hotel. He's been depressed for quite a while now, and he was excited to see his daughter. He believed that seeing her might make him happy and might make him feel joyful inside, and he couldn't wait to meet him. As Lucifer then went to the hotel, suddenly he would meet Alistair. Alistair looked a lot like him, and Lucifer wasn't interested to meet at a center, but there was something about him that was different. At first, Alistair would be totally threatened by Lucifer. After all, he is Charlie's dad. He needed to manipulate Charlie so he can get what he wanted. So they would have a song battle, but through that song battle, Lucifer didn't admit it, but he started to actually like Alistair. Not like him, but as a person. He was smart, witty, and he sang a good song. And Alistair also started to like him. And it was getting harder for Lucifer and Alistair to hate each other. But suddenly the song would be interrupted. As Alistair would go throughout his business, Lucifer would go throughout his business just like in canon. But Lucifer couldn't get Alistair out of his mind. As he left and went back home, he kept thinking about Alistair, and he couldn't help but think about him. There was something about him, the way he talked, the way he walked. He even had a cane just like him. At first, he didn't like it. He thought he was a copycat, but now that he realized it, someone like him could be useful. Lucifer would stay up late at night. He would have dreams about Alistair, and he couldn't explain it. Why is he dreaming about him? Why is he thinking about him like this? Could he be in love? No. Lucifer doesn't swing that way, and even if he did, Alistair, why would he like him? That's just stupid. He would think about him for seconds, then minutes, then hours, and eventually a few days. He couldn't help it. He needed to see Alistair again. Alistair would be relaxing, doing one of his radio shows since he's been gone for so long, as suddenly he would hear a door knock. As Alistair opened, he said, the king of hell himself. What brings you to my humble abode? Lucifer says, I'm sorry we got off on the wrong foot when we met. I know you don't really like me that much, but I didn't mean to offend you. Alistair was shocked. He didn't think Lucifer would straight up apologize. And he was a gentleman, even though he was a criminal, to say the least. So he decided to humor him and say, apology accepted. So what brings you here? Lucifer would look at Alistair and say, I just wanted to talk. Talk, huh? All right. As then Lucifer decided to summon some deer. As Lucifer would look at Alistair and say, all right, so this will be our dinner. I heard you also enjoyed some, a light cannibal. Suddenly, Alistair would just laugh and say, yes, I know, I'm one of those. But hey, it doesn't matter, deer's fine. Lucifer and Alistair would eat deer and even drink some wine as they started to talk about each other and about their lives. And Alistair actually started to like Lucifer. He misjudged him. He was kind of a bit of a gentleman, but it made sense. The only reason he didn't like him was because of what Lilith told him. Alistair probably shouldn't get too close. This was a mistake, but then he had an idea. Maybe he can use Lucifer to, break his chains, break his contract. After all, if Lucifer did this for him, then he could be free. He hesitated telling anyone about it because he didn't want to look weak. He wanted everyone to think he was strong. That's why he didn't tell Charlie. But this was a chance to get out of this. This was a chance to break his contract once and for all. So he had to do this. He became quite, desperate. As Alistair would look at Lucifer and say, I need to tell you something. I would hate to admit that I'm weak to anyone, and I mean anyone, but I must say that I have been under someone else's control. Someone else owns my soul, and I need you to help me. I figured you would quite benefit from this. After all, if you helped me, I could actually help out your daughter without being under someone else's control. Lucifer would look at Alistair and say, go on. Who is controlling you? Alistair would look at him and say, your ex-wife, Lilith. Lucifer was shocked, but then he started to get angry. He couldn't believe this. First, his wife started to take away his daughter. She started to make him spend less and less time with her, and she loved her more. Now, all of a sudden, she takes away his new love interest. This pissed Lucifer off more than anything. Alistair said, "So, is there a way you can get rid of this soul contract?" Lucifer smirked and said, "There is one way, but first I need you to do something for me." Alistair would look at Lucifer and say, "What's that?" Lucifer would say, "I'll help you out if you go on one date with me." Alistair was shocked. Alistair says, "You know I'm A." Lucifer would say, I know. We can't do any of that intimate stuff, but, that stuff's boring anyway. Why don't we just try doing a relationship without that?" Alistair would say, You really sure about this?" Lucifer would nod and say, "Sure." Alistair really didn't want to go on this date, but Lucifer was excited, and it was either go on a date with Lucifer or be under Lilith forever. So it's not like he had much of a choice, so he said fine. He agreed to go on a date with Lucifer on the one condition: he gets to choose where the first date is. And Lucifer happily obliged him. As they went to Cannibal Town, they went down there, and Alistair would enjoy his favorite meal, which was, well, you know what it is. I don't want to say it because I don't want to get, As Alistair started to eat, Lucifer looked at Alistair, and as Alistair was enjoying his meal, he was hesitant to try it. Sure, he might have been, the king of hell, but he never did something like this. Rosie looked at him and said, I never assumed you would go on a date with my favorite boy here. Rosie would then smile and say, and I also never assumed you wouldn't like this type of food. Lucifer said, oh my, I'm so sorry. I'm not insulting you, am I? I just never tried this. I didn't mean to insult you in your home. You must be... Rosie would laugh and say, oh, don't mention it. You're the king of hell, and you're not insulting me. You're a sweetheart. I think you two make a cute couple. But I'm surprised he would date anyone, considering his history. Alistair would say, it's just for a deal. Lucifer would laugh and say, oh, you won't be saying that when you're Miss Morningstar, or Mr., however that works. Alistair would look at Lucifer, and Lucifer would go, listen, I would take your last name. I'm already king of hell, and that would kind of ruin my reputation down here. Alistair would look at Lucifer and say, that's not the point. Never mind. Lucifer and Alistair would have a rough start, but eventually Alistair would start to open up and enjoy their time together. And Lucifer, regrettably, would start to eat, what they served him in Cannibal Town. And he started to actually enjoy it. Both of them started to enjoy each other's company and have a good time. But after the day ended, Alistair said, all right, I went on your date. How do I do this? Lucifer looked at him and said, it might be a bit painful, but there's one way to break the contract. You see, how a soul contract works is it needs a soul for it to work. So if I destroy your soul and bring it back, the contract will break and you'll be free. Alistair says, you have to destroy me first, though? Lucifer would nod and say, yes, I do. Are you ready for that? Alistair would be unsure if he should go through with it or not. After all, having his soul be destroyed and brought back, that's a big deal. After all, only Lucifer could do something like this. But Alistair trusted Lucifer. After all, even though Lucifer was the king of hell, he was a nice guy and he could trust him. Alistair would look and say, all right, I trust you. Lucifer would smile and say, thank you, as he picked Alistair up and said, all right, this might hurt a little. Alistair would say, I'm sorry in advance. Suddenly, a bright light would overtake Alistair. As his soul would slowly melt away, he would be erased from existence. The contract would be broken. Then, Lucifer will bring him back. As Alistair looked around, he fell down to the floor. His head was hurting, as it took a while for him to get used to it. After all, having your soul be erased and brought back is a very dramatic experience. But he was free, and it was all thanks to Lucifer. Lucifer looked at him and said, thank you for going on a date with me. I know you don't. Alistair grabbed his hand and he said, listen, I may not be interested in built. But Alistair was still new in hell. Well, somewhat. He's been out here for a while, but he was still a new player, since overlords were quite rare and powerful. He found other overlords and destroyed them, and radioed it all. Vox recently came in and joined the V's. Vox wanted to become famous and popular. Vox wanted to control technology, and TV was quite new at the time, and it was just Valentino and him. Velvet didn't really arrive in hell yet, so he decided it was time to get a new member. As Alistair was torturing a poor soul and broadcasting it to everyone, Vox would walk up behind him and say, "Hello, Alistair. I think it's time you and I create something new." Vox looked at him and said, "How about we create the AVV? Me and Valentino already have the double V's. With an A in it, we'll be pretty strong. What do you think? You'll have the old radio and all of the old timers, and I'll have the new generation. And Valentino, he'll have all the perverts, and together we'll rule all of hell." Alistair did not want to work with Valentino, much less Vox. Valentino was just a pervert, and Vox, he just was something new. All he cared about was new and improved. He didn't care about the old style or the old ways or old chivalry. This pissed Alistair off. However, before he was going to tell him no, suddenly he would have a vision. A hotel being destroyed. Angels fighting with him. Him against Adam himself. And eventually, he would see that his soul would be owned by someone else. He was using his magic to see into the future when this happened. In this timeline, Alistair decides to join the V's to stop this from happening. He would look at Vox and said, "All right, I would help you, but I want this alliance to be a secret, and I don't want to see Valentino." Vox would be shocked and said, "Why not? You love shouting your name out there." "Because, my dear fellow, I hate that man. He's just a pervert with no class. However, you, I see potential in. Got it?" Vox would nod and say, "All right, let's make a deal. No souls, of course. The deal is, if I need your help, you'll help me, and vice versa. And we'll stick together." Vox and Alistair would then shake hands. Alistair hated doing this, but he didn't know who owned this soul. He didn't know how powerful they were, and he needed as much help as he could get. So as much as he hated it, he joined Vox. Alistair then had an idea. If someone owned his soul, they must be an overlord, or maybe hell's royalty themselves. Well, if he wiped out all the other overlords, no one could own his soul. There would be no threat. Then he could fake his death and wait for the time to strike. Alistair hated doing this, but he was going to have to take down all the other overlords. He was going to save the V's, his allies, for last, however. So he got an idea, as he convinced Vox to take over Cannibal Town. After all, he is a classic old fellow like the people in Cannibal Town, and they really like the cut of his jib. So if he could overthrow Rosie, he can get a cannibal army to follow him, and that could help the V's, not to mention also Alistair. So Vox would smirk as he shook Alistair's hand, and Alistair said, "I don't want to fight Rosie directly, though. I need to give her a painless death. It's ungentlemanly to attack a woman, so I'm already breaking my code. So I have to make sure that it's..." Vox would say, "Oh, so noble for a serial killer." He would laugh, as then Alistair would look at him with an angered look, and Vox would say, I'm just kidding. Anyway, we can make a pill that will poison her and kill her, made from angelic material. Don't worry about it. All you have to do is put it in her drink, and she'll die painlessly." Alistair would nod, as the next day he would visit Rosie. They would drink tea and talk, and even eat flesh, as Rosie would say, "How have you been, Alistair?" Alistair looked at her and said, "Not good, honestly." Rosie said, "Aw, what's got you all riled up, old chap? It couldn't be troubles with the ladies, could it?" Alistair would laugh and say, No, it's nothing like that. It's just, well, I've had a vision in the future. Someone takes over my soul. To stop that, I have to do drastic measures." Rosie never saw Alistair this serious before. She would look at him and say, "What kind of drastic measures?" Alistair would get up and say, "Sorry, you were a good friend, but I don't need friends when I'm pulling the strings." As suddenly, Rosie would fall to the floor, dead. Alistair would cover up her body and make sure anyone who saw her die was dead. With no one around, Cannibal Town was up for the takings. Many people fought for it, but Alistair would easily take control of it, as the V's ruled Cannibal Town. As we cut to Vox, suddenly, Vox would be kissing Valentino, having fun, enjoying his little time with him. They weren't dated, but they did enjoy each other quite a bit. Vox knew a lot about Valentino, and even though he was quite annoying sometimes, he was still fun to play with, and he loved his sexy, explosive personality. But suddenly, one of the windows would break as a tentacle came in. Vox would look and say, "It's my partner, now go." Valentino would say, "But I want to see him." "Go."
But he doesn't like you. I said this for this partnership to work. Fine, fine, fine. Valentino was pissed. He felt that Vox liked Alistair more than him. You don't even fuck him, yet you like him more. As Vox rolled his eyes, as he saw Valentino as being such a big baby. Even though he liked him, he can throw little temper tantrums. They can be cute, but annoying. Valentino simply left, pissed off. He swore he would kill Alistair. As Valentino left, Alistair would walk through the window and say, I'm glad he's gone. Now listen, I have a plan to get rid of every other overlord, so we can control everything. Vox would be ecstatic. He couldn't believe this. Get rid of all the other overlords? Control all of hell? He looked at him and said, what's the plan? I will give them fake plans that you're plotting to kill them all. Then we'll have a surprise attack. It'll be a trap. However, Camilla Carmine has the best angelic weapons, so we need to steal them and replace them with fake ones. Vox looked at Alistair and said, how would we do that? Simple. I have a friend who could help me quite a bit. Alistair would laugh as he faded away. As then the next day came, Alistair would go to Vestial. Alistair would look at Vestial and say, remember that deal we made? The one where you owe me quite a big favor, my old pal? Vestial would say, yes, and you can do it no matter what. Vestial would say, that is in the deal, but what are you implying, old friend? I need you to do something for me. I need you to steal all Carmine's angelic weapons and replace it with something else. I've been studying her, and I know it's the only way to kill angels. Vestial would look at him and say, but then Alistair would look at him and say, the deal was any favor. Vestial would shy and say, fine, but we're no longer friends, Alistair. After this, our friendship is over. Alistair would laugh and say, so be it. That old gentleman behavior, it was a little too much anyway. Alistair was slowly giving up his chivalry. He killed a woman. He was changing who he was. He was never a good guy. He was a cannibal, a serial killer, but he had morals, never hurt a child or a woman. But now, Alistair gave it all up. He was becoming pure evil. Vestial would steal all the angelic weapons and replace it with fake ones. As Alistair had to strike now before she realized. So, Alistair called a meeting with them and brought them plans that Vox had to exterminate them all. They couldn't let this stand, so they devised a plan, a surprise attack, to attack their perimeter. You see, Vox Tower had an underground basement. They would all teleport and attack there. But this is what Alistair planned. As this was going on, we cut to Vox. Vox was talking to Valentino. Soon they'll slip into our trap, and the V's will control everything. Valentino didn't really trust Alistair. He thought he was messing up things. He said, Alistair's gonna shut up, Val. Alistair's made us more powerful than ever, and if you don't think that, then you're a blind fool. Vox would get out of the way, as Valentino would try to punch him. Pitiful. You're so predictable. Valentino wanted to fight, but he couldn't do that, because they had to keep their guard up. As suddenly, all the overlords would teleport in the basement, as all the angelic weapons Camilla Carmine had were there, as Vox and Alistair made sure to make booby traps and weapons out of their weapons, as they melted it down to a hot liquid. As they all went down to the back rooms of the V's towers, suddenly the liquid would fall from the ceiling, burning them all alive. Camilla Carmine fell to the floor. As she realized she was betrayed, it was too late. They were all melted up and killed. Valentino, Alistair, and Vox would all start to laugh. As they did it, they killed all the other overlords. Hell belongs to them. But then, Valentino felt a sharp pain go through his back. As Valentino fell to the floor, he would see a weapon stab through it. As he looked up at Vox and said, why? Why? As he started to cough up blood, Vox would simply say this. Oh, you old fool. Can't you see, you horny bastard? You were nothing but a worthless piece of meat. Anyone can run a porn industry. Besides, Alistair is far more important than you, and he doesn't like you, so I think it's time I get rid of you. As then he would cut off Valentino's head. Alistair would laugh and say, excellent, now I have a grand plan. With all the overlords dead, the V's would take over all of hell. Not directly, because that would get too suspicious. They had other minor overlords take all their positions and secretly work with the V's. As they controlled all of hell, Alistair was becoming more and more paranoid. As the years went by, he began to grow more and more malicious towards everyone. Alistair didn't know who was going to take his soul, but he decided to wipe out all of the Pride Ring. If all of Pride was gone, no one could take it, and he'll be free forever. He was obsessed with trying to find freedom. Alistair then went over and began to work years and years on a project. This project would be a bomb made with angelic power. This bomb would blow up angelic liquid everywhere, melted down from all the angelic weapons. Every extermination, he would collect weapons. Every extermination, he would collect items and try to fuel this bomb. As Alistair worked tirelessly again and again, Alistair wasn't himself. He was barely on the radio. He barely talked to anyone. He began to get more and more paranoid. He barely even talked to Vox. Eventually, Alistair would join the hotel, and everything would continue like a cannon, but Alistair's eye would twitch. Alistair would be insane sometimes. As the final battle came, Alistair commanded the cannibal army to help Charlie, as Alistair went to a bunker, as he knew the bomb was about to go off. This bomb would wipe out all the angels, wipe out everyone in Pride, and finally he could be free. As he was in a bunker, the bomb went off and destroyed the entire Pride Ring. Only Lucifer and Charlie and Adam were able to survive. As all of Pride was destroyed, all of the sinners were wiped out, and Alistair felt free, but he would be stuck in that bunker for years, as the liquid from the bomb was full of liquid of pure angelic power. If anyone touched it, they would die. Alistair was stuck in that bunker. Ironically, trying to be free for so long made him trapped there for years. As time went on, Angel developed a crush on Husk, but Husk really liked Angel too. He could see through his lies, but that doesn't mean he didn't like him. He hated when Angel was fake. He hated when he pretended he was someone else, but Husk still liked Angel. He really did, and Husk saw Angel as a friend. However, Angel Dust wanted Husk to be more than friends. As time went on, as the days passed, Angel needed more and more. So, Angel decided he would talk to Husk. He decided he would start all of this up once again. Angel Dust would decide to ask Husk out, and to his surprise, even though Angel Dust slept with other people, Husk was excited. In only a few days, extermination will come. And Valentino offered to help Angel by, keeping him locked up in his room, which Angel Dust obviously refused. Angel Dust didn't really know what to do, but his heart told him what to do. Even though Angel Dust's head didn't know what to do, his heart did. And Angel Dust, as much as he didn't want to admit it, he had feelings for Husk. And even though he was gonna die, he had to tell Husk before he died. As he went over and began to knock on his door, Husk would open the door and say, "What the hell do you want? It's 4 a.m. But then Angel would pick him up and hug him and say, "I don't want to die, but if I do, I want to die with you." As he started to cry, Husk would say, "Angel, what the fuck are you talking about?" Angel Dust would look at him and say, "I remember when you sung me that song. It made me realize you care about me. Tell me, do you have feelings for me?" Husker would look at him and start to sigh, as then he said, "Let's go down for a drink. This is gonna be a long talk." Husker took Angel down to the bar and began to drink with him. As Husk said, "So what is this about?" Angel said, Listen, Husk would say, "Spit it the hell out already." Angel Dust would sigh as he stood up, "Just forget it." Husk would run over and say, "No, what is it?" Angel Dust would say, "Fine, I care about you, okay? And I know I'm just a dumb whore, and I sleep around for money, so you probably don't even want me. Just forget it." Husk would grab Angel's hand and say, "Don't you dare fucking speak for me. I want what I want." As he pulled him down and kissed him. This shocked Angel Dust. As he got up, and Angel Dust looked at him and said, "Listen, I'm happy. Don't get me wrong, but Valentino owns my soul, so if we do this, I'm gonna have to still sleep with, Husk said, "That's fine." Angel Dust says, "Are you gonna watch? Watch your boyfriend get..." Husk said, "Don't push it." Angel would laugh and say, "Sorry." "Hey, do you want to sleep in my bed?" Angel and Husk would sleep together. They thought about doing stuff, but they just started dating. Angel Dust's job is porn related, so he didn't want to ruin it with sex, so they just cuddled. And that was a good night. They cuddled all night until they woke up the next morning. Tomorrow was going to be extermination day. All of the demons came in. They had the cannibals from Cannibal Town. They had Alistair. They had Serpentius. They had a whole army waiting to defend the hotel. But it was uncertain if they could win, even with all that. After all, the angel army has never ever been defeated. True, an angel actually fell, but that's just one angel. How will these angelic weapons be able to kill them all? And Adam was one of the most powerful people. How could they stop him? Husk and Angel would be drinking. As Husk would look at Angel, and Angel would say, "Husk, yeah, I love you." As he would kiss him, and they would start to make out. As Charlie would say, "Oh my God, you guys are together? That is the cutest thing in the entire world. I'm so happy for you guys. Hopefully you be a good influence on him. Get him off those drugs. You know what I mean?" Charlie would say, laughing. As Angel would say, you ruined it." Husk and Angel would both laugh. As time came, eventually the battle begun, and it would go just like in canon. As Husk and Angel started to fall more and more in love, things went better and better. Each day was better than the last. But Husk was a bit annoyed because even though he didn't mind that Angel Dust slept with other people, after all, love is love and sex is just physical activity. It still pissed him off how Valentino treated him. Day after day, he would have bruises. He would cover it up enough for Charlie and the others not to see. But since Husk and Angel slept together, in 2 ways, Husk noticed, and Husk wanted to get rid of that. He wanted to get rid of Valentino, but it's not like he can convince Alistair to go after him, and anything like that could cause a lot of trouble. Husk remembered how Charlie went into that demonic form and how strong she was. As Angel Dust left, Husk would go to Charlie and say, "Can we talk about something?" Charlie would say, "Sure, what is it?" Husk would say, "Listen, I know you promised Angel not to visit him during work, but..." Charlie would look at him and say, "What are you going to suggest?" Husk would say, "Valentino beats him. He abuses him. I've seen marks on his fucking body. I can't let this happen. I can't let this happen to Angel. I know you feel the same way. You need to get rid of him. None of this bullshit talking. None of this trying to change him. You need to kill Valentino." Charlie was shocked, but she had mixed feelings about this. She believed anyone deserves a second chance. And that worked with Sir Pinchus, but Valentino is one of the most awful people in the world. Should she kill him? She didn't really know. So she just looked at him and said, "I'll think about it." As she walked to her room, she began to call Lucifer, her dad. Lucifer would pick it up and be extremely excited. "Oh, it's my daughter! My daughter wants to see me! Oh my God! I'm so excited!" As he picked it up, he said, "What's up?" She said, "Hey, Dad, I want some advice." "Advice? Well, of course. I am pretty old, and I've been through lots and lots of things, but I like to think I'm pretty young for my age. What's up? Do you want advice on singing a song just like your old man? I'm sure I can get some rubber duckies, some golden fiddles." Charlie said, "No, Dad, well, I don't know if I should kill someone or not." Lucifer would say, "Kill? What's going on?" Charlie would tell him everything about how terrible Valentino was, and that you still believe in my plan, don't you? Then start to sing, "Sometimes you have to do what you don't want to do. I know it's hard, Charlie, but please, oh please, oh please, get rid of him or I will do it for you." They would start to sing, and Charlie would decide to do it herself. As she hung up, she would go over to Husk and hug him. "I'm going to do it." Husk would say, "Are you sure you can take him?" She would smirk and say, "Of course. After all, he's just a 2-bit overlord." Charlie would knock on the door. As Valentino would answer, he would say, "Oh, that little slut's here. What are you doing? Are you here to interfere with my business again? I thought Angel told you." Suddenly, she would get mad as horns would grow from her head as she said, "Shut the fuck up, bastard." Valentina would look at Charlie and say, "Oh, Charlie, 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 do you really think you can do anything?" As he pulled out gun. Charlie, I don't know if you know this, but these bullets are angelic. Do you know what that means? That means even a stuck-up royal bitch like you can die to these angelic weapon bullets. One hit with these and you're dead. Are you sure you don't want to apologize? Maybe come here and shake your ass for me, and I'll forgive you. Think about it. The Princess of Hell is a porn star. You'll even be more popular than... Suddenly, Charlie just punched him to the floor. As he started to shoot bullets, Charlie would fly so fast she dodged them all. As then, she stabbed him straight in the chest. As he started to bleed, he said, "Wait, wait, wait! I won't go near Angel. I promise. Please, please don't kill me. I am the great Valentino, one of the sexiest men." Charlie would say, "You talk too much." As then, she cut off his head with a dagger. As he fell to the floor, she said, "Good thing I kept this angelic weapon." It felt good, but it also felt bad to kill at the same time. Charlie felt a gate of emotions as she just left. Angel Dust would walk out and see Valentino dead. This shocked him as he ran into the hotel. But then he started to celebrate. He was free. As he ran up to the room and kissed Husk. "I'm free, Husker, I'm free." Husk said, "I knew it would work." "You did something about this?" Angel was a bit mad that Husk would risk his life for this, since he didn't know how it happened. But he would pick Husker up and say, "I love you, Husky." Husk would say, "I love you too, Angel, more than anyone." Angel and Husk would then kiss more and more as they felt each other's bodies, as they hugged each other, as they held each other. It felt warm. They never felt this way before. This was true love. Angel was used to having someone pretend to love him just to abuse him. He never felt this happy before. And Husk, even though he was under Alistair's spell, when he was with Angel, he truly... Angel Dust would come back from a long day of work. As he had a black eye, he felt punished, tortured. He hated his job. True, sleeping around wasn't that bad, especially for him, but it was his boss, Valentino, and he wanted to get rid of him, but he believed he could never do it. He could never defeat him. But as he looked at the radio demon looked, well, let's just say, interesting. As Angel Dust had a crush on him, but he was asexual, and, well, he didn't really like Angel that much, so there was no way he could get him. But he had an idea. Maybe he could make a love potion, but this was very illegal and very hard to get, so he was gonna have to make sure that he did the right thing for it. He knew how to do this, however. He knew that Lucifer was the king of hell, and he could do pretty much anything. So it was time that Angel Dust asked him for a favor. But how is he gonna do this? He needed to come up with some sort of bargain, but he didn't know what exactly. As he was walking around, he would ask Charlie for her dad's number. She thought that this was a shock, but he's like, I like the guy, and I want to hang out with him. Charlie wasn't too disturbed. After all, she is a very trusting person, and her dad is pretty cool. So she decided to give him his number. As then, Angel Dust would start to text him. He would text back, and they would have this chatty conversation. And honestly, Lucifer was depressed and lonely, so talking to Angel Dust actually helped out a lot. Angel Dust would even want to meet with Lucifer. As Lucifer and him met, they began to keep talking, and Angel Dust was ready to offer up a deal. But before Angel Dust could get a word in, Lucifer would look at him and say, "Oh, check this out." He would pull out a rubber ducky, as then it would spit out fire. Isn't that awesome? I spent all day on it. Rubber duckies with fire. Rubber duckies are so cool. I love them. So cute. You know, I designed some of the animals for Earth. One of the animals I designed was a duck. They're just so amazing, aren't they? Angel Dust would be a little weirded out, and he would try to come up with a deal with him, but he would just keep interrupting him. And at first he was annoyed, but then he realized something. Lucifer just loved to talk, and he loved to have fun. Every time he talked about something, it was something he was interested in. He was like a little kid, wanting to play. And honestly, it was quite charming. Angel Dust
understood Lucifer now. How he was painted to be the villain, painted to be the ultimate monster, and now he's forced to be casted away from everyone. And Angel Dust, part of him didn't want to do this anymore, but he had to do it. He had to make this deal. If he can make Alistair fall in love with him, he would have the hottest guy in all of hell. And he could kill Valentino, kill two birds with one stone. Angel Dust would look at Lucifer and say, I have a deal. You're a great guy, and to be honest with you, I really regret doing this. But Lucifer would look at him and say, what is this so-called deal? Seemed like a pretty lonely guy. Lucifer would look at him and say, damn it, I knew this was too good to be true. Listen, I like girls. I respect where you're coming from. But Angel Dust would say, no, it's not like that. You see, I need a love potion, but that's kind of very hard to get. And I can't even get that from the lust ring. Not that I can leave the pride ring at all, but I was figuring that you could help me out with that. Lucifer would be shocked. You're a prostitute, right? Why would you need a love potion? Love's not really your kind of work. You just, I mean, I don't want to offend you or anything, but Angel Dust would say, listen, I'll take good care of your daughter. I'll look out for her, and I'll actually try to be redeemed. I know you may not believe in her project, but she's a great person. Lucifer would smile and say that she is. As Lucifer would look at Angel Dust, he would simply smile and say, I'm not worried about my daughter, like I said, but I am worried about one thing. He would walk right up to him. As Angel Dust began to shake, Lucifer would continue to look at Angel and stare deep into his eyes. As Angel began to shake, he said, please be my friend. Angel would say, what? I've been so damn lonely. I can't do this anymore. Ever since I've been kicked out of heaven, all I had was Lilith, and now she's gone. She did all that political boring stuff, and now I don't know what to do. Please, I'll sign a contract. You agree to be my best friend, and we'll always hang out on the weekends, and I'll give you a love potion. Angel Dust was shocked as he said sure. He signed the contract and then went off with his potion. He could do this now. He just needed to infect Alistair with it. Then Alistair could kill Valentino, and then Angel Dust would have Alistair all to himself. Things were going perfectly. For the potion to work, it just has to make contact with its target. Angel Dust was worried as he poured it into a glass so it looked like a drink. Not many people use love potions. People know about them, but lust doesn't sell any, so a lot of demons don't have it. Only the most corrupt demons can really make it, the corrupt and powerful. Sinners have never really laid eyes upon it, so it's not like they would know what it was. Angel just shook a bit though. If he got caught, Alistair could kill him. He began to walk around in the hotel, as suddenly he would pretend to bump into Alistair. Oh my god, I'm so sorry! As the glass fell down and broke onto his foot. Alistair would look at Angel mad, but then suddenly something would start to happen. Alistair's heart would start to skip a beat. As he looked at Angel, he couldn't believe it, but he started to actually care about him. Alistair would be confused as he would go into his room, and he would have these intense feelings of emotion he's never felt before, as he felt his heart to melt towards Angel, as he needed Angel. He began to lock himself there for 3 days straight as he started to pant. All he could think about was Angel. All he could think about was being with him. And he didn't know why, but then it hit him. That little glass that broke. He'd never seen a drink like that before. He didn't know how, but Angel Dust must have used a love potion on him. It was gonna try to control him. He couldn't let that stand. He was gonna kill Angel. As Alistair went over to Angel Dust's room, all of his tentacles came out, ready to kill him, but then he couldn't bring himself to do it. He tried again and again and again to push himself to do it, to simply kill him as he slept, but he couldn't do it. Alistair would then leave his room, as he knew what he had to do. He had to take down Valentino and make sure Angel Dust was his. As he would wait for the next day, Angel Dust would go to Valentino just like normal, but this time Angel Dust would run away. Valentino would get mad and run right after him, just as planned. As he went into a dark alleyway, suddenly,
radio demon would show up in front of him. Valentino would be confused. Vox is your rival. Why are you luring me out? Alistair would say, simple, Angel's mine now, as he would turn into his demonic form. Suddenly, Valentino would grow wings as he would fly up and shoot at him. These bullets were made of a special type of material that can kill overlords. Clever, but I have angelic bullets. We've known about what it takes to truly wipe out a sinner for a long time. I've been waiting for this, the chance to destroy you. Well, I've been waiting to watch Voxy do it, and he'll get into such a sweat. Me and him will have a good time. But hey, me doing it myself will make things interesting. As he shot bullets at Alistair, Alistair began to fall back and deflect it with his tentacles. As then Alistair began to charge at Valentino with everything he had, but then Valentino simply knocked him to the ground. As Alistair pretended to be hurt, he would walk up to him. Pathetic. I thought you were a strong radio demon. Why is it so easy to... But suddenly, he felt something pierce his chest. It was a spear of angelic weapon. You see, as Alistair pretended to be hurt on the ground, he would use one of his tentacles to pick it up while he didn't notice, and pierce it right through his chest. As Valentino fell to the floor, Alistair would get up and say, just like the deal intended, my love, you get to kill him. Angel Dust would walk over to Valentino as he held up the spear. Angel Dust did it. He killed Valentino, and now he has Alistair. Screw being redeemed. He has the sexiest man in hell. Everything was going up on his way, but it was going to crash down soon, as suddenly Alistair would have all of his tentacles grab Angel Dust as he said, what are you doing? As suddenly Angel Dust would realize something. Alistair was holding onto a collar. As he put it on Angel Dust would look at him and say, what the fuck are you doing? Alistair would simply laugh. Oh, little angel, you think you could do this and get away with it? I know you made me fall in love with you. And as much as I hate to admit it, I can't get rid of you now. I care about you too much. So, I'm sad. Angel didn't know what to do with his life. He got away from Val, and he was happy with Husk, but it seemed like his life was missing something. He didn't know what it was, though. As Angel was sitting down, Husk would say, what's wrong? Nothing, I just feel empty. Husk would say, yeah. What do you think it is? I don't know. They would sit there for hours, but then Angel thought of something. Oh my. Husk, do you think you'll be ready to have a kid? Husk would be shocked as he looked at Angel. Well, I don't know. It could take a long time to adopt. Angel says, then let's not adopt. Let's do it naturally. Husk would say, you know we're both guys, right? And we're also sinners, so that kind of... Well, we can use magic. I'm sure Charlie and Lucifer can think of something. Come on, please. Husk would sigh and say, okay, I'll ask, but I don't even know if that's possible. Angel would say, yay, as he hugged and cuddled him. Husk and Angel would then laugh, as things were going well for them. But Angel had to ask Charlie for quite a weird favor, so he didn't really know how to do this, but I guess he had to. As the day came and went, Angel would walk over to Charlie the next day. Hey, can you do me a favor? Charlie would say, sure, what is it? Could you use magic to make a baby? Angel was shocked. She never thought of something like that before. She looked and said, well, I don't know. I mean, my parents had me naturally, so it's possible that it's impossible. However, they could have just done that because they loved each other. I really don't know, honestly, if that's possible or not, Angel. But why would you want that? Angel Dust would sigh. It feels my life needs something, you know? I'm ready for this step, and I want it to be part of me. I want it to have my smile, have my eyes, you know? Charlie would sigh and say, I understand. I'll talk to my dad, but don't give up your hopes, okay? And even if you can't, you'll love a child that you can adopt. Angel Dust would smile and say, yeah, I'm sure I can. And I'm sure I will. As then they hugged each other. Thank you, Charlie. Charlie would say, no problem, bestie. As then she smirked and walked off to her dad. Lucifer was extremely excited to see Charlie. However, he had no idea it was for a very, very special visit. As Charlie would look at him and say, so, I need I need something from you, Dad. Lucifer would look at her and say, what do you need? As Charlie got up and said, I need you to use your magic to make a child for Husk and Angel. Lucifer would say, hold up. You want me to do what now? I mean, Charlie, I could do it theoretically, but I've never done something like that before. Charlie would say, please, Angel really wants a child. They need a child. Angel and Husk would make good fathers. Lucifer would sigh as he would hug Charlie. I know they would. I've known them for quite a while, but I don't know. If something goes wrong, it would be my fault. Charlie would say, they asked you to do this. Everyone's involved. Lucifer would sigh, as then he would agree. As Lucifer would walk up to Angel and Husk, they would both look at him. Lucifer would say, I can do this, but there's a small catch. Husk would say, what's the catch? Well, one of you is gonna have to be pregnant. Angel and Husk would both look at each other in pure shock. They didn't expect this. They thought they would just magically make a baby. But they would say, why? Well, I had to add both of your DNA together. I mean, I guess you could do a surrogate, but you're not doing my daughter. She's off limits. Nope. And Vaggie, I don't know if she's cool with it, but Vaggie would say, yeah, no, I'm not down for that. I mean, I want this to happen, but I'm just not ready for that. Husk and Angel will look at each other. As Husk was gonna step up, Angel said, let me do it. Husk, but I wanted this baby before you did, and I talked you into it. So I'm gonna be the one to have it. Husk and Angel would both smile and look at each other. As Husk would say, I love you, Angel. Angel would say, I love you too. As then they held hands. Lucifer said, all right, now I just need to get your DNA. Okay, here we go. As suddenly a bright green light would appear and blind everyone. As everyone was blinded, the green light got brighter and brighter and brighter until it vanished. They all looked around confused. As suddenly they saw Angel. Angel had a little green light in his tummy that then went away. Lucifer said, you should be pregnant now. A simple pregnancy test should work, I think. With you both, they would both look at each other. As then they looked back at Lucifer. As they said, how could we ever repay you? Lucifer would say, you already repaid me by being kind friends to my daughter. And well, we'll stay in touch. Bye, guys. Hope the baby goes well, Lucifer would say as he walked out. Everything would change. As a week came, Angel would take the pregnancy test, and well, it was positive. He was pregnant. Angel couldn't believe this. He couldn't believe that he was pregnant. He would smile and run over to Husk. Husk would say, what would it say? As he kissed him and showed him. They both smiled at each other. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. They both said as they began to jump for joy, super excited. They did it. They did it. They're gonna be fathers. They couldn't believe it. They told everyone, as everyone had different reactions. Vaggie would say this. As Vaggie said this, she smiled. I'm proud of you guys. You're the only two men I really like. That and Alistair, but he creeps me out sometimes. Nifty would say, I hope it's a boy, a bad boy. Oh, or another sister for me could be fun. We could have so much fun, Nifty would say. As then Alistair would say, well, this is an abomination, but whatever. I hope it's fun, Alistair says as he walked out, and Charlie was overjoyed for them. As time passed, the months would go by, and Angel would go farther and farther along until they finally had the child. And I'm going to save you all the birth story because you probably don't want to hear that. They would both have a daughter. And well, it was amazing. They would name her Midnight, and she would grow up slightly. You see, since Lucifer used magic, there was a side effect. She grew up 2 times faster than a normal person. And Midnight would get along well with Nifty. Nifty was insane, and Midnight liked to go on adventures with her. They would run around the hotel, playing games, having fun, just experiencing new things for the both of them. It was really a blast. As Midnight and Nifty became closer friends, Charlie and Vaggie would also watch over them from time to time. Everyone loved Midnight. Midnight was amazing. She was loved by everyone. And well, as she grew up more and more, she would start to develop her own personality. She would be flirty and flamboyant, just like Angel, but she would also have a dark side. Not like a bad dark side, but a dark side when you mess with her friends, like Husk. She listens to everyone, and she knows who they are deep down, just like Husk. And she was very smart and kind, like Charlie. Everyone around her loved her, and she grew up well within the hotel. It didn't take long for her to become a teenager, and she had her own little teenage phase, but through it all, they all enjoyed her, even though she can be a handful sometimes. She was the daughter of Angel, after all. And, well, as she grew up, she learned what she liked. She was Pan and Polly. She had many boyfriends and girlfriends that would drive everyone in the hotel insane. But through it all, they loved her, and she loved them. But since she grew up faster, Angel and Husk felt sad that they missed out on her childhood, but it didn't really matter because she was their daughter, and that's all that mattered in the end. All that matters is that they loved her. True, they may have been both dudes. True, they may have made her through magic, but in the end, they were a part of her family. Angel had a long night at work. Normally, he's able to get through it, but today was just brutal. Val was getting more and more jealous, and the people he worked with were, well, not the best, to say the least, especially with him. Angel Dust would go to his hotel room and begin to cry as he looked around. Angel was sad. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe where he was in life. He sold his soul to Val. It was a mistake he always regretted. Sure, he was famous, but at what cost? At what cost? As he laid in his hotel room and continued to cry, someone unexpected would walk in. It was Charlie. Charlie would look at Angel and say, What's wrong? Angel would get up and look at Charlie. It's nothing. Charlie knew it wasn't nothing. Even though Charlie asked, deep down she knew. She knew that Angel was upset about his job. Charlie said, I'm the Princess of Hell. I sold my soul. Now get out. He shut the door and began to cry. Charlie heard this, and he wanted to go attack Val, but if she did this, then Angel might... She remembered what happened last time, when Angel told her to leave. Charlie would just sit down and begin to cry, as Vaggie would walk up to Angel. Vaggie would say, "What's wrong?" Charlie would say, "Angel's so sad all the time. He's always abused, but I can't help him." Vaggie says, "Of course you can. You just need to destroy Val. It's not like that. If I hurt him, Angel gets upset." I'll do it." Vaggie picked up a spear. "No, please don't. Why? It'll only complicate things." Vaggie would simply say fine as she walked off. Vaggie wanted to get rid of Val, but she couldn't because it would complicate things. At least that's what Charlie said. She had to come up with an idea to help them. It took her a while, but she finally came up with an idea. After all, Angel did stand up to Val that one time. They saw him do it in heaven. So, maybe if he had the power to fight back, he could actually do this. If she got Lucifer to give him some of his power, Angel could actually fight back with his powers. After all, if Lucifer gave Angel some of his powers, he can easily overtake Val. And he did stand up to Val once in a club. However, this will be easier said than done. Sure, Angel could easily overtake him with it, but he would have to talk Lucifer into it. And Lucifer's never given anyone his powers before, so it's gonna be a bit harder than expected. However, they do have a plan. Vaggie would bring up her phone and begin to call Lucifer. Lucifer would answer, "So, you're Charlie's girlfriend. Where are you calling? Did I embarrass you guys? Is she too embarrassed to say something about me? Oh, God." Vaggie would smile. Even though Lucifer was the king of hell, even though he seemed like he was, well, bad, to say the least, he was honestly a kind guy, shy and nervous. Vaggie would say, "No, I just need your help. I need you to give your powers to Lucifer would say, whoa, 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 I need you to slow down a bit. Listen, I believe in Charlie's dream. We defeated Adam, and we've changed everything. We've changed so much. True, I may have broke the policy, but I had to save my daughter, and he broke it first, so technically I am not legally obligated to get in trouble. And I know sinners can change now, I really do, but this is too far. If I give him my powers, he can, not permanently. Lucifer says, I know, but I can only give it to him for an hour at least. He could destroy so much of the Pride Ring. I can't really let that happen, you know. Vaggie would just sigh and say, please, just come here. It's the only way to stop Val. Besides, it will give him his own. Lucifer then sighed. Val, huh? Charlie complained about him to me a few times. He sounds like an awful person. Alright, I'll hear you out, but no promises. Lucifer then began to portal to the hotel. As the portal opens, Vaggie would still be on the phone, not realizing. She says, when will you show up? Lucifer would say, I already did, as he hung up. Vaggie would fall down the stairs, as Lucifer would use his magic to stop her from falling. As he would go, sorry about that, you scared me. Yes, I know, that's my bad. So, are you going to do it? Lucifer thought about it and said, I need to talk to Angel, see what type of person he is. I've talked to him before. He seems rather flirty, but other than that, I don't know a lot about him. He opened the door and walked to Angel's room. As Angel looked up, he was excited. It was the King of Hell. The King of Hell wanted him? That could change everything for his life. Angel Dust got up and said, so, you and I, we're gonna have some fun, I see. Lucifer would simply say, no. Oh, please no. Just, that's not why I'm here. Angel Dust said, so, why are you here? Well, can I look over your contract with Val? Angel automatically stood up and said, listen, I already told Charlie. Lucifer would simply look at him and say, I'm literally the King of Hell. If you don't believe I can help you, then that's beyond me. You really think me, the man who helped create everything you see here, the man who's the most powerful person here, can't help you? I mean, that's just dumb. No offense. Angel said, I know you can help me, and Charlie can too, but I don't deserve to be helped. Lucifer would simply hug him. Shh, you do deserve to be helped. Angel, I may not know a lot about you, but you mean a lot to my daughter. You're a great friend to her, and to all these people here. I can see that. You're in pain. Please let me help you. Let me give you the power to help yourself. Angel would look up and say, all right. As Lucifer would sigh, he can't believe he was going to do this. He looked at the contract. It said in the studio, Val owned Angel. However, outside of the studio, he could do whatever he wanted. Lucifer smirked, said, so, all you need to do is attack him outside the studio. Even if you had my powers, this contract would stop you from hurting him. These soul contracts are pretty strong, almost impossible to break. I've only seen them been broken a couple of times. Of course, the one way to break them is for the person who made it to die. So you're going to have to unalive him. Angel would get up and say, I understand. And honestly, he has it coming. Angel Dust would then smirked, as Lucifer would smile and say, well, I'm glad you think so. Are you ready? Angel would nod, as then Lucifer would grab his hand and say, you can do this? I know it. Make that bastard pay. Show him how we do things here. He would sing a song and dance with Angel, as then he gave him his powers. Sorry, I'll stop singing. He gave Angel his powers, as suddenly he would feel it course through his veins. He would say, you only have an hour. I tracked his location. He's at some club. Angel would walk over to the club. Even with all this power coursing through him, he was still nervous. After all, Val's been above him for so long. But he had to do it. He just knew it. As well, Angel would walk in. He would sigh, as he even began to shake. He saw Val with some women surrounding him. Val was very, very happy. And when he saw Angel, he spoke, oh, hey, Angel Cakes. You're not going to be a grumpy pants like you were last time in the club, right? Because I'll take it out on you in the studio. You know I care about you. Angel would look at him. and then sigh. As then, Angel suddenly punched Val as he fell to the floor, but this punch felt so powerful he got up and said, "What trick are you doing? Angel, this is a mistake. You can never defeat me. You can never defeat Daddy. Shut up. I'm tired of your abuse. I might be a slut, but damn it, I'm gonna take you out because I have dignity. Even if I don't have much, I don't deserve to be treated this way. I deserve to be treated better."
Val would look at Angel. "That's not true. I'm the only one who could ever love you. I'm the only one who could ever care for you. The fact that I'm here, the fact that you're with me, that proves that this is true. The fact that you're willing to throw all this away," Angel would say, "Shut up. I know there's people out there who love me. Charlie, Husk, even Lucifer himself, they all care about me. You're just a liar, an abuser, and you deserve to be down here. But down here's too nice for you, isn't it?" As then, Angel would then punch Valentino. As he spat out all of his teeth, he fell to the floor. Angel Dust could easily destroy him with all this power, but he wanted him to suffer. He wanted him to feel pain like he did. As he punched Val over and over and over and over and over and over, over. As eventually, he turns into a pile of blood. As Angel did it, he destroyed Valentino. Now he can live happily. He can go out and live his dreams. And finally, be himself. Defeating Frieza. This made him happy. As he tried to defeat him with everything he had, Bardock was nothing but a fly, and Frieza was a giant who swatted him away with a death ball. As the death ball hit Bardock, he felt the life energy drain from his body, and him die. However, his soul would not go to the normal afterlife. Since Bardock made a change, and since Bardock was trying to save his planet and save his people, and actually saved people from planet Cereal, his time was unsure. They didn't know where to send him. His time was destroying planets, but at the same time was also saving planets. And Frieza did kind of force him to do what he did, but at the same time, he probably would have done it without Frieza. King Yama was confused, and no one knew where to send him, so they decided just to send him to another universe and have them deal with it. After all, King Yama had to deal with a lot of paperwork since Planet Vegeta was destroyed, and he couldn't be bothered with this. So, Bardock was sent away. As Bardock would wake up, he would look around and see a city full of sin. Everyone partying, doing sexual acts. This disgusted Bardock. He didn't know where he was. He'd never heard of a planet this depraved before. Bardock started to look around. As he looked down into a puddle, he would see himself gone. He no longer had that normal skin. It was now, since Bardock was an alien, he would come back as a bird, because birds fly to different countries all the time and go across the world. So I thought that would be clever. But I'm still going to show Bardock in his human form, because making him a bird form would be very annoying. But just know he looks kind of like a bird now. As he had feathers all over, and even wings, Bardock was shocked. He didn't really need the wings to fly, of course, but they were nice, he guessed. This couldn't be happening. His entire body changed. He was in a place he didn't recognize. Was this hell? That's the only explanation he could think of, but why would hell be like this? Shouldn't it be torture? Bardock didn't know what was going on, so he decided to go and look around the city. And as he went to looking around, as Bardock walked, he felt a hand grab his ass. As he looked behind him, it was Valentino. He said, well, you're such a cutie, and you're new. Hello, little birdie. I think you would work well with me. Bardock would say, you know I'm a guy, right? And Bardock would then just be disgusted and confused. Now, it's not like the Saiyans are homophobic, but they didn't really like sex. They just kind of did it to, have more people. So it was kind of a new concept to him. And this wasn't the best way to be introduced to it. So Bardock would simply blast them away with a key blast, sending Valentino flying into the air and hitting the ground. As Bardock continued to walk around, Valentino would get back up and say, "You really think you could disrespect me like that? I am an overlord." He would start to charge towards him as suddenly Bardock would punch a hole through his chest and blow out his insides. Just not in the way he wanted. As Valentino fell down dead, Bardock would continue to keep looking around. As the days passed, Bardock would slaughter overlords. Not for fun, even though he did quite enjoy fighting. It was because overlords were quite cocky. They didn't like some weirdo walking around their turf. And word would spread about this bird guy killing these people. And he never really said much. He would just fly around and land places and always be looking around. Bardock was looking for a way out of this place, but he couldn't find it. He needed to get out. He needed to see his people, and he wanted to see his son. However, he would find a poster for the Hazbin Hotel. As he would grab it, he would walk in. Charlie would actually be excited. Even though she'd heard rumors about this guy, he only really attacked overlords, and we really didn't know much about him, so it's possible he did want to be redeemed. Vaggie held the spear up to him as he said, "You really think you could kill me with that thing?" She would say, "Oh, trust me, this can erase souls." Bardock would smirk and say, "Oh yeah? You're gonna have to hit me with it to erase me, and I'm too fast for you." Charlie would say, "Can you please stop?" Bardock would say, "Fine," as he would sit down. Bardock was now a part of the Hazbin Hotel,
and he would settle in surprisingly quite well. Bardock was tired of destroying things. All he wanted to do was settle down. He remembered Planet Cereal and the boy he saved. And even though this was hell, this was still his new home, and he was going to try to make it as homely as possible. Bardock didn't talk much to anyone. Everyone was quite suspicious of him, except for Charlie. And well, Alistair would try to talk to him one day. As Bardock was in his room, Alistair would walk up to him and say, "You seem different. You're not from around here, are you? Are you even a sinner?" He would get up and say, "I'm definitely a sinner." He would laugh. Alistair would say, "Is that so? What's your story?" Bardock would say, "Well, I don't see no harm in telling you." So Bardock would tell him everything, and he thought he was crazy. An alien from some other planet that was killed by a giant ball in the sky and suddenly was back on hell. Alistair could feel he wasn't lying or messing with him. This shocked him even more. Bardock was some crazy guy with a lot of power. Alistair would look at him and say, "So, you're unhinged. That's all right. I work with your type a lot." Bardock would say, "Unhinged? You think I'm lying?" Alistair says, "Yes, not to me though, to yourself." Bardock would say, "Screw off." As Alistair would say, "No one tells me to screw," but then Bardock would charge up his key as he said, "Are you threatening me?" As then Alistair could feel how strong he was. Maybe he was telling the truth. After all, he's so strong. But that's impossible. Alistair would just say, "Never mind," as he walked off. Bardock would get settled in. And even though he didn't know what beer was, and at first the taste was so gross, he would eventually get used to it. And it was nice to drown out his sorrows on the bar. He would talk to Husk quite often. He would get along. Husk liked him because, well, he didn't really talk to him until Husk talked to him. And he never really overshared. He never really flirted with him. And to be honest, Bardock never acted like he was something he wasn't. He was always true to himself. True, he was trying to change, but he was who he was. He wasn't superficial. He wasn't trying to scare anyone. He just relaxed and acted like he was himself. And Husk respected that, since a lot of people act differently in hell. Since they want to try to look scary, or they try to clear themselves off, wall themselves off from the pain. But Bardock didn't do that. Even though Bardock felt pain, he embraced it. It was a part of who he was. It was a part of being a Saiyan. And Bardock was okay with that. He accepted the bad things he did. And he tried to get out of hell. However, something would happen. As Bardock was alone, he would hear a noise. A noise meant to draw him out. It sounded just like Guinea. "Bardock, help me!" He thought it could be a trap, but he didn't care. He flew straight towards it. As suddenly it was Adam. "I had to do research on you, little kid.
I've heard about you, the hot shit killing overlords joining the Hazbin Hotel. I know what you want. You want out of this shithole. And, well, you're not like the others. You're a proud warrior like me who stuck it to the man. So I can respect that.
So, where are you going with this? Bardock would say. Adam would say, isn't it obvious? When his termination days comes, pretend to be on their side, but as soon as I land, switch sides, help me destroy them and wipe them out. These cunts are in the damn way, and they're annoying. Do that, and I'll bring you back to your universe. Or bring you to heaven, since heaven's pretty tits. Up to you. But you probably want to go back to your universe since you want to see your son. You know he's alive. You sent him off. Both of your sons are alive. Bardock would be tempted to join him, as he set out to think about it. As Bardock went back, he would lay down in bed, as he kept thinking about this. These were his friends. True, Angel Dust was quite flirty and annoying, but he's been here for a while, and if he bows down to them, it would be like bowing down to Frieza. But at the same time, he wanted to see his kids again. He needed to. Bardock would say, I would think about it, as he simply flew back. Those words echoed in his mind for the next couple days, until finally Extermination Day came. As it came, though, Bardock mysteriously left, and the battle started. Adam would show up, and the battle would continue. As Alistair was battling Adam, suddenly Bardock would fly in the center. As he would look at Alistair and wink, as he would punch him down to the ground. Adam would laugh and say, looks like you finally took the right side. Yes. I must see my children again, no matter the cost. As then, Bardock would shoot a ki blast at Alistair, but he would hold back severely so it wouldn't actually hurt him. As then he would pretend to die, and the force field would open. As Adam and the rest of the angels would suddenly go down and start to fight them, Charlie would say, what are you doing? Fulfilling my destiny. I am on the right side of history. As Adam would laugh and say, that's right, fucking dumbass. He joined us. Why would he fight for losers like you when he can? But suddenly he would be stabbed in the chest. As Bardock would take his weapon and stab him with it. As he said, what the hell are you doing? I'm fighting on the right side of history, like I said. As he pulled out, Adam would fall down to the floor and cough up blood. You'll never see your kids again. That's fine. I know they'll grow up to be fine people. And I already have a family right here. Bardock would smile. As Adam would cough up blood, he would slowly die. Bardock did it. Bardock killed Adam, but he would never be able to go back to his universe. He'll never enter heaven. He was stuck in hell in the Hazbin Hotel. But in the first time in forever, he was actually happy, because he could actually be himself. Died from the father-son Kamehameha. His soul would go to King Yama. As King Yama looked at him, he said, you know, Cell, there is a hell for every planet. However, if there's beings too powerful, we have them be reincarnated to give them another chance, because hell can't hold them. However, we've decided to make an exception for you for a new experiment program to see if you can be redeemed. So would look up at King Yama. Redeemed? Suddenly he would put a collar around his neck, which would stop him from using ki in hell. As he got this collar on his neck, suddenly Charlie would walk up. Oh my god, I'm so happy to see you! Charlie would hug Cell. I saw you on the news. You were a big tough guy, weren't you? Well, don't worry. We're time to be redeemed. I know deep down inside of you there's a rainbow. As Charlie would start to sing as Cell went to hell, he would hate this, to say the least. He wasn't a big fan of singing, but Charlie just sang her hearts out as he went to the hotel. As then he met Angel Dust and the Radio Dean. The Radio Dean looked at it and said, my word, I heard what you did back on Earth. That was quite impressive. Cell. Hey. Radio Dean whispered to him, you know, we can make a deal. You can break out of that stupid collar of yours. Cell would look and say, nah, I'm not an idiot. Besides, a perfect being such as myself doesn't need anyone. Alistair would just laugh and say, fine, have it your way. As Angel Dust would look and say, hey, bad boy, I got a question for you. What's that? Where's your penis? Cell would look at Angel Dust shocked. My penis? What does that have to do with combat? Combat, honey? Is that really what you think life's all about? Being the strongest fighter? That's so sad. Why not come with me and get a little bit of pleasure? Oh, wait, you can't. Cell would then look at Angel, disgusted, as he walked back and said, I need to go somewhere. I know. Vaggie would sigh and say, "Follow me." As they left, Husk would say, "Really, Angel? What? If he's the perfect being, I thought he would be packing."
Husk would look at Angel and say, "That man threatened to blow up the entire planet. He nearly did before Mr. Satan saved us." Angel would say, Yeah. I know. Man's powerful. But hey, I like powerful men. Maybe I'll smooth him over to my side. I'm sure we can use something if he doesn't have a." Husk just rolled his eyes and says, "You're a freak." As Cell was brought back to his room, Vaggie would apologize about Angel, but
then Cell would look at Vaggie and say, "Is this a joke? You talk about redemption, but all you do is sing dumb songs and flirt with people. All I want to do is fight, and I can't because of my stupid key control. Even if I get into heaven, I'll..." But then Vaggie would look at him and say, "Stop! You will not crush Charlie's dreams. Do you hear me? She has worked too hard to save people. She's worked too hard to help people in hell. You will not destroy her vision. And you will be a good person whether you want to or not. Or I will gouge out those eyes, and I don't think you'll be able to regenerate with your key being suppressed." Cell looked at Vaggie and sighed. All right. And then she walked out. Cell would then sigh and watch TV as Nifty came in. "So you're Cell, the ultimate bad boy? I made you a gift." She would give him a crown of dead bugs. Cell would be weirded out. He would say, "Thank you," as she then left. Cell would then sigh as he laid down in the bed. To be honest, Cell really didn't need sleep, but he decided to go to bed anyway. Because, well, there's nothing else to do but listen to psychopaths and a flirty spider, so he went to bed.
Cell hasn't slept since hibernation. As he slept, he had visions of Gohan, visions of his death, all fading through him. He couldn't believe he lost. He's the perfect being. Cell would wake up in the middle of the night. As he went downstairs, he saw Angel sneak back in with a black eye. Cell would say, "What happened to you?" Angel just would look and say, "You don't care." As then he walked past him, he was confused. But then he decided to do some research. As Angel just said, "You should know by now my work." He didn't know what he meant by that. As he researched it, he found out Angel Dust was a porn star. And, well, he found some videos, which Cell was disgusted to watch. So then Cell felt something. Cell's seen people die and even killed people himself, but to be used like that just left a raw taste in his mouth. He didn't know why. Maybe it was the 18 inside of him, or maybe it was some of the good guy genes inside of him, but he felt bad for Angel. As Cell would be with Husk, he would ask, "So why didn't Charlie just get rid of him?" And Charlie doesn't really kill, so that's why she hasn't really gotten rid of Valentino. I see. Well, are you trying to convince me to get rid of your key suppressor? Thinking I care about Angel since I put up with his shit? No, not really. Just curious. So then go up and begin to train. Even though he couldn't use ki, he wanted to get used to using his physical body in case he needed it. As the time came, songs came and went, and Angel Dust started to flirt with Cell more, and Cell actually opened up and actually talked to Angel, and Angel and him actually got along.
As time passed, eventually Charlie would pull Cell alone, and Charlie would look at Cell. "Listen, there's gonna be a battle with Adam and the Exorcist. I don't know if we can do this on our own. I'm gonna have to take that key suppressor off you. However, when I do this, you're gonna have to help us. And magic's a lot different from ki, so it's not gonna be the easy battle." Cell would say, "So I get to fight? That's all I care about. But I have a condition." Charlie would look at him and say, "What?" "I get to kill Valentino." Charlie was shocked. She would say, "Why do you care? Why do you want to kill?" But then she would smile. "You have a crush on Angel, don't you?" Cell would blush and say, "No, I don't even have... I'm a perfect being. I'm fine by myself." Charlie would say, "Aw, well, normally I wouldn't accept that, but Valentino is a abusive drug overdose pimp, so tell you what, if you can help us beat Adam and you survive, you get to do it." Cell would smirk and he would shake Charlie's hand. He would say, "I want 7 days before he comes to have that key suppressor off. Why do you need 7 days? Cell would look and say, to get used to it. I haven't used key in a long time. I need to get used to the power again. Charlie
agreed as she took off his key bracelet 7 days before the battle. Cell could just run away, but he decided not to. He heard about Adam and he was excited for a fight, and he wanted to take him on once and for all. As Cell walked up to Angel, he said, "Do you want to see something nice? Nicer than those cocks you see on a daily basis?" Angel would laugh and say, "That's hard. I see some pretty nice one." Cell would pick him up and then fly him around hell, and it would be beautiful. Angel Dust would see a park. He would see the city. He would see the chaos, but he would see the buildings too. Angel Dust would look at Cell and say, "Wow, thank you. No one's ever given me the royal treatment like this before." Cell would say, "Don't mention it. Thought if I did this, you would stop annoying me," Cell would say, trying to keep up his facade, but it was starting to go down. As Angel Dust looked at him, he said, "Did Mr. Satan really beat you? You've barely ever mentioned him, and your whole thing would be about revenge anyway." So Cell would say, "No, it was Gohan, Goku's brat." And Cell would tell Angel Dust the whole story on how he tried to be perfect, but he failed, no matter how hard he tried. Angel Dust would sympathize. True, he didn't really like the fact he murdered a bunch of people, but hey, Angel Dust lives with a radio demon and works with Valentino, so it's not like that bothered him. Angel Dust would then tell him about his life story, and they would both start to bond. And as they enjoyed their night out, Cell would fly Angel Dust to the bedroom, and Angel Dust would say, "Hey, can you use your tail? Like, extend it?" Cell would extend his tail, and he would say, "Yeah, why?" As then Angel Dust would pull him in. We cut to the next night. Cell would wake up after a night of intense pleasure. He couldn't believe this. He felt something he enjoyed besides fighting. He was going to train. He was going to protect Angel Dust, and he was going to protect this hotel. Eventually, 7 days would pass.
Adam with the Exorcist would attack Hell, since Hell would still be probably in this timeline, but as he attacked, he would see Cell fly straight towards him. "So you're Adam, the first man on Earth. Did you know there are other planets? Other gods?" Adam would look at him and say, "Shut up. I heard about you, the monstrosity made of everyone's DNA. Well, guess what? You're gonna be no match for me." They would both fly at each other and begin the battle. As Adam would cut off one of his arms, he would regenerate. Adam would say, "But this is a holy weapon. That should be impossible." Cell would say, "Nothing's impossible with me." As they continued the battle, Adam would blast magic right in Cell's face. As he would blast it Kamehameha, as he would hit, Adam would start to push further and further to Cell. But Cell then would start to remember what happened, how he lost. He wasn't gonna lose this time. As the Kamehameha hits Adam's face, he fell to the floor. As Cell walked up, he said, "You can go now." Adam would get up and give that whole speech, and Cell would just laugh and say, "I didn't come from your nutsack, I came from a lab." As then Nifty would stab him to death. And then Lucifer would show up, but he showed up late in this timeline. Sir Pinchas wouldn't sacrifice himself. Charlie
would look at Cell and say one last thing. Cell would nod, as he would grab a holy weapon and fly straight towards the V's headquarters, destroying the wall. As Valentina looked at him, so now that you're free, you want to work for us." Cell would then chop off one of his arms as he fell to the floor and began to shoot bullets right at him. But Cell would fly so fast they wouldn't hit him, as he would simply cut off his head, killing him. "Oh, please, I would never work for a guy like you." As Cell then looked at two of them and said, "Stay away from Angel." As Cell then flew away, Vox looked up and looked down. "Well, it looks like we're gonna need a new person for the drug and prostitution department." As Cell then flew back, he threw Valentino's head right at Angel, as Angel smiled and they kissed. Years would pass, as eventually they would both be redeemed. We cut to Goku trained on King Kai's planet. As King Kai said, "There's gonna be a new person living with you. I think you'll know who he is." As Cell walked up with Angel Dust, he said, "Hello, long time no see." Goku would look at him and say, "So you're the one who was redeemed? Wow. I can't believe you turned good, Cell. I didn't know you had it in you." Cell would laugh and say, "Well, I do have
space." And as they kept traveling, eventually, something would happen. It would start to go off track. One of the planet's gravities would start to swing it towards it. But as
the space pod was sent off track. It got sent straight into a wormhole, launching baby Goku into the Hazbin universe. As suddenly the spaceship would crash right into the hotel. As Charlie and Vaggie both got out, Charlie would say, "What the F?" Vaggie would say, "It looks like a baby." As they would both just stare at it, totally memorized. As the baby just walked out, Charlie said, "Was it sent from Earth?" Vaggie would say, "I don't know. Who would send a baby down here? And why?" Suddenly, though, the baby would stand up and just, punch Vaggie, sending her flying across the room. By the way, I'm going to try to use the Goku story that was original where he hit his head. Anyway, Vaggie and Charlie would try to raise it, but it was very wild and rambunctious, and this was before Angel would join the hotel. This was before, the hotel really got going. It was in prototype at this point. However, eventually, baby Goku would hit his head, and this would cause Charlie to become depressed, worrying that his brain damage would affect him. However, months later after a coma, Charlie would shut down the hotel, temporarily, just to, take care of Goku. But eventually, miraculously, Goku would, heal. After Goku healed, Goku would then start to stay under Charlie, and eventually she would open the hotel up years later. And Goku loved the fight, so Charlie would teach him, and Lucifer would too. Lucifer loved Goku, he loved hanging out with him, and Goku's power level would slowly rise. As then we get to finally when Angel joins. When Angel walked in, Angel saw a little monkey kid there. Angel said, "Is that a human? Wait, you have a tail. You look so human, demon."
Goku would look up and say, "Yeah, people say that." As then he would say, "Are you strong? Do you want to fight?"
Angel would say, "Fight? Why would I fight a little kid?" As Goku said, "Little kid, I'll show you." As suddenly he started to use magic to summon some weapons, since Lucifer's been teaching him. As then Charlie would say, all right, let's not do any of that, please now."
As then Angel would say, all right. Anyway, I'm here to get redeemed?
Angel would say, actually just looking for a place to stay. As Charlie would give it to Angel. And things would happen like in canon. Months would pass and Angel would start to like Goku. Goku was funny. He just did what he wanted. He trained, he fought, and he was just like a kid. Because he was a kid, but he was also very strong. He could lift up cars and do other things. And he only got stronger and stronger. And with magic, he was able to boost his strength and speed. It wouldn't be anything like Ki. Now, Goku knew how to use some bits of Ki, but not all of it. It would take a long time to master it. But this magic would help him master the Ki. As eventually, though, one day someone would come to them. It was Alistair. As everything would happen like in canon, except with Goku, of course. Goku and Alistair would get along nicely. Since Alistair was a gentlemanly, he didn't want to hurt kids. And Goku was he was very outgoing and liked to talk to Alistair. However, Goku wanted to fight him constantly. And since he didn't hurt kids, this would be difficult. One day, this would get under Al's nerves. He looked and said, "Why do you want to fight me, a powerful demon?" "Because I like to fight, but you're a child and I could destroy you. And? Come on, please, Al." Al would say, "Fine."
As Alistair would summon green fire around him. "Show me what you got." As Goku simply smirked and said, "With pleasure." As Goku and Alistair began the battle, and Alistair started to... who am I kidding? Goku just, one-shotted him. Not like that, since he is a kid, and, he's still learning stuff, and he wouldn't have learned Ki like he did in our timeline. But he is an extremely fast learner, and with magic and Ki, he would be able to defeat Alistair. As Alistair was shocked, as he had to go all out on a kid, and he lost. As he got up and said, "Really, kid, where are you from?" "I'm an alien. My spaceship landed here." "An alien, but you look so human. Does that mean there's different hells on each planet?" "I don't know. But I hope there is, so I can fight them all." As Alistair said, "You're cute, kid." As, things continue like in canon. New members were added like Serpentius, and they all got along well with Goku. Goku always wanted to fight. Goku always wanted to go on an adventure. Until one day, Lucifer showed up on the hotel. As then, Goku would run and hug him. Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa! Goku loved his grandpa more than anything else. Lucifer was a very kind-hearted soul and was always there to play with Goku and fight him over and over and over again. And Lucifer knew tons of skills and dirty tricks and backhanded techniques. And Lucifer was able to learn Ki only a little bit from Goku, so he actually became a lot stronger because of it too. As Lucifer said, "There's my grandson," say, "Hey, do you want to go on an adventure?" He would say, "Adventure, yay!" Charlie would say, "Dad, we're trying to, hey, how'd the hotel doing? Anyway, I'm going to take my grandson on an adventure. Cool, bye." As then Lucifer and Goku left. As Goku says, "So what is this adventure about?" Lucifer would say, "I need to talk to you, Goku." As Lucifer would look at Goku seriously, fights are fun and all, but there's gonna come a time when there's a serious fight. I know you could take care of yourself, even for your age, but you'll see people die. Goku looked up. He's never seen anyone die before. Since he's been in the hotel and around Lucifer, he's been kind of sheltered. He has been training vigorously, but he's never seen death close hand. Goku would ask, "What's death?" "Death is when you perish and you never come back. It's like a sleep you never wake up from. An empty sleep with nothing but darkness. No consciousness." Goku would say, "That sounds sad." And that's what happens. Usually if someone dies, they come back reincarnated with a new body in hell. But if you die with an angelic weapon, you're gone forever. That's what you're gonna see, Goku. And that is what you're gonna do to others during this fight. I want you to comprehend that. Goku would look down, as then he would look up and say, "I won't do it. I won't." As Goku would nod and say, "I will make sure that no one is destroyed like that. I will prevent all of their deaths during this battle." Lucifer says, "Goku, you can't. I will." "Thank you, Grandpa. You've taught me so much. I'll protect Mother." Lucifer smiles and says, "You're a good kid." Goku says, "Yeah, and you're a great grandpa." As they would just play and have fun, go to the park, spar, fight. Goku would learn some magic, Lucifer would learn some Ki, and they'll both become a lot stronger off of each other. As then Lucifer would drop Goku off, as Goku had a mission to make sure that no one died during this battle. To the day before the fight. Usually Goku was all excited to fight, but this time he wasn't. This time he knew the consequences of the losers, and he knew what would happen to them. Goku sat down and meditated, as he began to think of a solution, but then he had it. A simple one, but effective one. Charlie would walk up to him. "What's wrong? You usually seem so happy and so ready to fight. But it's going to be the biggest fight of our lives, and you're not even excited." Goku would look and say, "Grandpa told me what happens to the losers. How they don't go anywhere. How they're just erased." Charlie would say, "Yeah, I'm sorry." But Goku would stand up. "I'll make sure that happens to no one. Don't send in the army. I'll take care of all of them." Charlie says, "You're the strongest person I know, but that's still a bad idea. You're still my child. I need to." "No, Mom. I got this," Goku would say, as he simply ran off. Charlie was so concerned and worried, but she didn't know what to do. As eventually the day came, and Adam would arrive with his army. As Adam looked, he was, surprised. There was no great army in front of him. It was simply a small child. He looked human. As suddenly, Adam started to fly down. As Adam looked straight at Goku. "Hey, who and what are you? And where's the army I was supposed to fight?" Goku said, "I'm a one-man army." Adam chuckled and said, "Real cute, kid," but then suddenly Goku punched him, sending him flying. "Adam, leave now. I will not let a single soul be hurt by you. Not hurt by anyone, ever." Adam got up and said, "You little brat," as he flew right towards Goku. So did the rest of the Exorcists. But Goku was learning a technique with his Ki and with his magic. As he said, "Lucifer hummy hummy ha," named it after his grandpa. As then, it started to bounce around the place. It's like a cummy cummy ha, but it acts like a slingshot, as it hit all the Exorcists around them, knocking them out since Goku didn't want to kill anyone. Then, he summoned a weapon and began to fight Adam with it. As Adam was shocked, who was this kid and why was he so strong? As Adam and Goku went at it, Goku was just humiliating Adam. This made him angrier and angrier and angrier. "You're just a kid. How are you this powerful?"
As then Adam did his own ki blast, being able to learn by watching Goku without even realizing. This made him more of a formidable opponent, but it still wasn't enough to beat Goku. As then, Goku knocked him to the ground and said, "Give up, run away." Adam would say, "I would not run away." As then he says, "Fine, I'll make you." As then he threw Adam up and punched him right into the sky, launching him back into heaven. As Goku did it, Angel and the rest walked out. "Wow, I can't believe he did that," Angel said. Charlie said, "Yeah, our son's growing up into a man." As then Vaggie and Charlie held hands. Vaggie said, "Yes, and I'm..."
Luna was 17 and about to age out of the system. No one wanted her. But instead of Blitz walking into her life, something else happened. You see, Charlie was with Vaggie walking around enjoying things, but Charlie was a bit upset. Vaggie would look at her and say, "What's wrong? You're usually happy." "It's nothing, but just... can we adopt a hellhound?" Suddenly, Vaggie would be shocked as she looked at her and said, "What did you just say? I know we've been together for a year, but I saw a documentary on how hellhounds are kept in those cages. It's so sad and messed up. It's not fair. All the poor hellhounds. They're so cute, too. Can we get one? Please, 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 please." Charlie was acting like a little kid who wanted a dog. Vaggie would sigh and say, "All right, we can adopt one, but this is like adopting a kid, so are you really ready for this?" Charlie would nod and say, "Yeah." They went to one of the adoption centers as they saw Luna. As Vaggie said, "Come on, let's keep looking," Charlie looked though and saw Luna. She looked like she was more sad than any of them. And even though she was 17, practically not a kid, she imagined her taking in a puppy, and a little child to raise and to teach and to grow up with. But Luna would have to do, after all. She was going to age out of the system, have no home, have nowhere to be. She had to take her in. Charlie looked at Vaggie and said, "We're taking this one." Vaggie said, "Are you crazy? She's 17 and grew up here her whole life. She's practically a savage." Charlie said, "That's not very nice, Vaggie. Besides, I have to help her." Everyone was shocked when Charlie took in Luna. Luna was very surprised. After all, it was the Princess of Hell herself, and she didn't know much about her. However, she thought she had some sort of nefarious purpose going on. So, as Charlie picked Luna up, she brought her to the
Hazbin Hotel. As Luna looked at the hotel, not knowing what it was, she sighed. "I knew you were a freak. You're gonna wait for me to get 1 year older so I'm legal, aren't you? And you're gonna have me work at this hotel. Let me guess, this hotel is gonna be where people go to have..." Okay, Charlie would say, No. This hotel's not for that. You see, my beautiful daughter, I want to redeem sinners and get them into heaven. Now, the hotel won't be open till a couple months, but once it's open, I'm sure we can get tons of sinners and have them be redeemed, and you'll make so many friends with them. Luna looked at Charlie, shocked, and then she began to laugh.
Suddenly, Luna would look at them both. "Oh, you're actually serious? That's really sad." Charlie would say, "Hey, you don't think we can do it?" "Not really, but you did get me out of that place, so I am grateful." Luna would stay in the hotel for a month. She was sure that Charlie was some pervert that got her to age out of the system, but that's not the truth. The truth was Charlie actually cared about her. This was a shock for her. And she wouldn't be as rebellious since she's the daughter of Lucifer and the Princess of Hell. At least not at first, until she realized she was a big pushover. Ironically, Vaggie was actually more strict than Charlie. As the month passed, Charlie would wake up Luna. "Luna, I have a surprise for you." Luna would get up and say, "What is it?" "We got our first guest to be redeemed." Luna would say, "Really? Who?" as she began to walk down the stairs, as Angel Dust walked in. "Hey there," Angel said, smirking. Luna looked and said, "You got to be kidding me." Angel Dust said, "So, who's this chick? Because you both know if I'm gonna go with a girl, it's gonna cost extra." Luna said, ew, no. Well, maybe. I have thought what it would be like to be with a femboy, considering how I'm also... Charlie said, no, we're not doing that. We are not doing that. Anyway, this is my daughter, And Angel is our guest to be redeemed. Luna would get to know Angel for a little while, not really expecting much. Angel got along with Luna for the most part. After all, one of Angel's best friends was a girl who blew stuff up. And Luna was like that. She had violent tendencies, but she stuck to herself and stayed on her phone mostly. She was very antisocial. Even though deep down she was grateful Charlie saved her, but she would never tell her that. As the months passed, things would continue like in canon until the radio demon showed up, just like in the pilot. As the radio demon walked into the hotel, he began to look around. And things came out in canon until he realized he saw Luna. He walked up to her and said, My, looking at that little picture box, are you? Luna would say, picture box, huh? You must be old. She suddenly put down her phone as she began to blush. The radio demon looked kinda cool. She was usually attracted to muscles and things like that, but he was old-fashioned, had some sort of gentlemanly attitude. It just attracted her. As she smirked, I like that gentlemanly attitude of yours. I wonder if you'll break it if a girl goes too far, she says, flirting. Radio Demon says, Ha! No, you're a little too young for me anyway.
Luna would look up at Alistair, saying she was actually 22. As Alistair looked down and said, and I'm over 100 years old, so no, I don't think you and I should date. That would be a bit weird. Luna said, you're lost. Alistair laughed, said, I'm sure it is. As he walked out, Luna then sulked as she began to spend time there. Husk took notice, though, because Luna was the only person that Husk couldn't read. She didn't even talk to Husk. She just looked at her phone. He assumed he was just some average girl, but she had something inside of her, something Husk didn't know about. As time continued, things would go as in canon. Since Luna was the secretary, not much would change until something would happen. The angels would be coming down here to attack. That's when Luna had an idea.
The day before the battle was about to happen, Charlie looked at Luna and said, I don't want you to get hurt. I was thinking about calling Dad and having him bring you over. After all, you'd love to spend the day with Grandpa, wouldn't you? Luna said, no, I want to fight for you guys because I care about you. Charlie said, it's too dangerous, but then Baggy stopped her and said, let her fight. This is our hotel. This is our family. We have to fight for it. Luna, Charlie, and Baggy all hugged as Charlie said, I'm proud of you, Luna. And Luna said, I'm proud to be a part of this family, as she smiled. But she had something to do. The radio demon was on the roof, as suddenly Luna would walk up behind him and say, I need your help. What? I need you to get me close to Adam when it happens. Suddenly, the radio demon looked at her like she was crazy.
Listen, I know you're a hellhound and you have bloodlust, but you really think you can defeat Adam? Trust me, I'm the only one who stands a chance against him, and even I doubt I can do something like that. Oh, you girls these days, so foolish. Young teenagers, or I guess you're 20, but you act like a teenager. Even back in my day, people weren't dumb enough to try something that stupid. Luna looked at him and said, I didn't ask for your opinion. Besides, I have a plan. Alistair would look at her and say, what's your plan besides getting killed? I'll flirt with him and pretend that I'm into him and offer my services so he won't destroy us. Then, when the time's right, I'll stab him in the back. Alistair looked honestly impressed. He heard a bit about Adam, and Adam sounded like he would be down for that, and stupid enough to manipulate. Alistair would take a deep sigh and say, very well, I will help you manipulate Adam. However, if I do this, Luna, please don't get yourself hurt. Charlie would never forgive me, and I don't want to have to fight Lucifer, because we both know even I'm not that arrogant. He would laugh. Luna would laugh too and say, don't worry, I know how to handle myself. As the next day came, Adam would go down and fight Alistair, just like in canon. But as he was fighting Alistair, Luna would slowly sneak up behind him. Adam turned around, about to destroy her, but then Luna got on her knees and said, please, please don't destroy me. I will do anything. Anything, Luna said, as she looked at Adam. Adam then started to smirk and say, really? Yeah, you can get rid of all these guys, but please let me be.
Adam started to walk towards her. Will you be a good puppy for me? He started to pet Luna as Luna hugged Adam, and Adam felt powerful. He knew he could do this. Adam was the man. He destroys demons, and now he even tamed one. Maybe even able to take her up to heaven as his personal puppy. But then he felt a sharp pain come through his chest as Luna stabbed him in the back. As Adam looked at her and said, "You stupid bit." But before he could finish, Luna simply threw him off the hotel as he hit the floor, dead. As then, Lucifer flew down and said, "All right, I'm ready to fight. Where is he?" As all the angels were retreating. As they all cheered, "Luna did it! Luna defeated Adam!" Lucifer was shocked. A hellhound defeated Adam, and more than a hellhound, it was his granddaughter. Lucifer said, "You really are special, aren't you?" As suddenly, he hugged her tightly and said, "Oh my God, I love my granddaughter. She's so amazing. I am so glad to have a grandkid. Take that, depression." As Luna just laughed, and she was happy. She lived in a nice hotel with people she liked. I mean, there's nothing better than this. I mean, she could have been adopted by an imp, but that would just be weird. No. But this time he quandered something. Something didn't seem right about him. It's just, everything was so different. He couldn't explain it. However, as he walked outside the hotel and began to walk away, he bumped into someone. It was Lilith. As he said, "Lilith, what are you doing here?" I thought. She simply smirked and said, "I decided to get rid of the contract. You are free. However, I added a little spice to it." Alistair would say, What do you mean?" Lilith would simply smirk as she walked closer and closer to him. "You're now in love with my daughter." Alistair would walk away, confused. This couldn't be. He didn't like anyone. How could this happen? Alistair would look up and say, No, please, Lilith would smile. "Don't worry, I don't trust Vaggie, and even though I don't really need you guys anymore, I still want my daughter looked after, so I decided to give you your freedom. In exchange, you'll protect my daughter, and I won't need this stupid contract." As in, Lilith left. Alistair was free, but in a prison at the same time. True, no one owned his soul anymore, but now he had to help Charlie because he loved her. As he went to his room, he couldn't help but think about her all night. She was so amazing, so beautiful, so kind. So, Alistair continued to think about her throughout the entire night. As the next day came, Charlie would be walking into the lobby. As Alistair would walk up and say, "Hey, can we spend time together, just you and me?" Charlie would say, "Oh, that's so sweet." Vaggie would say, "But we planned out a date." "Oh, it'll be okay." So Charlie and Alistair went out to a restaurant. Normally, she would probably think it was something romantic, but with Alistair, it couldn't be. It was kind of obviously a date. After all, it was even a romantic restaurant. But Charlie didn't see that since she was naive, and she was with Vaggie, so it was not like Alistair would make a move on her. Also, Alistair didn't even like people romantically, so she had no reason to suspect him. As they ate, they had a good time, but Alistair started to ask some interesting questions. He would ask, "So, are you, into anyone besides Vaggie?" Charlie would say, "What do you mean?" "Oh, just prying," as he would say as he began to sweat and look away. Charlie would say, "Not really. Well, there's a guy who's kind of cute, but other than that, I mean, it's not like it would work out." Alistair would say, "Really? Who is he?" Charlie would say, "It's too embarrassing. Come on." Alistair would keep looking at Charlie, as he couldn't help it. This feeling was burning inside him. He felt his heart beating harder and harder, as he simply wanted Charlie. He wanted to be with her more than anything. As he began to pant, he looked right at Charlie. Charlie said, "What's wrong?" Alistair would say, He would get up and look at her, as he walked closer to her and started to hold her hand. As Charlie looked up, she said, "Please, tell me what's wrong." Alistair would say this, "I love you. Please be with me." Charlie was shocked. She couldn't believe this. Alistair loved her? How? Why? It was all so jarring. She simply got up and said, I don't know what you're pulling, but it's not funny, as she ran away. As Alistair then sat down and sighed. True, maybe these feelings weren't his choice, but he still felt them, and he still loved her so much. He couldn't help it, and he needed to help her. He needed to keep her safe. Maybe he should leave. Maybe she didn't want him around anymore. Alistair would feel sadness like he never felt before, as he slowly began to walk back to the hotel. As he walked back,
Charlie was in her room, shocked. She couldn't believe what just happened. Alistair loved her? That couldn't be. I mean, sure, she liked him. He was very handsome and had a unique personality about him and was always there for her in a weird way. But love? No. She's with Vaggie. She can't do this. And he's a monster. Or at least that's what she thought. But she realized that he's been a lot nicer than he used to be. Maybe he is changing. Maybe he can be a good boyfriend. But that doesn't matter. She's with someone. As she kept looking down on the floor, eventually she would hear a knock. She would say, "Come in," as Vaggie walked in. "What are you doing?" Charlie would tell Vaggie everything. As Vaggie went to attack Alistair, Charlie would say, "Please don't, Vaggie." He seemed kind of down. It seemed like he didn't want to say it. It's almost like someone cast a spell on him. It's weird. Vaggie says, "You're my girlfriend. You can't let this happen." Charlie would say, "I know, but I don't know." Charlie looked down sad as Vaggie felt guilty, like she was stopping Charlie from being happy. As Vaggie walked out, she saw Alistair. Alistair was packing his bags, about to leave. But right before he could walk out the door, Vaggie put her hand on his shoulder and say, "Do you care about Charlie?" Alistair would say, "Yes, more than anything. That's why I need to go. She loves you, not me. And, well, if she's with you, she's happy, and that's all that matters. Sometimes, if you really love someone, you have to let it go," Alistair would say, as Vaggie looked down and began to think. Maybe things could work out. She realized that they both had feelings for each other, and it would be selfish to deny them this. Vaggie would sigh and look at Alistair. "Do you promise never to hurt her? Do you promise to always be there for her, no matter what?" Alistair would look down and say, "Yeah, what are you saying?" Vaggie would sigh, as then she looked up, right at Alistair. As Vaggie would then say, "You both love each other. I can tell. The way she looked at me, the way she was looking down, you care about each other. And, well, I don't really like boys, but you, I think we can share her." "Really?" Alistair would say. "Are you sure she wants this?" "I don't know. Let's ask her." Vaggie would grab Alistair's hand and drag him into Charlie's room. Charlie would say, "What are you doing?" "I wanted to ask you something." They would all sit down and look at each other, and Charlie said, What do you mean ask?" "I wanted to ask if you're willing to date both of us." As the tension was high, Charlie simply looked at all of them. Charlie had a choice. Could she really do this? Could she really have a girlfriend and a boyfriend? They were both sweet people. Well, Vaggie was. Alistair was, changing for the better. Charlie didn't really know what to do, as she simply sat there and pondered the question. Should she really do this? Should she really go out with both of them? As she kept thinking, eventually she would look at him and say, "Yeah, let's go out." They would all smile and hug each other, as then they would walk out on a date. Vaggie and Alistair were both holding Charlie's hand, as they would go out to the park. It was beautiful there. There were trees, there were wildlife, and, everyone there had a good time. Even Charlie. Charlie was overwhelmed but happy. She had a great and beautiful girlfriend and a handsome boyfriend. Everything seemed perfect for her. She ate at a picnic, and they all enjoyed each other's company. Alistair would tell tales about the old times, about who he was before everything, and about where he was going. And Vaggie would tell them how much she loved Charlie, and Charlie felt so loved. She felt so welcome. She couldn't believe this. Charlie was having the time of her life. As they all continued to talk, the picnic got better and better and better. It seemed like all of them were happy and all of them got what they wanted. Vaggie just wanted Charlie to be happy, so as long as she was happy, that's all that mattered. And Alistair wanted the same thing, and he was surprised that he even got to have Charlie. It seemed like it was the best day of their lives.
And as the day ended, Charlie would look at Alistair and kiss him. Then she would look at Vaggie and kiss her. As then she went to bed. She was so excited, so happy to spread her love like this. It was so nice. It was so beautiful. As the days passed, they only got closer and closer and closer together. They had their fights, they had their differences, but Charlie loved Vaggie and Charlie loved Alistair, and together they were all happy. And that's all that mattered, because happiness conquers all. Love conquers all. You cannot define love. Love can be between two people of the same gender, of a different gender, of multiple people. Love can be undefined. Love can be beautiful, and love can triumph through all. And all those who stand in the way of love are merely just...
Charlie was very sad. You see, this was after the pilot. Sure, she had the radio demon and even Huss working for her, but during that interview, she just got destroyed. Her whole dreams seemed like they were kind of helpless and hopeless. However, Charlie wouldn't be too deterred by this. She had to keep going and she had to make her dreams come true. However, one night she would hear a knock at the door. As she opened it, it was an imp. As the little imp looked up at Charlie, Charlie looked back at it. Charlie would say, what do you need? The imp would say, Beelzebub invited you to her party. She said you could use it. A pretty girl like you should loosen up a bit. As she walked away, Charlie was shocked as Vaggie walked up. Wow, I can't believe she's hitting on you. You should just tell her no. Charlie would say, it's rude not to go to her party. Besides, what if she believes in my dream? Vaggie says, I love you, Charlie, but she might be inviting you here to humiliate you. Don't trust her. Oh, I knew her since I was a kid. It'll be fine. Charlie said, I haven't seen her in a long time. It's been around 50 years, I think. I wonder what she's been up to. Charlie would say as she got excited. She would dress up nice for the party and bring Vaggie. As then she went to Beelzebub's party.
As Charlie and Vaggie went there, Beelzebub would open the door. Oh, who's this? Charlie would say, this is my girlfriend. Beelzebub said, oh, so you have a girlfriend now. That's cool. Bee and Charlie then talked and began to, have fun as they partied. And Charlie said, why'd you invite me to this? We haven't spoke in 50 years. Bee would say, well, I miss you, Charlie. I forgot how fun you were after seeing you on that ad. And, well, honestly, your dad has been coming out less and less. It's kind of concerning. And I saw how sad you were. I wanted to cheer you up. Charlie said, really? That's so sweet. Yeah. Why don't we have a girls' night out? You, me, and your girlfriend. Charlie would say, that sounds like a great idea. When can we do this? I'm free anytime. Well, I could do it tomorrow. Bee would say, that's excellent. Charlie would enjoy the night out with Bee. And Bee and Vaggie would get to know each other. And Vaggie would slowly begin to trust Bee. Until the day ended and they all went back. Vaggie said, well, that would...
Vaggie would say to Charlie. Charlie would look at her confused. What do you mean? She talked to you after 50 years. She hasn't talked to you in 50 years straight. And she just acts like she wants to hang out. That's such a long time to wait to hang out with someone. I was figuring she wanted something from you. But that was just weird. Charlie would say, I guess, but she's a good girl. I told you. Vaggie would sigh. I guess you're right. As the next day would come, they would go on a little girls' night out. Bee, Charlie, and Vaggie. As they went to a nice little restaurant and began to eat. Charlie would say, so, what are you up to nowadays? Bee would say, just partying, keeping it up, keeping it real. I found a little guy I like. I haven't really asked him out yet, but he's a hellhound. Kind of my type. Now, he's not Charlie's father. He looks amazing with his shirt off. I mean, just abs and abs over him. Charlie would say, can you not talk? Oh, I'm sorry. I just couldn't think about it. Sorry, but you're kind of cute too, Charlie. Bee would say, oh, sorry. Is that weird to say? No, it's fine. It's fine. Just friendly flattery. You two are cute together, Bee would say.
As she looked at Charlie, seeing her all grown up like this, seeing her be an adult, it like flung something deep inside of her. It made her want her. It made her look at her in a different light. But Bee knew that she couldn't have her. As Bee got up, she said, "I'm gonna go to the bathroom." As she ran off to think, Vaggie would say, "I think she has a thing for you." Charlie would say, "Come on." "No, she doesn't." "Alright, but I told you so." As then we cut to Bee, as she began to pant, as she thought about her future, as she thought about her and Charlie. They could be so much together. They can have so much fun together. It could just be, well, really amazing. As Bee they just couldn't do it anymore. They couldn't keep hiding these feelings. Eventually, Charlie and Vaggie then went out to get some drinks. Charlie and Vaggie drank and have a good time, but Bee kept drinking more and more and more and more. Bee had a high tolerance, but even she had her limit. Eventually, she began to get funny as her head turned fuzzy. Everything around her was spinny and shaky as she looked at Charlie and kissed her. Charlie said, "What are you doing?" I said, I'm sorry. She ran away. As Charlie then looked at her and upset, but Vaggie said, "It's just a dumb kiss." "Really? I thought you'd be mad." Charlie, she had a lot of drink, and she bought a lot of stuff for us and helped us get out. It was just a stupid kiss. It doesn't mean anything. Charlie would say, "You're right." As Charlie and Vaggie would go back to the hotel, a few months would pass. Bee would become depressed. She wouldn't even leave her room. She used to be a party animal. She used to go out and party with everyone and have a great time, but now she can't believe she did this. She blew it. She blew her friendship with Charlie. However, one day she would hear a knock at the door. As she went and opened it, it was Charlie. As she looked and said, "Hey, I could tell you really like me, and you were kind of overflowed with juices, but it's more than just you thought I was hot. I thought it was just some dumb fling or some dumb attraction, but you actually really want to be with me, don't you, Bee?" Bee would say, "Yeah, I do. I know you have a girlfriend." Shh. Charlie would then pull her down and say, "She likes to watch." As in, Bee would have the biggest blush on her face as Vaggie walked in and sat down in a chair. "Let's see how you both perform, and if you don't perform well, Bee, we're gonna have to punish you." Bee would be blushing. She was used to being freaky. Now, she wasn't, the king of lust or anything, but she shared a good time here and there, but not like this. As Charlie and Bee then had an amazing night that night, Vaggie would watch and make sure that, well, they did things that Charlie would like. And as the next day came, Bee got up as she was ecstatic and extremely happy. As Charlie walked away, she said, "Maybe we should go on a date sometime." Bee would say, "Yeah." "Oh, how's the hotel doing?" "Oh, it's going well. If you ever need help to defend it, let me know. I'm a party one, but I know how to fight." Charlie would say, "I will." As Charlie would walk out, Charlie and Vaggie would start to walk away. As Charlie said, "How was that?" Vaggie said, "Well, I was doubting having another person in our relationship, but that was an amazing, absolutely amazing performance. And honestly, Charlie, it was fun." Vaggie said, blushing. Charlie said, "Yeah, maybe next time I'll be the one watching, giving instructions." Vaggie said, I think I'd like that." The weeks would pass, and Beelzebub would come by every once in a while, and she would date Charlie and Vaggie, and they would have a good time. Charlie and Vaggie lived together, but Beelzebub lived kind of far away, so they weren't as close to her, but they were still really close and texted every day and hanged out like every other week, so they really did enjoy each other's company. However, the day would come where Adam would attack, but as he was about to attack, he would see Beelzebub. He was confused. "Bee," he would fly down, "aren't you the party one? What are you doing fighting? Did you get confused? Did Charlie lie to you and say she invited you to a party?" Adam then started to laugh. "You really think you can compare to me? Please, you're just a party." But before he can finish his sentence, Beelzebub turned into a giant bee and said, "Say that to my face." As then they started to battle. And well, Adam was kind of cocky and arrogant, and we really don't know how strong Bee is. We know she's weaker than Lucifer, but is she stronger than Adam? That's the question, and to be honest, I don't really know. She did flip out on Luna on the party, which means she has fought before, and she has a powerful 7 deadly sins. So for the sake of this video, we're gonna say she's stronger than Adam. Even though that's not really confirmed and there's no way to prove it, but just go with it. As Beelzebub fought Adam, she was pushing him further and further back, as he started to call on angels to protect him, but just then, suddenly, the Hazbin crew jumped in and stopped them from joining in, as it was just Beelzebub versus Adam. You honestly think you can compete with us, Adam? You know, you had a deal. You could wipe us out all you wanted, as long as you didn't try to threaten the royalty, but you did. Now, that little deal is, well, vacant, so I can take care of you. As then Beelzebub grabbed Adam and ripped off his arm. As Adam fell to the floor and looked up in pain and agony, Beelzebub said, "Go! Go now!" As then Adam left with the rest of the angels.
As Adam ran with a tail between his legs, terrified and helpless, everyone cheered as B did it. B saved the day.
Everything would go like in canon until Cherry Bomb blew up the wall. As she ran and screamed to get Angel, suddenly she looked and saw someone. She looked so pretty. It was Charlie. As Cherry Bomb stared at her, Angel said, "I'm glad you're here, you B-word. I missed you." Cherry Bomb would say, "What? I mean, yeah, I missed you too." "Hey, is that the princess?" Charlie would say, "Hey, are you Angel's friend? We don't really blow up walls here." Cherry Bomb said, "Oh, I'm sorry." Angel was shocked. Usually Cherry wouldn't apologize for something like that. "Hey, do you want to go out and party?" Charlie would say, "I can't. I'm going to visit the angels." "Oh, what about tomorrow? We can just hang out. I mean, I want to get to know you." Charlie went, "Oh my god, really? I want to get to know you too. I love meeting new people." As then she left with Vaggie. As then Cherry went with Angel to the party like in canon. As Angel was walking with the party with Cherry Bomb, Angel said, "You have a crush on Charlie, don't you?" Cherry Bomb would go, "What? No."
"Oh, really?" Angel would say, smiling. "You know, Cherry, you don't have to hide it. I didn't even know you liked girls." Cherry would say, "I don't. Well, maybe. I don't know. It's complicated." Angel would say, "Oh, well, either way, I'm here for you." "Thank you, Angie. You're a good friend. You know that?" Angel would say, "Yeah, you're a good friend too, Cherry." As then they went to the party and everything continued like in canon. But this time, when Charlie was listening into Cherry, they sound interesting, because Cherry kept talking about a certain crush she had, as Charlie wondered what it was, but she wasn't gonna pry. As in, the day didn't go too well. She got in a big fight with Vaggie, and she wasn't really that happy. As then she heard a knock on the door. Charlie was sad that, well, she had a fight with Vaggie. How could Vaggie have lied to her all these years? As Charlie went to open the door, she saw Cherry Bomb. As Cherry Bomb looked at her, "Hey, you want to go out and have some fun?" Charlie would say, "Oh, that, I completely forgot. Me and Vaggie had a fight, so, hey, come out with me. It might cheer you up. Come on, not like you have anything else to do." "I'm sorry, that sounded rude. Charlie said, "You know what? Sure, I'll go out with you." As in, Charlie and Cherry Bomb went out to a interesting restaurant. Cherry Bomb would tell her stories about her explosive personality, and Charlie would laugh. "You're really funny, Cherry. Do you have someone?" Cherry would blush, say, "Why do you ask?" "Oh, because you're always with Angel, but I know he's gay, so, it's interesting to think about." "Oh," Cherry would say, "No, do you?" "Oh, wait, sorry, I forgot about..." "Oh, it's cool." As in, Charlie sighed sad. As Cherry said, "You know what? Who needs her? You're a strong, great woman. You know that?" Cherry would smile. As Charlie said, "Thank you, but I don't know. Not like I want to leave Vaggie or anything, but she lied to me. She hurt me all these years. How could she do that?" Charlie continued to look down on the ground. As then Cherry said, "We oftentimes hurt the people we care about. Trust me. But if you truly love someone, you make it through the pain. And, well, you're able to still be together." Charlie said, "That was very beautiful. Yeah." As then, Cherry Bomb and Charlie continued to have a good time, as they then drunk more and more and more. As then the next day came, they woke up, and Cherry was in Charlie's bed, and Charlie was in Cherry's bed. As then they started to scream, "Ah!" as Alistair ran in. What? Oh my heavens, you did not.
Alistair looked at Charlie, shocked that she would do this. How would she cheat on Vaggie? I mean, Alistair didn't care. It's not like he didn't know any shady people or didn't know any people would do this. But Charlie was supposed to be a beacon of hope. Charlie was supposed to be this innocent princess who was fighting to make a world a better place. But she hurt her partner like this. Even if they got in an argument, that didn't make it right. As then Charlie started to cry. What have I done? Cherry said, I'm sorry. I'll leave and I'll never come back. As Charlie grabbed her hand and said, no, that's not right. I'm going to tell Vaggie. And if she breaks up with me, then well, so be it. As then Charlie and Cherry Bomb started to walk out. Cherry Bomb said, wait, tell her after the battle, but do it. If you guys have a big emotional breakup, she might not be able to help us. We need everything we can get from this battle. Charlie thought it was wrong, but she had to do it, as she withheld the information, and the battle went just like in canon. So at the end of the battle, Charlie knew she had to come queen. This wasn't going to be easy, but she had to do it. As she took a deep sigh, Cherry Bomb would want to apologize one last time, as she says, I'm sorry, but no, it's not your fault. I had too much to drink, and I did this. I am a bad person. Charlie sighed. It's hypocritical, really. I opened this entire hotel to make people better, and then I do things like this. As Charlie slowly walked to Vaggie, as she said, Vaggie, we need to talk. Vaggie looked behind her and said, what was it, Charlie? She then took another deep breath. I cheated on you with Cherry. Vaggie was shocked. She didn't even move, as then she just yelled, what? And you were mad at me for being an angel? Charlie would cry and say, I know. I need to... As then Vaggie walked away. Charlie and Cherry wouldn't really talk to each other. They felt too much guilt for cheating. But one day, Vaggie would come to the hotel. As Charlie said, Vaggie would then say, enough talk, call Cherry. Charlie would say, but I said call Cherry.
Charlie continued to look at Vaggie, not really knowing what to do. So, she eventually sighed and called Cherry, assuming she was going to yell at her. Cherry walked in super nervous as she shook. Look, I'm sorry I ruined your relationship, but Vaggie then said, we're about to get even. What do you mean get even? As suddenly Vaggie put on a black mask. If Charlie's gonna do this with you, then I'm gonna do it. So we are even. However, I'm gonna do things my way, so it might be uncomfortable. As in, Cherry blushed and said, alright. As in, Vaggie took her upstairs and began to, well, try out some new things she wanted to try as a dummy mommy, and I can't really go much further. We'll cut to the next day. As the next day came, Vaggie got out of the bed as Cherry said, wow, that was just wow. Vaggie said, yeah, you're free to be with my little girlfriend, but let me know when you do stuff, alright? Because I'm gonna do it to you 10 times more. As then Vaggie walked out, Cherry was just, her face was pure red as she was like, I. As then Vaggie walked up to Charlie and Charlie said, hey. Vaggie said, don't hey me, I still need to punish you. I already punished Cherry. Now it's time you get yours. As Vaggie grabbed her and dragged her into a bedroom.
As Vaggie, well, punished Charlie just like she punished Cherry. Let's say that. As the next day came, Charlie would get up and say, wow, Vaggie, that was do not with me. If you ever cheat on me again, I will leave you and burn this hotel to the ground. Charlie nodded and said, good. Now, you two are under, well, a punishment week. What does that mean? That means you're my pets. As Vaggie pulled Charlie's hair. Got it? Charlie would say, yes, ma'am. I mean, they could resist, but Vaggie was kind of hot this way, and I'm not going to lie. So Charlie and Cherry would, well, be under Vaggie for a week. And during this week, Vaggie would warm up to Cherry and Charlie. Vaggie was deeply hurt with what happened, but control of them was a great way to get payback, and it was fun. And it was a way for her to get to see Cherry in ways she didn't see her before, and slowly start to, well, like her.
As then, they started to slowly get happier and happier. As the weeks turned into months, it became a full-on poly, and they really liked each other. A three-way relationship. It was, well, pretty fun. And, well, one day, Charlie would be talking to Cherry Bomb as Vaggie walked in. Hey, how's my two hotties? They smiled and said good. Vaggie would say, I got a surprise for you two. They would say, what? I got it all paid vacation.
What? Well, you're kind of royalty, so you can go anywhere. But I was thinking we could take a vacation for a week. Just all three of us. The hotel's going well. People are getting redeemed. Why not? They would all look at each other as they agreed to go on this vacation. It would just be between them. The girls would have fun. As the vacation went well, Cherry Bomb would start rebel-lousing, blowing things up, having things like that, being the more rebel of the group. Charlie would go to zoos, see animals with them, and Vaggie would love them both. They both have, a great time.
It's magical. Every experience, every minute, every hour, every day of their relationship was beautiful. However, what came in store for...
We cut to Emily. Emily would be very excited about this visit, as she was excited to meet Charlie the princess. However, they had a dark secret.
When Lilith went to heaven, she had another daughter. That daughter's name was Emily, which made Emily and Charlie half-sisters. As this dark secret was kept from them both, Emily was very excited for the visit. However, before the visit happened, something weird would happen as Adam would walk up to her. As Adam seemed more friendly than usual, as Adam would give her free food, Adam would talk to her, and it seemed off. Eventually, Emily would say, "Why are you doing this?"
Emily would say, "Adam, you're rarely nice to people, especially me." Adam would say, "Well, there's a reason for that. I wanted to tell you something." As Sarah would say, "Not now." As then Adam would say, "But when? She has to know. I'll tell her after the meeting." As Adam walked off, Emily was confused. What was that all about? She didn't know, but she continued on her day. As in the meeting with Charlie and Emily and Sarah happened, everything happened like in canon, except this time we cut to Charlie, and Charlie noticed something about Emily.
Charlie would see Emily in a different way. Charlie could view Emily, and she couldn't explain it. Emily seemed so different to her. Emily seemed like she was like her. She was kind like her, she spoke like her sometimes, and she was uppity like her, but there was more to it. It was almost like she had demonic blood. Charlie couldn't explain it. After the meeting would go like in canon, Emily would be very upset,
as she felt like her whole world was crashing down around her. She felt like they were lying to her about something, but she didn't know what. They didn't want these people to come to heaven. They didn't want these people to have a second chance, even though heaven should be about second chances. Heaven should be about people getting better. And she didn't know why they wouldn't want this, so she decided to go digging one day. As Adam was off, busy on the extermination, Emily would go into his house and break in and begin to look through papers, as she found something truly horrifying. She was the daughter of Lilith, and she was Adam's daughter. As she would be shocked, she didn't know what to do. She just stood there until she had to go see her dad. As she flew down to hell, she was too late. She would see him laying on the floor. As Charlie would say, "Emily, what are you doing here?" Lute would also look at her, as then she got down on her knees and say, "Why didn't you tell me, Dad?" As she began to cry. Everyone was shocked. As Adam said, "No more tears. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. I didn't find out until not too long ago, in fact. I wanted to tell you.
That's why I was so nice to you yesterday. I thought we could be a family." As Adam passed away, Emily was shocked as all the angels were flying away. Lute would say, "It's time to go." As Emily got up and said, "Charlie, I need to tell you something." As Charlie said, "I'm sorry about your father. I didn't. You're my sister." Charlie would say, "What?" "Lilith, she had a daughter with Adam. You're my half-sister." Charlie was shocked as they both looked at each other, as they realized they had a connection. Emily had to go, but before they went, Charlie smiled, as Emily and Charlie would hug each other tightly. And Charlie would say, "I love you, sis," as Emily said, "I love you too." As Emily left, Charlie would just stand there, looking upwards. As Lucifer would say, "So, what now?" Charlie would say, "What do you mean? You have a sister now." And well, drama's gonna happen up there. She might get kicked down. You think I can be in her life too? I know she's not my daughter, but she's your sister. I'm sure that we can be together as a family. Charlie would smile and say, "I would like that, but I don't know if she would, and who knows if she'll get kicked down. But for now, we gotta rebuild.
Lucifer and Charlie would agree, as they would rebuild the hotel and start to sing. But this time, they would have a new note, as they sung about Emily. As Emily went up there to confront Sarah about the truth, suddenly something would happen. Sir Pinchus would come up. Emily was so excited to help Sir Pinchus, and she was excited to tell the people down below. However, Sarah knew this and decided to use this against her. After hours of helping Sir Pinchus get settled in, suddenly Sarah would say, "I have a deal. Keep this between us. Help me hide Sir Pinchus in heaven. Keep him in his own private room. Do that, and I'll let you see your mother. If not, you'll never see her." Suddenly, Emily was shocked. You can't mean that, Sarah. Come on, you're not my sister. I've only put up with you because it would keep the hierarchy. We had to let Lilith in because she saved us from hell. You are nothing but a waste. You were here because we needed you here. Do this, and you can see your mother. If not, you can go down below with your sister, Charlie. As Emily began to cry, she couldn't believe this. She couldn't believe she had to make this choice. As Emily would stand there for days on end crying, not able to move, not able to know what to do.
As Emily sat there, eventually Lute would walk in and say, "Listen, I know Adam was your father. We didn't always get along, but I respect your father, and I respect you, but you know what decision's right. Come on, defend heaven. Keep him a secret." Emily would get up and say no. Lute would say, "If you say no, I'm going to have to tell Sarah, and you're going to be casted down below. You really don't want to meet your own mother? You really want to throw everything away just for them? Just for those sinners?" Emily would say, "Those sinners were defending themselves after you tried to destroy them." Lute would sigh and say, "Have it your way." As in, Lute and Sarah would then come back. Sarah would say, "One last chance. Don't tell anyone." Emily would say, "I must speak the truth. I must help others. It's in my nature. It's in an angel's nature." As Sarah would say, "You're not an angel. If anything, you're just half human." As then Sarah would summon a portal, as Emily would fall down into the below.
As Emily looked, she was surrounded by red sky everywhere, and she needed to find Charlie, but before she could, she just cried. She couldn't believe it. Cast away from her home, gone forever. Now, the only family she had was Charlie, or so she thought. As she heard footsteps behind her, she heard a voice. "Why are you crying for, daughter?" As he turned around, it was Adam. She couldn't believe it. He was a sinner now. Emily said, "What? How is that?" "When I died, I came back as a sinner. Seems like I'm too bad, to be in heaven. I am one bad mofo, though. Stuck it straight to the man twice. Now I'm down here. Ha!" As then Emily hugged Adam, and Adam hugged her. It's funny, they never really got along or like each other, but now that they know they're related, they kind of respected each other. After all, Adam was down here for a reason, and so was Emily. Emily might be proud of her reason, Adam might not be proud of his, but that doesn't matter, because they're in this together. As Adam said, "Ready to meet your sister?" Emily would smile and say, "Yes, Dad."
As Emily and Adam walked to the hotel, suddenly Charlie came out. "Wait, is that Adam? Emily! What are you doing here?" "My father's a sinner, and there's more news. Sir Pinchus, he wasn't destroyed. He made it into heaven." Adam would say, "Are you seriously? He's up there while I'm stuck down here?" As then Charlie would start to yell joyfully. As then she said, "That's great news, but come in." As Emily came in, Husk, Angel, and the rest of the Hazbin crew were there to meet Emily and to greet her and to treat her graciously.
As they all looked at him, suddenly Lucifer would show up. "I got a stepdaughter. Take that, depression." As suddenly Adam would say, "Hate to butt in, but, you know that, well, technically to be a stepfather, you need to be married. And Lilith left you, and I know we're not married, no matter what you say or sit on that battlefield." As Lucifer would look annoyed and say, "Oh, Adam, you're here, for permanently. What a pleasant surprise. I know, right? Besides, at least I get to spend time with my daughter." As Emily and Charlie would spend quality time together. As they got along before, but now they're getting along even more, that they know that they're related, and everything makes sense now.
Why they're so alike, why they're so similar, why they're both so kind, and why they both don't fit in so much. Charlie didn't fit in because she was, well, too kind. Emily didn't fit in not because she was too kind, but because she was too kind to the ones below.
to the ones who were suffering, for the ones who were in need. And together they can work together on their dream. As Charlie would say, what do you want to do now? Emily would say, I don't know. I always worked so hard in heaven, and I'm going to work hard here, but now I don't really need to work as much. Maybe I would get a boyfriend or girlfriend or experiment. You never really know. Adam would say, if someone breaks my daughter's heart, I will break them. As they all looked, and Charlie said, Adam, did you actually say something sweet for once in your life? Adam would say, what? No.
As they all simply smiled and laughed, it seems like Adam did have a heart, and it was time to start a new life. Charlie and Emily were sisters now, and they were going to build a new life here in the hotel. Emily was going to find a partner, find a way to define herself, and find a way for her to be happy.
Luna was looking at Charlie on the computer. She was watching her on the news, and well, she looked kind of cute, and she liked her voice. Everyone else was booing, and Blitz wasn't really paying attention, but Luna just kept looking at it. She smiled as she watched her. It was so, well, entertaining to her. She even forgot what she was talking about. She just looked into her eyes. All Luna could think about was her. But then she started to fight with the news anchor on the news. And Luna knew what she had to do. She got out and ran, and Blitz would say, hey, where are you going, Looney? Luna would say, to see a hot chick? Well, wait, what? Blitz was, well, obviously distraught. But, he wouldn't have to worry about her getting pregnant since it's a chick, but he still wanted to go. Mock said, sir, we still have to worry about business. Blitz would sigh and say, I guess you're right. As Blitz really wanted to go, he decided not to. It would be best for him to stay back and watch over his business. As then, we cut to Charlie. Charlie was fighting on the news. As she was fighting the news anchor, suddenly, some weird wolf girl would run in and punch her. It seemed like she was a hellhound. As Charlie said, are you okay? Yeah, Luna said, trying to look away, blushing. You helped me, why? Because I believe in your dream. She didn't really believe in it, but Luna just wanted to be near Charlie. As Charlie said, really? Thank you! I mean, you can't really be redeemed since you're born here, but you can work there. I'm sure we can figure something out. As Charlie and Luna then helped each other out, the rest of the thing would go like in canon, until they were in the limo, because Luna would be in the limo with Charlie and Vaggie. Luna would say, who's this? As she pointed to Vaggie, Charlie would say, that's my girlfriend. As Luna felt her heart sink, she couldn't believe it. This cute girl she wanted had a girlfriend. As the van went to the hotel, they all got out, and Luna was walking away, but Charlie said, where are you going? You should get a job here. You believe in us, right? We could use a lot of help. Luna would look and say, well, I don't think that should... But then, Vaggie walked up to her. Luna was a bit defensive since she was jealous, but she said, hey, you helped out my girl out there, so thank you. As she put her hand on her shoulder and looked at her with those cute eyes, Luna then realized something. She liked both of them. This was so weird. Luna would say, yeah, I'll think about it. How often do you need me? It can be like a part-time job. I'm kind of with my dad a lot, so... Charlie would say, oh, that makes sense. You bring him along. We'll work something out. Luna would say, will do. I'll bring him tomorrow. As then Luna came back late. Blitz was on the couch to say, where have you been? Luna would say, can you come with me tomorrow? I need you for something. Blitz would then get up and say, need me? Need me for what? You think I'm just going to go run out there and help you forget about me? Leave me forever? Go move in with someone else? Luna would look down sad. Dad, I mean... Blitz would smile as she called him Dad on accident. You really think... I just need your help, okay? There's a girl I like, but she's already with someone. I think if I make a good impression, she might choose me. That just sounds like a love triangle. Besides, we're way too busy to mess with... What if I told you she was rich? Blitz would then say, how rich? Princess rich. Hang on, that's who you're going with? The princess? Luna, this is insane. If you try to I won't try to sabotage them. I know she'll love me. Please, just help me. Blitz would then sigh. Alright, fine. I'll help you get a job there, whatever, but only part-time. I need you here at the place. I need you for IMP, got it? Luna would nod, as Blitz and Luna then, the next day, went off to the hotel.
Luna made sure to look good. Of course, Blitz knew why, but Charlie and Baggy didn't know why. However, it wasn't no fancy outfit. She just made sure to, show off what she had to show off. As they both were kind of flustered, especially Charlie. Charlie didn't think about Luna like that until she saw her. She looked so beautiful, so stunning. She couldn't believe it. However, she had to keep going. As Luna and Charlie would begin to talk, Charlie would offer her a job on the weekends, as she would accept graciously and smile as she shook her hand. As Luna left, we cut back to Charlie. Charlie would be thinking of Luna all night. Charlie couldn't help but think of her. She was so pretty, but she probably didn't think of her that way. Charlie dreamed. She would dream about Luna. She would dream about the future she could have with her. It was crazy. Each day she was with her, things got better and better. Luna got along well with Husk, since Husk was, antisocial and could tell a lot about a person, just like Luna. And Husk knew about their love triangle. So did Angel, but they didn't say anything. Charlie and Luna got closer and closer and closer.
As things got on longer and longer, the romantic tension began to get more and more obvious. Until one day, Luna would walk in for work and no one was there. Luna would say, "Hello, creepy smile guy, Husk." But as she looked around, there was no one. But then, Vaggie showed up. "So, we need to talk. This situation's getting obvious." Luna would say, "Situation? I don't understand what you're talking about." Vaggie would say, "Really? You don't?" As then she would show a picture of Charlie, a picture that was somewhat revealing. As Luna would then start to blush. What was that?" "So, you do like her." So I thought, well, you do act kind of crappy, not gonna lie, but deep down you're a good person." "Crappy? What do you mean?" Vaggie would laugh. "Calm down." As Vaggie brought Luna into her room, Luna would look around confused. "Why am I here?" Vaggie would simply say, "Well, me and Charlie talked it over, and you're quite cute, I'm not gonna lie." Luna would blush and say, "I am? What does that mean? What kind of weird thing are you planning?" As suddenly Charlie would walk up behind her and kiss her. "I'm planning some fun." As Luna began to blush, she couldn't believe this. This was amazing. Two amazing women right beside her. She had to act on this. We cut to the next day, so YouTube doesn't demonetize me or bring down my channel. As Luna got down to the lobby in the morning, she would be very, very happy. She couldn't believe all this happened. She found two girls who love her and want to be with her. And she has a home now, a hotel to defend. Everything seemed great. But one day, everything would change. Luna was with them for the battle against Adam. Since I always do that battle, I decided to change it up. As they got closer and closer, so did the other crew. Moxie and the rest of them would visit them from time to time. Both of the universes seemed to be like one. However, one day, Blitz would walk in and start to cry as he fell to the floor. Charlie would say, "What's wrong?" "He's gone. Stole us. I drove him away. I'm so stupid. I didn't mean to." Luna would say, "Why don't you tell him that you want to be with him?" "No, he won't listen. He won't listen to me." Luna sighed as Charlie said, "Don't worry. I can take care of this." As they nodded, Charlie would go to meet Stolas with Blitz. As Stolas would say, "Why are you here, Blitzy? You don't want to see me. You made that perfectly clear." "No, I do. Charlie would walk in. "All right, I'm here to settle this." Stolas would say, "Who are you?" And then he would realize that it was the princess. He would go, "Oh, princess, I had no idea you were getting involved. Why do you want us to be together?" some royal arrangement for your sick pleasure. No, nothing like that. I just want to offer couple counseling. Since he loves you, Blitz would say, he would look down. I do love you. What you put on me, the reason why I didn't believe it wasn't because of you. It's because I didn't believe I was good enough. I didn't believe someone could want me. It's not because of you. Stolas, you're amazing. I'm sorry that I pushed you away. And if you hate me, Stolas would then hug him. Blitzy, I can never hate you. As Charlie would give them some couple counseling. Blitz and Stolas would get together. Vaggie, Charlie, and Luna would all be together. Everyone was happy, and it seemed love saved the day. And true, there would be more problems to come, like a season 2 of Hazbin and some future episodes of Hell of a Boss. But hey, all that matters.
City looking for a new job, looking for a new opportunity, but she had no idea what that was supposed to be, what it could be. As Millie was walking through, though, this was a day before extermination, and well, the angels weren't supposed to attack imps, and it was uncommon, but not, well, cases of imps being destroyed did happen, even if they're uncommon. Every once in a while, an angel would get too happy and decide to, well, take a few imps out. Eventually, though, Millie would see Charlie. As Charlie looked sad, it was a day before extermination day. She wished she could get rid of it, but she didn't know how. As Millie walked up to her, she said, "What's wrong?" Charlie was surprised, and Imp was talking to her. Now, she didn't dislike imps. After all, she's Charlie, a beautiful, lovely, kind princess of hell. But she noticed most imps took to herself, but this imp wanted to talk to her. Of all people. Millie looked at her and said, "What's wrong, sweetheart?" As she looked deep into her soul, Charlie felt something towards this imp. This imp seemed kind and genuine. Most imps were downtrodden and given up, but she looked full of hope, and Charlie liked that. As then Charlie would tell her how she felt about sinners and how she hated how they were going to be wiped out. And she wished there was a way to get them away from this. Millie would laugh and say, "Yeah, it's too bad they just can't go into heaven." As Charlie then stood up and say, "Millie, you gave me an idea." As then she would grab Millie's hand and say, "Do you mind helping me out with something? Do you have a job?" Millie would say, "No." "Well, I'm about to give you one." As Millie smiled, but since Charlie was holding her hand, she would look up and say, "Okay, I normally don't do that type of work, but since you're a princess and you're pretty cute," Charlie would say, "No, I didn't mean it like that. I'll explain later." Charlie and Millie would then start a hotel together. As well, the hotel would go pretty well. Well, I say well, it wouldn't be destroyed, so that's good. They wouldn't have any visitors, though. Millie would be paid to stay there and even get to live there with Charlie, and their romance would start to fling. They would go out on a few dates, and they would become girlfriends. They would appreciate each other. Millie really loved Charlie's sweet time. How sweet she was. To Millie, Charlie was extremely sweet. And that's one of the reasons Millie really liked Moxie. And they were together. Charlie was creative. She sung songs about her. And she was really nice to her. And as the months passed, they only got closer and closer and closer. Until they would get their first residence. It was Angel as he walked in. "So, what kind of a place is this? I heard we give free house." And Millie would say, "Yes, we do. If you're here to actually be redeemed and not be a freeloader." Angel would start to get offended. After all, Millie was talking to Angel like she didn't know who he was. Angel was a famous actor. He was the hottest guy in the entire world. How could she just talk to him like this? Angel would walk up to Millie and say, "Listen, bub, do you know?" Charlie would then go, all right, Angel, come right here." As then Angel got a room. A year would pass, and Angel would be doing pretty well until that whole fiasco happened. And eventually, Alistair would come in like in canon, and the hotel would continue like canon, except each character would have a different reaction to Millie. Millie and Husk got along greatly. Husk would give her advice, Millie would give him advice, and she was a fun girl. And Husk liked her. They were good friends. Now, Angel and Millie started off rocky. Angel didn't like how Millie didn't look up to Angel and didn't view him as hot. Well, Millie did. She just never told Angel. Millie did have a thing for feminine men, but one day she would tell him that she liked him and that, well, she thought he was cool. She just didn't like his attitude, and eventually Angel would go down a few notches and they would become friends over time. And if this was a series, I would slowly show that development. And Alistair and Millie, well, Alistair viewed Millie as just another imp, but after seeing everything she's capable of, he would eventually come around to her. Eventually, Millie would become quite popular with the crew, especially Nifty. Nifty liked to destroy bugs, and she loved how strong Millie was, and how her and Millie would go around, destroying some bugs, having some fun, cleaning in unique ways. However, eventually though, Charlie would have to have a meeting in heaven, and she wanted Millie to come up with her. As Millie went up with Charlie to heaven, Millie was nervous. After all, she was an imp, the lowest class. The only class below her were hellhounds. And she was going to heaven? What would the others think? As she walked up, St. Peter was shocked. So, you have an imp with you. That's interesting. Anyway, come in. As they started to sing Welcome to Heaven, they started to walk in. As Charlie left, Millie would stay behind as she was nervous, as Adam would walk in. Well, an imp! I can't believe your girlfriend would date such a thing. Oh, so small and puny. I guess she has taste, huh? Does that mean she likes little weak? As in suddenly, Millie would punch Adam as he would fall to the floor. Ugh, what the F? As Millie would say, I'm not as weak as you think. As Adam looked at Millie, angry. I was gonna make a deal with you. I was gonna have you betray that little princess, and you could have had so much money, whatever you desired, but now that deal's off. Millie would say, I would never betray my girl. Luke would say, your love is disgusting. And, well, I will take great pleasure in exterminating you. It's rare we get to exterminate him, since sadly we can't exterminate too many without people getting too upset. But every once in a while, I'll get the pleasure of wiping one out. You'll be one of them. An uppity girl, who thinks they can save a princess. Aw, don't make me sick. Your love is an abomination, and you should be ashamed of yourself. Millie said, F you. As then, she looked at her, ready to fight. But she knew she couldn't do this. This was heaven. She couldn't fight on their territory, so she simply sighed as Lute and Adam left. As in, everything else would go like in canon, except there would be no big reveal of Millie lying to Charlie. Since, no baggy, so no big fight. As in, Millie and Charlie would go down. Charlie would say, what are we gonna do? They're gonna attack us. Millie would say, we can fight back. I know so, hun. As Alistair would walk in and reveal that he knows something about angels that Charlie doesn't, but he'll make a deal with her. As in, Millie says, let me make the deal. Take my soul. Charlie would say, no. Yes, I know I'm just a hellborn, so it doesn't mean as much, but Alistair said, oh, that's sweet, but I was gonna ask for your soul, just a favor. You wouldn't hurt anyone or do anything like that, just a small favor, as Charlie would then agree against Millie's best judgment, as then things would continue like a canon, except this time Millie would go to Carmilla Carmine, and Carmilla Carmine was expecting this. However, the whole fight for love thing wouldn't happen. She would jump down because she already knew she was fighting for love, not revenge or anything like that. As then, Camilla Carmine would start to sing, why do you fight? Why do you come? Millie would say, I come for love. As then, Camilla Carmine would test her skills, and well, she was way more skilled than Vaggie. Vaggie was a skilled fighter, but she was an exorcist. They were overconfident and, revealed weaknesses, but Millie didn't fight like that. Millie fought a lot better. And Camilla Carmine respected Millie and decided to give her the angelic weapons. As Millie would go back to the hotel, she began to train with Charlie. As Charlie got the army and Millie got the weapons, they would train continuously. Millie had far more skill and knew how to fight. However, Charlie had way more magic. Millie knew Charlie had a lot of potential, and Charlie could win this alone if she only knew how to battle. They would train all night long as she became stronger and stronger. But as they trained, they began to move together. They began to sweat together. And well, to enlighten their spirits, they decided to have a fun time. As the next day came, they were both in each other's bed. As Millie said, are you ready, love? Charlie said, I was born ready. As they got their clothes ready and left, ready to fight the angelic army. As the army gathered there, ready for the angels to strike at any second, they waited and waited until a portal opened up and Adam flew down. And the battle went just like in canon, except for Vaggie fighting Loot, it was Millie fighting Loot, and Millie wouldn't show any mercy. As Millie and Loot fought, they gave it their all. And the fight was closer since, she couldn't really fly. However, Millie would still come out on top, and she would destroy Loot. With Loot gone, Adam would be destroyed, just like in canon. This time, there'll be no Loot and no Adam. No way for an exorcist to attack. Which would affect Season 2, of course. I don't know how, since it's not out yet, but we can speculate. As then, Lucifer would look at them too, and say, Millie, I didn't know what to think when I figured out my daughter was dating an imp, but I'm glad she did. You're a great person, you know that? I'm glad my daughter dated you. Millie would hug him and say, me too. As then they all hugged. They did it. Millie and Charlie fell in love, and they would run this hotel to help sinners, to help them redeem their past. As their love would help others find the way.
Begins with Velvet. She was looking at Charlie's broadcast on TV, and well, her whole idea sounded stupid, but she was hot, like very hot. Velvet really liked her. Just looking at her, she found her attractive, which gave her an idea. Maybe she can set up a social media thing for her. Now, she wouldn't want anyone to know she's involved. Oh God, no, that would ruin the V's image, but I'm sure this can make things go pretty well for them if she was able to do it right. So, Velvet did it. After the whole interview and everything went off like in canon, the radio demon would be waiting there as suddenly Velvet walked up behind him. He looked behind and said, "What do you need, dear? I'm here to see Charlie with some business. Are you here for the same?" Alistair was puzzled. Why would a V be in here, and why Velvet of all people?
However, what Alistair did know is that she was there for nefarious purposes, but not that type of nefarious, if you know what I mean. As Charlie opened the door, she let both of them in, and things would go like in canon with the radio demon, but then Charlie looked at Velvet and say, "So, why are you here?" "I want to offer a secret alliance. The other V's can't know about this, but I want to set up a social media program for you, and, well, have some people follow you. Now, the other V's won't know, and no one will know that I backed it, because that would ruin my whole reputation, but I think that could go well." Charlie would say, "Wow, you believe in our dream? That's surprising that two people like you would." Alistair would say, "I don't believe in it, I just want to be entertained." Velvet would say, she would start to think, what's the best response that would allow me to have fun times with her? As she said, I kinda do. I have hope, but I need further evidence before anything else happens, but I do have hope for the future. Charlie would say, "That's great! Having hope is the first step of believing." As she would sing a song, Velvet would start to blush as she stared at her. Vaggie would notice this and start to get an idea. As then, Velvet would set up their social media program and then leave.
As she left, Vaggie would look at Charlie and say, "You know why she's doing this? I know. I changed her heart on the interview. I thought it went terrible, but someone saw it and Vaggie would then sigh. As then she would say, "I'm pretty sure she has the hots for you." "What?" "No, Vaggie, come on. I know you get jealous easily, and who can blame you? I mean, look at me." Vaggie would laugh. "But she doesn't think of me that way. Besides, it's just that, well, I'm doing a good thing, and even the worst people can realize that, and they can realize that maybe they can change too. Maybe they haven't admitted it to themselves. But I'm sure Alistair would say, "No, don't think that at all, darling. Just here for entertainment." "Well, either way, I'm sure things would go well." Vaggie would say, "Yeah, alright." As then, things would continue like in canon, but Velvet would be there, and she would watch Charlie closely, with spies and Herb visiting her from time to time. Every once in a while, Velvet would visit to see how things go. One day, as Velvet walked in, she would start to look around. As then, Charlie went up to Velvet. "Listen, Val has been kind of rough with Angel. Could you help? My alliance is secret." "I know, but please." Velvet didn't want to help, but to be honest, she
really like Charlie, and if she helped, maybe both of them could get something going.
As Velvet sighed, she went, all right, I can take care of this. All right. She smirked. But can you send me a picture of you and your father and like Photoshop angel dust there? Charlie would say, why? No one's gonna mess with Angel if Lucifer himself is protecting him. It's just a little white lie. Besides, he's your dad anyway, so it's not like it's unbelievable. Charlie would be like, I don't know about that. Come on, please. It would make my job so much easier. Charlie would say, well, if it protects my friend, sure. As then Velvet would Photoshop a picture with Angel and Lucifer there. As then she would go over to the V's. Velvet would walk right up to Val as Val said, what is it? She would look and say, well, Val, I have some bad news. It seems like you have to treat Angel better now. Val was shocked. After all, she never cared about how he treated his quote-unquote actors. As then Val looked and said, why do you say that? Don't tell me you're actually... Ew. Don't even suggest such a thing. As then she showed a picture of Lucifer and Angel Dust. Lucifer and Angel are now friends now. And you don't want to make the king of all of everything here mad at us. That would be bad for business. So just don't rough him up as much. That's all. Val would say, no one should tell me how to control my employees. Vox would say, normally I would agree, and I wouldn't want to show weakness, but this is the king of hell. Val, he could destroy us all. Get rid of our souls permanently. You have to stop. You can still use him for work, right? Velvet would say, yeah, just treat him better. See? Val would say, I don't like this. I should fight him. No. And they had to talk him out of throwing a temper tantrum.
Eventually, they were able to talk him out of it, and when Angel went to work, Val was a lot nicer to him. He didn't come back with any black eyes or any bruises or anything like that. It seemed like Angel was actually, well, happy. This shocked him, as he didn't really know what happened. As one day, Angel would be walking down the street, as he would walk straight up to Velvet. Velvet was on her phone, as Angel said, why'd you do it? Velvet would say, what? Don't play dumb with me. I know you're by that hotel all the time. You made it so Val was nicer to me. Why? It's not like you care about me. Velvet would sigh and say, why do you want to know? Your life is better. Isn't that all that matters? Angel says, yeah, that's right. I shouldn't ask, but I'm just curious. Besides, doll, if you think of me that way, well, usually I charge women more, and women are just so gross, but I think I could let you have a free turn since you... Velvet would say, ooh, gross. No. Anyway, I have a crush on someone else. Angel would say, so, it's Charlie, isn't it? Say, maybe you could help me out, give me some money for some information. Information on what? What Charlie likes, how you can win her over.
Velvet would say, as much as I like her, and well, she does have that charm about her, and that good looks. She is with Vaggie, so there's not really much I can do. Well, they're kind of freaky, they would like a Polly, but you'd have to really impress them both. You'd have to take them out to their favorite restaurant. As in, Velvet looked, and she said, Is that so? Tell me, what is this restaurant? The Clam. They both love seafood, and they'll love and enjoy it. And if you save them and fight for them in the battle, they'll enjoy that too. Adam's coming to wipe us out. You don't have to show your face. Just wear an outfit and make sure they know it's you, but no one else does. Velvet would say, I think I'll do that. The next day, Velvet knocked on the door as Charlie and Vaggie walked out. And Velvet says, I have a question for you.
Vaggie and Charlie both look and say, what is it? As Velvet then sighed and showed them, well, VIP tickets to a fancy restaurant. As they said, what is this? Reservation tickets. I want to go on a date with you both. I know you haven't tried anything poly before. Just one date. If you don't like it, you don't ever have to talk about it again. Don't make it awkward. We can still be friends. This is a bad idea. I know. I'm sorry. Vaggie and Charlie was shocked. Usually Velvet was always so uppity. She was always personal with what she wanted. But now she's just blushing. and being so shy. Vaggie was gonna say no, but Charlie said, "She worked hard on this. Let's just go on it." Vaggie said, "Charlie, what? If we enjoy it, we enjoy it. And if not, no harm done." Vaggie and Charlie then went with Velvet on a date.
Charlie and Vaggie went on a date with Velvet, and well, it actually went really well. Velvet hit it off greatly with her outgoing personality and her charm and good looks and just the way she talks and the way she acts and the way that she actually had a soft side. She actually cared about Charlie and Vaggie, and she actually did something for someone else. It charmed Charlie and even charmed Vaggie a little bit. After the date, Velvet would say, "So, what do you think?" Charlie and Vaggie would say, "Well, I think we're ready to give this a try." As then they all kissed and held hands. They did it. They were dating. Velvet may have not been the best person, but she can change. She helped Angel. She helped Charlie. She helped Vaggie. And now she was gonna help
After Adam was defeated, Charlie was extremely excited. However, even though more people were flocking to the hotel and it was even proven you could be redeemed, something felt wrong. Something felt off. Something felt empty. Charlie needed something in her life, and she didn't know what. She began to sit down and think as Vaggie walked up to her and said, "What's wrong?" "I don't know, Vaggie. I'm happy with you. I'm happy with what we achieved, but I feel like I'm missing something. Something to make my life more whole." Vaggie says, "It's almost like you want a kid." As then she smiled and said, "That's it. I want a child." Vaggie would say, "Are you sure? That's a lot of responsibility, hun. And well, this isn't really the most safe place to grow up in. Also, we're not even married yet." Psh, marriage's marriage. We can get married right now. I don't care. And besides, it'll be really fun. Can we? Vaggie would sigh and say, "All right, I guess. Are you absolutely sure about this?" Charlie would say, "Yes, I want someone to fill me with joy. I want someone I can pass on things to. And I want someone to make me happy. Even though I have you and you make me happy, I want someone who's like me, you know?" Vaggie would say, "I totally agree. But who's gonna carry this baby?" Vaggie says, "Because I don't feel like doing any of that." Charlie would say, "We won't have to. We can just make it out of magic. Are you sure about that?" "Yeah. That's how God created all of us." And well, angels have extraordinary power. My dad used to be an angel. I'm sure his angelic and demonic powers can do this. Vaggie would say, "Are you absolutely sure?" "Yeah. Let's go and ask him." Vaggie and Charlie would agree as they held hands and went to Lucifer. Meanwhile, we cut to Lucifer, who was crying. He was watching a daytime drama show, and well, it got to a sad part. "No, don't leave him, Alejandro. No, don't." Suddenly, he heard the doorbell ring as he turned off the TV and said, "I'm coming." As then Lucifer opened the door. "Oh, Charlie, what is it?" Charlie would look at him and say, "Dad, I have something important to ask you." As Lucifer would look at them both. "All right, I hear your hotel's going very, very well. Do you need me to speak to someone or do something? Or is someone threatening my daughter? Tell me who's hurting my daughter and I will put an end to it." Charlie would say, "No, Dad." "Can you make me a kid out of magic?" Lucifer would say, "I can." "Wait, what?" Well, I need you to create us a child. It could be a boy or girl. It doesn't really matter. However, I think that this could go greatly. Don't you, Dad? I mean, having a grandchild would be a great idea, wouldn't it?" Lucifer would say, "Don't get me wrong, Charlie. I want to have a grandchild. That would be great, to have a little one running around, make things more lively, have someone to bond with, have someone to spend time with, to make up for time I missed with you. But I've only ever seen God do it once. And if I get this wrong, it could make something horribly wrong." Charlie said, "I know, but please, Dad." Lucifer would sigh and say, "All right, but I need both of your DNA." As Lucifer would then take Vaggie and Charlie's hair. As then the ground would start to shake, as he would summon yellow lights, green lights, red lights, lights from all different colors would fill the air. As then a loud noise was heard, bang, 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 crack, crack, crack. As different noises, as different things were heard all across the night sky, the entire ground shook like a massive earthquake was happening, as suddenly a child was born, a baby girl. As Lucifer smiled and gave it to Charlie and Vaggie. "There you go. What do you want to name it?" Charlie looked at her daughter, at her baby. She started to think of a name as she said Zero. Vaggie would say, Zero? Yeah, because there's zero things more important than her. Vaggie would say, oh, that's so sweet. Lucifer would say, yeah, that is sweet, he would say, as then he smiled. I have a grandkid, take that, depression. Vaggie and Charlie both laughed as they went into Lucifer's house and stayed there for a little bit. As a little family meetup, Vaggie, Charlie, Lucifer, and, well, Zero. They were all related, they were all family, and they all loved each other. As they stayed there for a few days until they went back to the hotel, Angel would be there. Well, what took you so long? As suddenly Charlie would show a baby as Angel said, what did you do? Angel would continue to look at it. So, you adopted. Charlie said, well, we might adopt in the future. Having more children would be nice. Vaggie would say, we just got one child, darling. Let's see how this one plays out for a few years before you get another one. Charlie would say, you're right, but we decided to make one from our DNA, so they can have royal blood. That way, it won't upset the hierarchy too much. Since, as much as we hate it, down here has a lot of hierarchy rules. Angel would say, you use your magic? So it has powers like you? Angel would walk up to it as the baby looked at Angel. Charlie would say, its name is Zero. As the baby held out its hand, Angel would grab its hand gently. As he would smile, hi, Zero. I'm your Aunt Angel. I am pretty cool. Husk would say, why, Aunt? Aren't you a man? Angel would say, yeah, but most men don't have a chest like this. As Husk would just sigh. Zero would get along with the hotel. It would be tiresome to take care of a baby. For even so, they all loved her. She was a great daughter. And a cute baby. It seemed like everyone was happy. But one day, Alistair would walk into Zero's room, as looking down at the baby crib as he sighed, as then he summoned Lilith. As he said, all right, Lilith, let's do this. Lilith would then say a trance. You see, she would cast a spell, which means if she heard a word, she would automatically attack Charlie. Lilith had a plan to get rid of her daughter, and to fix everything. However, it was going to need time, as then she left. Or looked. But no one knew what his plan really was. Lilith thought he was just using Zeros to compel and complete Lilith's deal. However, Alistair had another plan. Sure, he was going to use Zero, but not to complete the deal, but to be free once and for all. As then Alistair began to laugh. As then we fast forward some years. Zero would be 14. She would be a teenager, and well, she would be kinda opened. She would be nice, kind, and fair to everyone around her, just like Charlie, and she was pan, which means she only liked people for their personalities. As Zero got along with everyone, one day something would happen, as suddenly someone would walk up behind her, as it was Lilith. Hello, my grand. Aggie looked behind them. It couldn't be. It would be impossible, but it was Lilith. Lilith was gone for so long. How could this be? How could she just appear like this? As Charlie would run and hug her, she said, where were you? I had to deal with something, but now I'm free to be with you guys, and I'm free to be in my granddaughter's life and my daughter's life. As Charlie smiled, Vaggie said, I don't know if we can. Charlie would say, sure, I don't know where she's been, but she's my mother. I know I can trust her. It would take a couple days, but eventually Lilith would eventually convince everyone to trust her until she was alone with Zero. As Zero said, so, Grandma, what do we want to do? Lilith would say, what I want to do is destroy my daughter so I can ensure I can live in paradise now. Execute Order 66. As then, Zero said, yes, ma'am, as she started to walk out, but then she turned around. As Lilith said, what are you doing? I gave you an order. As Lilith walked towards Zero. As Lilith said, go take down Charlie now. But Zero didn't do anything. She slowly pulled out an angelic knife behind her back. As Lilith started to yell at her, suddenly she felt a sharp pain through her stomach. As Zero impaled her with a knife, she fell down, slowly being erased, as then Zero left. Everyone walked in, shocked at what happened, as Alistair would explain that Lilith came to destroy her daughter, and Alistair stopped it. But they were horrified on how Alistair did it. So Alistair was kicked out of the hotel, but he didn't really care since he was free, and Zero had to live with the burden of being the one to destroy her own grandmother. Even though this event would be traumatizing, they would all still love each other and care for one another. As they stayed together, their family would grow, and so would their love for each other. As the days turned into weeks, weeks turned into months, and months turned into years, Zero grew into a strong, powerful woman, who even got a few boyfriends and girlfriends here and there. Now, would Zero marry someone? Would Zero move out? Would Zero develop some cool powers? Would Zero have her own adventures? Yes. However, that would be a tale for... As the extermination was coming closer and closer to a head, she didn't know who she can call on. True, she can get Cannibal Town, but besides that, it seemed like she couldn't do much. She wanted more firepower, she wanted more help, but she didn't know what to do. Vaggie walked up to her and said, "I saw an ad for something. I think that they can help us." Who's they? IMP, Immediate Murder Professionals. Charlie would say, "That sounds a bit violent. Are you sure?" Vaggie would say, "Do we really have a choice?" Charlie would then sigh and say, "Alright, let's go." As then we cut to IMP. Luna was sitting down at her desk like normal. She sighed as she looked at her phone. As someone walked in, it was Charlie. She said, "Hello? Could I talk to your boss?" Luna would say, "You have to make an appointment first." As then she looked up, she saw it was the princess. She said, "Oh, I didn't know it was you. Technically IMP was illegal because they weren't supposed to go out and do this, but no one really stopped them because it was, hell, so no one really cared. However, since royalty themselves are coming down, Luna was nervous that they were going to get punished. As she showed Charlie to Blitz, Blitz looked at Charlie and said, "Oh, hi. What do you need me for?" He would then sigh and say, "Well, your business isn't, well, the most morally upright. However, I think you could help us out." Blitz would say, "Am I got to do a favor for you so you don't shut us down? I guess that's fair." As suddenly he started taking off his shirt, and Vaggie said, "Ew." And Charlie would go, "No, no, 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 please, 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 put that back on. Please, 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 no. Ew, no." Then Blitz would say, "Then what do you want?" "We want to hire you to protect the hotel. Some exorcists are coming down. We'll give you angelic weapons, and we have a cannibal army." Blitz would say, "A cannibal army? Did I hear that right?" "Yeah. Did you really judge me for being messed up? And then you say you have an army of cannibals. Isn't that hypocritical? You..." And then he said, the obscenity. Charlie would say, I guess so, but can you help us for a price?" Blitz would then sigh and say, "We're not mercenaries, alright? We just go up and take people out. We're like hitmen. We're not gonna do your..." Charlie would say, "How much do you normally get paid?" Blitz would tell her, and then she said, "I'll triple it." Blitz said, "Deal." As then they started to walk back with the IMP gang. As they were walking back, though, Angel would see them, and Angel would be shocked as he walked up. "Well, Princess, I didn't know you were into little red men like that." Blitz would laugh and say, "I try, but she's too much of a prude." "So why are they here?" "They're mercenaries." "Mercenaries? They're imps. I mean, that dog girl can probably fight." But then Luna started to, snap at Angel and try to bite him. But Blitz had to grab her by the tail and say, hey, Luna, please, be calm, alright? She said, "Fine." As then Blitz said, "I am much more powerful than you think, trust me." As he picked up a sword. Why are we fighting with medieval weapons? Don't these angels use anything that hasn't been invented in the 1700s? Charlie would say, "No. I wonder why don't they use weapons like that? Oh well, I guess it's more poetic." Blitz would just sigh as he would roll his eyes. As they would all get prepared for the next night, which will be when the angels come down. Blitz and everyone else were all
at the hotel. They would all start to have their own adventures, like Moxie and Millie. As Moxie and Millie would walk up to Angel, Moxie was saying, "What do you want, Millie?" Angel looked down and said, "Oh, I'm not really doing that stuff right now." especially not to a girl. Millie would laugh and say, "Can you and Moxie have fun while I watch?" "Millie!" Moxie would say as Millie said, "What? He's famous. I'm gonna get involved." I'm sure girls watch me anyway. Fine. I suppose that could be exciting. Moxie said, "I do not know why you would think I would be into that," Millie would say. "Oh, really? What you told me last night would say otherwise," as Moxie would blush. And Angel and Millie would then both laugh at Moxie. As that was going on, we cut to Blitz. As Blitz looked outside, he saw the army around him, and he realized something. If this fails, he might perish. All of his friends might perish. Maybe this was a bad idea, but it's too late to go back now. If he backed out, IMP's reputation would be ruined. So he was gonna have to fight with everyone else. As Blitz kept looking out the window, Luna would walk up to him. As she would say, "You alright, Blitz?" Blitz would say, "Yeah, just everything's counting on us, you know? This will be like something we've never done before. This will be more intense than a lot of our other..."
Would say, "We're actually fighting in a war now." Luna would say, "Not a war, just one battle. And we're gonna win. We have Charlie, the princess, on our side. Come on, Blitz. Besides, those exorcists, they just wipe out sinners. We don't know much about them. I hear stories, you know. A lot of our clients are sinners, if not all of them. Unless you count Stolas, the one time he hired us to protect his daughter. I don't know. They seem so scary. Is this really enough?" Luna would say, "Of course it's enough. Where's the Blitz I know?" As in Blitz says, "You're right." As in they would both yell obscenities and, mess around with each other. Not like that. Ew, gross. Just as friends. As all this was going on, we cut to Husk and Angel. Husk and Angel were talking. As Angel said, "That one little guy, Moxie, flirted with me. Well, he got his girlfriend to do it for him. I think he's a cuck. I don't know. I think I'm interested in that." Husk would say, "Are you now? Well then, we'll see how that goes." As then they both looked out the window. As they knew, today might be the last day of their lives. Angel would say, "Thank you for everything, Husk." Husk would then say, "It's no problem." As suddenly Moxie was a bit, hammered, he would walk in and say, "Hey there, Star, raking the party. Oh, I like this guy." As then Angel would put Moxie on his lap and laugh. As the day passed, it was time for the battle. As exorcists started to rain from the sky, the IMP gang all got ready. The exorcists came as they fought together as a group and powered straight through them. As Blitz was shocked, that was surprisingly easily. He thought the angels were actually going to be tough, but then all of a sudden a big strong one came and knocked him down, as it was Loot. Loot looked at him. "So now we were fighting imps. What an embarrassment that some of you can't stand up to them. It looks like I'll have to take care of them for you." As she knocked down Blitz, it seemed like she was going to finish him off, but just then Luna bit her and caused her to fall down, and he said, "That's Daddy's girl," as they all started to fight. However, Loot was too powerful for all of them. As it seemed like they were going to lose, suddenly Vaggie would start to fight Loot and save the day. The battle was intense, however, IMP was easily able to handle it, but as they were fighting, something would happen. Blitz would look up and see Lucifer himself flying, as he would say, "You have to be effing kidding me." "It's Lucifer himself." As Lucifer smiled and said, "Wow, some imps helping out. My daughter does know how to make friends." As then he started to fight Adam himself, and the fight would go similar to as in canon, but then as Lucifer won, Blitz would, stab him. Gone. And then Luna would take care of Loot and say, "Alright, we won." Lucifer would say, "We were gonna let them go." Blitz would say, "Well, that's stupid. Good thing I took care of them." "Anyway, where's my money?" Charlie would then sigh and say, "Here it is." Lucifer would say, "Wait, you paid imps to fight for you." Imps! Literal imps! I mean, come on! I mean, no offense. I mean, nowadays you can't really talk bad about people, but, they're imps. Being weak is part of the name. Come on. Blitz would say, "I thought better of you,
Lucifer, alright, now let's leave this place. As the IMP gang left, Lucifer was shocked that someone would pay an imp to do something. But, to be fair, they did survive, so maybe he misjudged the imp kind. And maybe this would affect how the hierarchy treated them. MP became famous, and was known for helping Charlie beat back the army, and got lots and lots of business. Charlie also pardoned them, so they can do whatever they want. Even though no one stopped them, someone could try to stop them in the future. So yeah, Blitz wanted that. And with them saving hell, Charlie walked over to Val. She was gonna give him a piece of her mind. But Val looked at her, and he was excited, as he thought maybe he could recruit her. It was a long shot, but who knows? He asked. He said he can make her a star. She'll be the most famous star of all time. After all, she was quite good looking, and she also was the princess. That would be great drama, great views. She was gonna say no, but then something inside of her, she wanted to be famous. And well, Angel was always stuck up. She could show him what to do. She would say, deal, but I don't want that unfair contract. I'm not giving you my soul or anything like that. I am the princess after all. I just want money. Alright? Val would say, you drive a hard bargain, but alright. Angel would say, what? What are you doing? You can't do this.
Charlie would smirk. I'm surpassing you. When I become more famous than you, everyone will only think about me and no longer you. It'll just be a footnote in history. That's what you get. You ruined my project. You ruined my hotel. Now I'm gonna ruin your life. Angel was shocked. He thought Charlie cared about him, but I guess he was wrong. He left and cried. As Charlie and Val started to work, Val wasn't even upset that Angel left. I mean, okay, he was, but he would get over it, especially since he had Charlie to work for him. Vaggie was confused why Charlie didn't come back yet. As Angel ran in, Vaggie would say what happened. Angel would say, she's working for Val. Vaggie would say, what? As she got all upset. How could she do this? She was dating Charlie. How could she do something like this? He was known as being sweet, kind to everyone, but now she just betrays everyone like this? Why? Why would she do this? It doesn't make any single bit of sense whatsoever. And not to mention that since she's working with Val, that means she's, which she has a girlfriend, her. Vaggie just started to punch the wall angrily as she said, bring me Charlie now. Now! Angel says, I can't do that. He just walks off. As Vaggie sighed and waited for Charlie to come back. Hours later, Charlie would walk back. As Vaggie said, what were you doing? As Alistair would walk far away, he was, sent here to secretly protect her and protect the hotel, but it seems like the hotel's gonna fall apart. As Charlie said, I was being famous, hun. Oh, you should join me. You and me would make a great duet. Vaggie would say, are you out of your mind? Why? Well, I know that you just like girls, but if you open your eyes, no. Vaggie would say, you are insane. Stop this. Stop this right now. Are you brainwashed? Did he take your soul? Vaggie would look as she realized that Charlie was fine. She got mad and said, listen here, I'm not brainwashed. He didn't take my soul. I made the decision on my own. This hotel is failing. It's falling apart. I was a fool to do this, but now I could be rich and famous. You already are rich and famous. Yeah, but even more so. Besides, I'm just having a bit of fun. What's wrong with that? Vaggie would say, you're not the Charlie I fell in love with, so what does that mean? Vaggie would say, it means I'm leaving. As they would simply stare at each other as Vaggie slowly walked out the door. Alistair would start to panic. He knew that this wasn't good. If he couldn't do this, if he couldn't keep the hotel together like he was made to, well, things wouldn't go well for him. He appeared behind Charlie and said, oh, Charlie, this is a bad idea. Charlie would simply just laugh. Really? Really? Aww. Are you scared? So you do care about the hotel. Tell me why. Why do you have such obligations? Alistair would say, I'm just here for entertainment. So, why do you care so much? Because Alistair would sigh. I care about you, darling. Remember, you're like a daughter to me. Seriously. Why? Why do all this? For no reason. Just throw away all your dreams? Go and do that stuff? No, it's just there's no reason for you to do this. Charlie would smirk and say there is. Fame. I want to become even more famous. Think about it. A princess and a star. A star? Husk would say, are you out of your damn mind? No one cares about those types of stars. You're just selling yourself away for no reason, Husk would say as he took another drink. Charlie would say, you don't see it like I do. You don't see Val the way I do. You don't see the vision for the future, as she would start to sing a song. Everyone was shocked. Charlie really wanted to do this, as Alistair said, listen, you're not gonna, no, you don't see me as your daughter. You don't see me as a child you spawned. You only see me as someone to use, Alistair. Alistair would say, and Val doesn't? Charlie would simply just smirk and say, well, at least Val admits it. He doesn't hide behind this persona of yours and just lie to all of us. Have fun with my mom. Alistair would say, how do you... as he simply walked away. Alistair looked there, dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it. She was gone. The hotel was abandoned. He didn't really know what to do. Alistair simply sat there as he looked at Husk. Well, I guess you're happy now. You're going to be free because would walk up to Alistair and say, what are you talking about? Alistair would then sigh and look down. Listen, it's just... honestly, I'm preparing for the end. Things aren't going well for me. Without this hotel, I have no reason to be here. And well, they could just end the contract, but... well, you know more than me, don't you, Husk? You've always known more, and I've been too prideful to admit it. Alistair would simply leave. Husk was happy that he was free, but at the same time he was sad that the hotel was gone. All this was for nothing. He had a feeling deep down, but he didn't want to be right about that. Nifty said, no more bad guys? No! I want bad boy, I want bad boy! As Nifty simply ran off. The hotel was disbanded. All that work, all that effort, well, it was for nothing. Weeks would pass, and news of Charlie doing her new job was everywhere. Everyone wanted to see Charlie. Charlie was famous, more famous than Angel now. Angel was just old news. Val had to keep Angel around because, well, he brought him so much business, but now he no longer needed him. As Angel walked in for work one day, no one was there. As Vox was behind him, Val couldn't bring himself to do this, but it has to be done, Angel. You're nothing but a thorn in our side. Now the princess makes more money than you. It's time we get rid of you. The last loose end. Angel would look at Vox and say, What are you talking about? Vox would walk closer. They sent me to do this, Angel. To get rid of you. Angel would say, no, I'm not gonna let that happen. Angel would then charge at Vox as he then pulled out his weapons, but Vox simply laughed and used his powers to knock Angel down. Vox would then continue to laugh. Oh, Angel, I'm not gonna lie, I was quite jealous of you. You had so much attention from Val, so much fame, so much money. Basically, you took up so much time of our company. Time that we didn't need. Time that could have been used on other things. But now, since we no longer need you, I could finally get rid of you. Angel would keep fighting him, but no matter what he did, it was over. Angel realized that nothing he could do would help him win. As Angel would just sit down and accept his fate, Vox would say goodbye, Angel. As then, Angel was erased from existence. As Angel was gone, Vox would laugh and walk away. With Angel gone, their profits would dip a bit, but it didn't matter. Charlie was such a big success that Angel going away, it just didn't matter. And since the hotel was gone, Adam would continue his extermination. He was curious what happened, since he wasn't big on the news down there, but eventually he discovered and honestly laughed, and he would become quite a big fan of Charlie and her work. Oh, when no one's watching, of course. As Charlie became more and more famous, she achieved her dream. She had money, she had power, she had fame, she had everything she could ever want. The hotel, having these friends, it was all just a dumb dream. This was her real dream. As we cut to Charlie and Val. Val and Charlie were together as Val looked at her and said, I'm glad you accepted my offer. You are the best employee we've ever had. And in fact, I'm glad we can do this together. Charlie would smile.
One day, Angel was getting more and more, sad every time he came back to work from Val. Val was an awful man that treated Angel horribly. Charlie noticed this, so one day she would go to check in on him. Everything happened like in canon, but this time, right when she said, "You have no right to treat him like that," Angel was going to stop Charlie, but before he could, Charlie punched Val, sending him flying through a wall. Val got up. "You think you can fight me? It's on!" And they both started a battle. Angel was shocked. What did he do? Charlie's going to get hurt. However, he failed to realize something. Charlie was the princess, and she had way more power than anyone realized.
The battle continued. It was one-sided at first. Val was beating Charlie because, Charlie wasn't used to her powers. But as she got angrier and angrier, her powers began to soar. And eventually she became to overwhelm Val. As Val looked up and said, "Hey, baby, I'm sorry. I won't treat Angel bad anymore. I promise. Please, just calm down. You don't want to hurt a pretty guy like me." As then Charlie punched him. "Shut up. You're ugly on the outside and on the inside. All you do is hurt others around you. Well, guess what? I'm going to make sure that never happens again." As Charlie began to scream, she let out all of her power straight into Val, and suddenly, Val would disappear, turn into ash. Charlie would regain consciousness. She was so angry she lost it. As she looked around, she was confused what happened. Angel was there. His entire life he was under Val. Or his entire afterlife, I should say. But now Val was gone, and he smiled.
Angel felt mixed emotions. Don't get me wrong, he was happy Val was gone. And, he was happy Val could never do that to anyone else again. But now, with Val gone, what would he do? And for the most part, Charlie showed so much power, so much strength. I mean, he knew that Charlie was Lucifer's daughter, and that she was extremely powerful, but he always assumed she was too nice to show it. But she showed all of it, all to protect him. Well, he had to get out of there soon before the other V's showed up. As he got up, he said, "Let's go, Charlie." Charlie said, "What happened?" Angel would say, "You don't remember?" "No, I was just, oh my, what happened to Val?" Angel would say, "I'll tell you soon. Let's just go." As they both walked over to the hotel, Charlie would ask what happened, and Angel would say, "You got really mad," and then, that's what happened to Val. Charlie was shocked. I mean, Val did deserve it, but she wasn't supposed to do that. She never wanted to do that to anyone. Charlie looked down, sad, as Angel said, "Hey, you helped me." "I know, but what if I flip out on someone I care about?" Angel would sigh and say, "That won't happen. I believe in you, Charlie. Just like you believe in me." Angel smiled and walked off. Charlie felt happy about that, but Charlie was still sad. She began to look down more and more as thoughts ran through her head. What is this side of her? What was that anger? Will she ever feel it again? Could she ever control it? Vaggie would walk over and say, "What's wrong, hun?"
Charlie would tell Vaggie what happened and say, "I just don't remember anything. What if this happens again? What if I hurt someone I care about?" Vaggie would hug Charlie and say, "You helped Angel, and you would never hurt someone like that. Besides, you're a good person, hun, and I know it." Charlie would smile and say, "Thank you. I love you, Vaggie. I love you too." Wait a second. Did you get rid of the other V's too? No. Oh no, they're gonna want revenge. Hun, could you get angry at them again? What? No, I don't want to do that. Vaggie would sigh. Well, there's gonna be a little war now because of that, but hey, we can do this, right? Charlie would say, "I don't want a war. Maybe we can apologize." Vaggie would say, "Charlie, you destroyed one of them. There's no way they would accept that." Charlie would sigh and say, "Yeah, you're right. Oh well. I'm sure we could talk things out though." Meanwhile, we cut to Vox and Violet.
As they were sitting down, Vox would say, "What's taking Val so long? They were supposed to have a meeting, all three of them." People would look and say, "Vox, Val is gone. Charlie got rid of him." Vox was shocked. He had a kind of on and off thing with him. Vox and Val never dated, but Vox did have feelings for him. He just looked down sad. He couldn't believe this. He lied to himself for a long time, saying he never cared about him, but now he has to admit to himself that he did care about Val, that Val actually meant something to him. He didn't know what to do. He didn't know how to react. He simply just stood there and thought about all the good times he had with him, and how much he meant to him, and how he took him for granted. As all these thoughts kept going through Vox's head, Violet would say, "How are we going to get revenge?" Vox would stand up and say, "I need a day alone. I'll come with an idea after that." He just walked off. Violet sighed. She knew the two cared about each other, but she didn't know Vox would take it this bad. As the day passed, Vox had many emotions: sadness, jealousy, but the biggest one he had was anger and eagerness to get revenge. Now, since Val wasn't destroyed by a holy weapon, he would respawn, but it takes months, and all the contracts he signed will be ill void. Vox couldn't believe this. Val was humiliated, and he wasn't gonna see him for months. This made it so Vox needed to get revenge, so he had a plan. When the months passed, him and Val would come up with a plan, and they will get revenge on Charlie. All he has to do is lure her into a trap. We cut to months later. Everything's been going fine for the hotel, and that whole incident was almost forgotten about. However, one day, Charlie would hear a knock on the door. As she opened it, it was the 3Vs. Val would say, "I'm sorry for the way I treated Angel. I came here to apologize and talk things out with you." Charlie would agree, as Val would be extremely angry. You see, he lost his contract with Angel. Angel was truly free now. When someone is destroyed and brought back, they lose all of their contracts and all the things they owned. This made Val extremely upset, and he had to get his revenge. So, they talked to Charlie and took her out to an electronics store. Well, it was hidden. You see, they made it seem like it was a restaurant in a neutral territory, when in actuality, it had Vox electronics everywhere. As they all sat down and began to eat, Charlie would say, "I'm really sorry for what I did. I didn't mean to flip out on you." Val would say, "It's okay, I forgive you, because soon you won't exist." As suddenly, all the wires from all the TVs hidden around would come out, and Vox would then start to laugh. "You're really dumb. You actually thought we would talk things through after what you did?" Val would then say, "It's time to get my revenge, honey. You took away the hottest man down here, and everyone's very upset with that, so now it's time I get rid of you." As he pulled out an angelic weapon. "We'll have to go into hiding. Lucifer will be quite upset, but it'll be worth it to show that no one can mess with us. Besides, we can always rule from the shadows." As Charlie felt everything, she was betrayed by these people. People that she tried to redeem, people that she tried to improve, and people that she tried to make their lives better. She gave them the benefit of the doubt, even after everything they did, and this made her angry. As Val said, "Any last words?" Charlie said, "I should ask you that question." As suddenly, the entire ground began to shake, as everyone was shocked, as they felt waves of energy coming from Charlie. Vox would try to fire electricity right at Charlie, but the electricity simply faded away as his arms began to melt, as everything around them began to melt, the chairs, the tables. Her anger was so powerful, it caused the entire room to melt. As everyone around her melted, she began to scream. She completely lost consciousness. She became a ball of anger, a ball of power, as she began to destroy everything in sight. Meanwhile, we cut to the hotel. As Vaggie would see this on the news, she couldn't believe what her girlfriend became. She couldn't believe what happened, but she still loved her, and she needed to help her. As she sighed, she got out and started to run towards Charlie. Vaggie had to stop this, and she thought about bringing her spear, but she couldn't bring herself to fight Charlie. She loved Charlie. She loved her more than anything. As Vaggie kept running more and more and more and more, eventually she found Charlie, as Charlie was destroying all the buildings around her. In a chaos of mayhem, she ran
And as she felt gravity increase, she could barely walk, but she kept running and running and running until she finally got to Charlie and kissed her. As she calmed down, she looked around and cried, "I didn't mean to do this. I didn't mean to." "Shh, it's okay, hun. It's okay. Let me take you home." As they smiled and held hands. Charlie made a snap, but something put her back. Something saved us from her wrath, and that was love. Love. Hell, she had dreams of overthrowing her father, but her father was simply just too powerful. Even though he was an idiot, even though he was an oaf, he needed to get rid of him, no matter what. Then she had a plan. If she can make this Hazbin Hotel, she can put on an act, pretend to be a good person, put on a brave face. Then when her daddy comes to rescue her, she'll kill him. That's when it all began. As Charlie was getting the hotel set up, suddenly she would hear whining. She really didn't want to do this, but if she could help this person, she could build up her reputation. She'll be laughed at, seen as a laughingstock. She'll be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Everyone will underestimate her, so when it's time to strike, no one will see it coming. As she walks through, she saw Vaggie, her eye ripped out. Obviously, she was an angel from extermination, but she'll play dumb. As she brought out bandages and fixed up her eye, she said, "Are you okay?" Vaggie would say, "Yeah." "Who are you?" "I'm Charlie, Lucifer's daughter, but don't be scared of me. I know that reputation might be bad, but really, I'm a nice person. Here, let me take you inside." Charlie would take Vaggie inside, and Charlie had an idea. She would brainwash her, turn her into her own personal bodyguard, and she'll use love to do so. She saw how Vaggie looked at her. She blushed a few times, and even though it disgusted her a bit, Vaggie wasn't too bad herself, so using her body to trick her like this wasn't such a bad idea. As one day, as the days passed, Charlie would finish her hotel, and before she opened it, she wanted to get with Vaggie. This would make her more loyal to her, and make her a more personal bodyguard. But Charlie would see her more like a loyal puppet or a pet. She would actually start to care about Vaggie a bit, but not as a person, more as a pet to play with. So, as Charlie and Vaggie were talking, Charlie would put a hand on her shoulder and say, "Vaggie, As Charlie would start to laugh in her head, women love this stupid blushing trick. Boys and girls are all the same. Once you get all flustered and shy, they'll fall head first. I like you. Do you want to be together?" Vaggie was shocked as she said, "Yes, yes," as she hugged, and they both kissed. And Charlie and Vaggie enjoyed each other for that night. After that, it was Charlie's time to share the hotel, just like in the pilot. Everything would go in canon when it came to the pilot, but this time, when Alistair walked in, he sensed something with Charlie. He can tell when people act, and Charlie's putting up one hell of an act, so Alistair was even doubting himself, but is it possible there's more than her that meets the eye? He was going to keep a good eye on her. As time passed, not much would change. Charlie would keep an eye on things and be planning things out, waiting to lure her father in and eventually kill him. But before she can do that, she needed to keep this hotel afloat and get some help to kill Lucifer. So as time came, eventually she would meet Adam. As she came in and looked around, she would smile and say, "Adam, I have a proposal for you. You know how you like to kill demons? And killing demons makes you kind of a big shot?" Adam would say, "Yeah, what's your point, pretty tits?" "How would you like to kill the strongest demon of them all?" "It would help me out a lot." "What are you suggesting?" "I suggest we lay a trap out for my dad to get rid of him. You'll be known as the guy who killed Lucifer, and you would kill that pricky asshole that took away your first girl." Adam would actually smile and say, "Wait, you want me to help you kill your father? This is fucking amazing." "But that's kind of against protocol, so I might have to turn you in." Charlie would say, "Wait, please don't turn me in." "Well, you do if I don't." Lute said, "Sir, we already got the best deal. Please don't." Adam would look and say, "Relax. I can get her to fuck me." He whispered. Charlie hated this, and she was not going to sell herself out to this. Maybe to Vaggie, who actually cared about her, but to Adam, he didn't care at all. She was going to lie and kill him when the time came, but for now, she had to play the part. She said, I'll do anything, really, even sleep with me?" Charlie would nod. as Adam nod too. But the job has to be done first. Adam would say, that's fair. Next extermination day? You got it. But how do you know Lucifer will be there? Charlie said, oh, trust me. He'll be there all right. As Charlie then walked out, she was so happy. Her plan was finally coming to fruition, and she was finally going to get rid of her smug father.
Everything was set, as then Charlie left. Afterwards, however, she noticed that Angel came back abused. At first she was funny. After all, Angel Dust was under Charlie, the princess of hell herself. And he didn't even ask her to get rid of him? That's truly pathetic. But then she realized something. Maybe Angel thought that way because they thought she was weak. She was pretending to be nice, to be a wolves in sheep's clothing, but the fact that he thought she was weak got to her. After all, she can't be seen as a weakling, even if she has a nice attitude. This started to piss her off as Angel came back more and more and more. Each time Angel Dust came back, it was like saying to her, hey, you're too weak to do anything. I'm under your roof and I do whatever I want and I get abused, and that's bad for business. Angel Dust's face being messed up makes other people not want to join. Charlie knew she had to do something. She would walk over to Valentino's place. As she knocked on the door, he would open it and say, well, the princess of hell, what can I do you for?
Don't tell me you're here to perform. We can make. Charlie would say, I've been pretending to be someone I'm not for so long. And it's been so draining and dragging. But I can finally do something. Something that will leave the edge off. Valentino got excited. Extremely excited. This sounded like she was going to perform for him. He said, does this mean? Yes, it does. Please, Valentino, use me in ways I can't be used before. Valentino would pick her up, excited, but then suddenly, she would stab him in the neck, killing him with an angelic dagger. As he fell to the floor dead, Charlie would just laugh and say, man, you are dumb. Boys are so easy to manipulate. Just like Vaggie, but at least Vaggie's cute. And Charlie would then go back to her hotel. And with Valentino mysteriously dying, Angel wouldn't be abused anymore. He'd be a lot happier. And honestly, without that, he wouldn't feel the need to do drugs as much. Angel was slowly getting fixed. But Charlie didn't care. All she cared about was Angel not getting abused so people would join. And to make sure that she didn't seem weak. As the time came, eventually, Extermination Day was going to happen. But Charlie needed to make it look like she was putting up a fight at least. So, she prepared to pack her bags and go to Cannibal Town. As she went there, Alistair said, what are you doing? I know you know how the angels are harmed, Alistair. Tell me. Alistair would say, well, first, Charlie would say, you want to make a deal? How about this? I won't destroy you. As her suddenly horns would pop over her head, her eyes would turn red, as Alistair would shake, and he felt the ground shake below him. As he looked at her, said, okay, deal. Splendid. As they went over to Cannibal Town, she met with Rosie and began to talk to her about, defending the hotel. She said, I have angelic weapons that can defend against angels. Your people can taste angels. Won't that be amazing? She says, perfect. We're going to have to do a musical. Charlie said, okay. As she went on, she began to sing, you can eat an angel, you can taste its wings, you can taste its blood, you can taste its fear, and you could come out today. As when she sung, something happened. She let it all out. She let all her hatred. She let all of her evil, all of her frustration. And the cannibals loved it as they jumped for joy and began to walk out, ready to eat an angel. As the big battle happened, right before, Charlie would call her dad and beg him to show up, saying, please come rescue me. I'm scared. Lucifer needed to save Charlie. After all, it was his daughter. Even though that he promised not to get involved on Extermination Day, he had to break this rule. After all, they promised not to attack her in the first place. So if they break that, he can break this. So he said, don't worry, I'll show up. Thank you, Dad, I love you. As she hung up, she began to laugh. Finally, it was gonna come into mission. Finally, she can kill her father. Then she'll take over hell and rule it in her image. First, she must change some things, however. The battle started just like in canon, but this time, as Charlie and Adam battled, it was more of a show to entertain people, to trick them, to make them think that Adam wasn't working for Charlie. As they continued the battle, eventually Lucifer would show up and punch Adam away. As Charlie was in Lucifer's arms, she looked up and said, "Dad, I love you." He said, "I love you too. I love how stupid and gullible you are." Suddenly, she would stab him straight in the skull. As Lucifer fell down, he died. The king of hell dead. As everyone was shocked, Adam started to laugh. "I did it! I took down Lucifer. Now I get to fuck his daughter on his corpse." As Charlie and Adam started to make out on her dead dad's corpse, suddenly, Vaggie would start to cry, as Charlie would then cut off Adam's head with an angelic weapon. "Sorry, but I'm already taken," as she would put a leash on Vaggie. Vaggie said, "What are you doing?" Shh. "You're like my royal pet." "Vaggie, I was manipulating you at first, but I actually kind of like you now. I'm now the queen of hell. You all will listen to me." Lute said, "You bastard, we had a deal." Charlie would laugh and say, "Oh, deal. Could you really trust me? I'm literally a demon, bitch." As then, she would murder Lute and all the angelic angels. As Angel Dust would say, "Charlie, are you okay? Get the fuck out." "What? Get the fuck out?" "I no longer had a need for a hotel. All that was just to lure my dad in so he would die. Now I can take over hell with my pet Vaggie. Now leave. Now." Everyone would leave. As then Charlie would take over hell. He felt his body start to burn up. The star began to burn his flesh. And, unlucky for him, there was no big Getty star in this timeline. He merely just burnt up in the sun. And that was it. Cooler was gone. Destroyed by a Super Saiyan. Destroyed by the same person that defeated his brother. His arrogance led him here. His arrogance to think he was stronger is what put him in his grave. Cooler was no more. However, Cooler died near Earth, which means he would go to Earth's hell. So suddenly, Cooler would wake up in a place he didn't recognize as he started to look around. He saw the sky. The moon had a pentagram on it. It was completely dark, and he looked around. Everything else was red. He didn't know what was going on. The city looked unfamiliar to him, as suddenly there was a collar on his neck. He tried to use his key, but he couldn't. Charlie would walk up to him and say, "Hey, you know your brother." Frieza looked at him and said, "Hi, brother." "What? Where am I?" "Well, you've died, and you've gone to hell, but don't worry. We are gonna redeem sinners, and you two and Angel Dust are our residents. Yay! Let me show you around." Charlie would walk away. As Cooler would follow, he would ask his brother, "What is this place?" "It's hell, but we're too strong to be contained, so they're trying to redeem us." Cooler scoffed at this idea. He was a conqueror, a warrior. He wouldn't be redeemed. Such a pity idea. But at least he wasn't being tortured forever like he thought he would. So that's a plus. So, Cooler was forced to go to the hotel. As Angel Dust looked, he said, "Oh, another alien. This one looks kind of hot." He gets up to him. "You're much taller and stronger than your brother. Are those horns? I guess that means your..." Cooler would say, "Enough. Someone flirting with me? Huh. I am a bit flattered, but it's disgusting. Especially considering what you are. You're a male." Angel Dust would say, "Excuse me?" Frieza would then laugh. "Hoo, hoo, hoo. Oh, you don't know this place, do you, brother? Most people here are apparently a part of something called LGBTQ. So, yeah, you're good luck with that." "What do you mean?" As suddenly Angel would start to yell at him, "There's nothing wrong with liking the same gender, pal. Listen up." And Cooler would just look and be like, "Oh my god, what did I do?" As then he just ran up to his room, considering that without Ki, he couldn't really fight. Husker would just laugh. Cut him some slack. He's an alien. Maybe gay people don't exist on his planet. Frieza would say, "Actually, we produce asexually. We don't have relations with anyone. So you're all asexual then. Interesting." Cooler would be up in his room, sighing. Cooler lost it all. It seems like everything was gone. His squad, his power, everything. But suddenly, the radio demon would open his door. As his squad would walk in, Cooler would say, "Huh?" Salsa would say, "We died on Earth too, remember? We are the elite." Cooler Force! Cooler actually smirked. And to be honest, it wasn't like he actually treated them well. In fact, he wasn't really caring when they died. However, the fact that Cooler is now, well, no longer living and can't use any of his powers, the fact that he has subjects actually does make him happy, as he would smile. "What are your orders, sir?" Salsa would say. He would simply smirk and say, "Make me wine." "Yes, sir," as they would run down. As Cooler would sit down and smirk, Alistair said, "You seem happy with yourself. You know, you and them are practically useless without your powers." Cooler would look and say, Yeah, I know, but hey, at least I have someone under me. My brother can't say that."
As Cooler started to laugh, Alistair says, quite petty to brag about having a better situation than your brother, considering you're both not in the best one. Cooler would sigh and say, "Yeah, I guess so. But hey, it's the only thing good's gonna come of it. Besides, not being able to use my powers, being stuck with him forever, this is my torment." Alistair says, "You don't have to view it like that. You know, if..." Suddenly his armored squadron started to come back, but Alistair whispered, "I have a deal if you're interested." As he walked away, suddenly they would bring Cooler his wine. Alistair merely laughed as he chuckled walking out. As the rest of the force said, "I don't really trust him." Cooler would look up and say, "Yeah, neither do I, but maybe. I'm getting a bit desperate here. Do you think..." "Never mind." Cooler would spend the night at the Hazbin Hotel, as he would start to enjoy it. Enjoy having more power than Frieza, that is. Besides that, he hated every single second of it. He had more servants than Frieza the first time in forever, and he rubbed it in over and over again. He loved making his brother mad. As time went on, Cooler began to think more and more about his life, or should I say afterlife. As things started to continue going on, eventually a few days would pass, and, well, Cooler wanted to know about the deal. He would meet with Alistair alone, as he would ask, "What is this deal? You see, I am kind of stuck. As much as I to admit this because of my pride, I actually am controlled by someone else. However, I could tell you're a prideful person too. That's why I tell you this. You see, dear, if you help me get free, I'll help free you." Cooler would say, "What do I have to do?" Suddenly, Alistair would pull up a soul contract as he would smirk. As Alistair would look at him, "Simply give me your soul temporarily," Cooler would say, "You really think I would give you my soul? You think I'm that dumb?" Alistair would laugh and say, "It's a temporarily contract. It will go away as soon as you complete the deal. I just need you to sign it so you can do it. You see, when the attack happens, I made a prediction that some angels will come here and try to wipe us out. And when that happens, all you have to do is fly through the portal and destroy the holy gates. That will cause heaven to go into complete anarchy, and they'll kick out the person who owns my soul, and she'll have no need for me anymore, so I can basically become free. Sound like a plan?" Cooler would sigh and say, "Not like I have a choice. But when they put down my collar, why should I even do that? Why can't I just wait for that and run away?" Alistair then looked at him with a sinister grin. "If you did that, Lucifer would destroy you. Trust me. But if you do this, heaven will no longer be a threat, and there'll be no reason for him to do that. And if you just do that without making the deal, then, well, things wouldn't end good for you either." Cooler would say, "Why?" Alistair would slowly walk away. "Your brother. I could offer him the same deal, you know, and he could do it, and he could be free in this place, and you would still be in change. What's it gonna be? Are you gonna join me, or am I gonna have to free your brother instead?" Cooler was pissed, as he said, "Fine, bring the contract here." Cooler would reluctantly sign the contract, seeing how this was his only option. Cooler was, well, excited. He was going to be able to get free and even cause some chaos in heaven, get some of his revenge. However, Cooler was also a little bummed out that he had to sell his soul to do so. And, well, maybe he could have just convinced someone else to open his collar, but there was no guarantee, and besides, he couldn't let his brother become that powerful either. Suddenly, as he was there, the portal would open up, and Cooler would fly through it as Alistair let go of his necklace. As then, he was about to blow open the holy gate. But then, something happened. Peter came through with God himself from the Hazbin universe. Cooler quickly started to shoot key blasts, trying to destroy the early gates. As then, his key would simply disappear as God from Hazbin Hotel appeared. He looked up at Cooler. Well. You really want to destroy my creations? I am the god of Earth. Each Earth has a god of the afterlife. And I am here to destroy you, Cooler. You have been judged unworthy to fit into heaven. An alien, a creature of another planet. Truly disgusting. Something I didn't make. I don't want anything a part of it. And you just... Cooler would simply transform and punch him. You talk too much. Come on, God. Let's fight. Cooler would then shoot a key blast right at God, as God would deflect it again and again and again. Eventually, he would shoot one that completely missed him. He would laugh. Are you even trying to aim? Suddenly, it would come back and hit pearly gates. As suddenly as the pearly gates were broken, heaven began to collapse as everything shook. Suddenly, Cooler felt himself become free. He felt the contract become ill void as he flew down to hell. It seemed that Cooler was going to rule this place. As he flew down, his brother was still had a collar on his neck. As he grabbed his head and began to squeeze it as he smirked. Suddenly, Charlie would come down and said, "Can you please stop that?" Cooler would say, "Fine. You being stuck here with all these goody two-shoes is good enough for me. Besides, it's not like you'll ever..." Suddenly then, Frieza would be brought back to life as he disappeared, since time in hell works differently in time on Earth. Cooler was shocked, said, "What happened?" Alistair said, "Oh, he was whisked back by his friends. That's the real reason." Now, I stopped doing Star Wars because I lost Disney Plus and I couldn't keep up with it, so I couldn't do a fair analysis. But now I got Disney Plus back, I can bring back Star Wars. But I don't think you all will like it. So I'm going to combine Darth Vader with Hazbin. And I know it's Darth Vader. I say Dark sometimes. People in the comments always get upset about that. If you do, then screw you. I don't care. Anyway, let's get to this one shot. Darth Vader wanted more than anything to bring back Padme. He believed that the dark side could bring her back. He built castle after castle, fortress after fortress, trying to bring her back on Mustafar, but each time it failed. However, one time the door would open. As the lights came in, Momin said, "It's finished, but the dark side does not want you to bring her back. The dark side hates you." As then he would pull out a lightsaber and they would both begin the battle. Lord Momin was a dark sixth. As Momin and Darth Vader continued the battle, Darth Vader did not care if the dark side loved him. He did not care about the dark side itself. He only used it for its own purpose. And true, many Sith were like this. But even if they just used it for their own memes, they still respected the dark side. What Darth Vader was doing showed total disrespect for the dark side itself, and the dark side was going to punish Darth Vader. As Darth Vader continued the battle, he would destroy Momin and go into the portal, but as he went in, suddenly the door would shut close and disappear. As he looked around, he was in a massive city. It was on fire. He heard wings flapping above him. The dark side punished Darth Vader by sending him into a new reality, a reality where he would never meet his son, and he would never meet Padme. As Darth Vader continued to walk around the city, suddenly angels would fall before him on Extermination Day. The angels looked confused because it almost was like he was alive. He felt dead because his skin was burnt, most of his flesh gone. But at the same time, he had a beating heart. It wasn't like a reincarnated sinner soul. But the angel didn't really care. After all, it was their job to wipe out sinners and demons on hell. So it didn't really matter if his soul felt different. So they charged at Darth Vader. Darth Vader wasn't used to angelic power, but they weren't used to the Force. Even though he wasn't used to these fighting styles, Darth Vader was quite adaptable.
He fought as years as Anakin Skywalker, the general and savior of the Republic. And he's even fought as Darth Vader, the menace and the beast of the Empire, as he would grab one of them with the Force and begin to choke them. It wouldn't kill them because it didn't have an angelic weapon. Darth Vader would hit them with their lightsaber, but it did nothing, as they continued to fight Darth Vader. But eventually he would get so mad, he would pick up one of their weapons with the Force and cut off one of their heads. This made them all shake in fear, because they've never been killed before. They would all fly away, as Darth Vader would say, "Cowards." He would keep one of their weapons, remembering he would need it to kill them. As he started to walk around, the extermination was finished, and demons started to walk among the streets. Darth Vader was still confused where he was. He's never heard of a planet like this. Was he outside the galaxy? Truly he can't be. This must be some outer rim planet. But who are those creatures that just flew down?
He didn't really know, but he wanted answers. As Darth Vader continued to walk around the planet, eventually he would find posters for the Hazbin Hotel, Extermination Day, Redemption. They were in hell. No, Darth Vader couldn't be in hell. Was this the Sith hell? He's heard rumors of a Sith hell called Chaos. Everything seems so chaotic. Maybe that's what this was. Maybe these demons were just ancient Sith lords. But even though some of them seemed really powerful, some of them didn't really seem that powerful. And he couldn't sense the Force off of any of them. So maybe this wasn't Chaos. Maybe he was somewhere else. He didn't know what, but he knew he was in some sort of hell. As he would walk into the hotel and bang on the door, Charlie would open it, and she was shocked. He seemed almost like a robot, but she could sense flesh barely in there. And then she would say, "Did you have an accident? I can feel a lot of your flesh and things are missing. If that wasn't through holy magic, we can fix it." But it probably was. Darth Vader would look at her and say, "No, it was through lava." "Really? Well, you should have been reincarnated by now." "Well, if you don't die, you don't regenerate it, so you probably just decided not to die, which is perfectly fine. Here, let me heal you up." Darth Vader would walk into the Hazbin Hotel. As Husk would be drinking, Charlie would take off his mask and begin to heal him. As suddenly he looked around, but everyone was shocked. Alistair said, "He's no sinner." As Anakin was reborn again, his skin came back to life. Darth Vader suit was now useless. He now had his old body back. Vader would look at Alistair and say, "I am definitely a sinner." As then he smirked with an evil smile. As Alistair said, "Ooh, I like this one," Charlie said, "What the hell? "That's impossible. You're fully human." Anakin would look at her and say, "Yeah, I'm not from this universe." Darth Vader was no more. Well, at least the looks were. He was still evil and Sith-like, but he was no longer that cold-hearted, unfeeling machine. He was now a person again, with a beating heart. True, it may have not changed much, but him being healed like that, out of kindness of someone's heart, that did affect him, even if he would not admit it. Darth Vader felt gratitude for what Charlie did for him. And Vader would stick around. I mean, true, Charlie could kick him out since he's not a sinner and can't barely be redeemed, but she didn't know if sinners could be redeemed at all in the first place. And Darth Vader was extremely powerful, so keeping him around and keep the hotel safe wasn't a bad idea. Even though he was evil, he loved Padme more than anything, and he was grateful to them for fixing him up. And he had a sense of loyalty, so he wouldn't just betray the hotel. As time passed, he kept looking for ways to bring her back, looking for ways to get back home. But he couldn't find any, and Charlie didn't know any either. He was on the verge of giving up, but then one day, Lucifer himself would walk through the hotel. Vader knew that he had to do this. He didn't know much about Christian mythology, but he did know that Lucifer was a very powerful man. Maybe he can bring back Padme. Vader would walk to Lucifer and plead to bring back Padme. And Lucifer would be shocked that this guy from another universe is in the hotel. But he would be intrigued at the same time. So he brought him away privately, and he would begin to make a deal with him. "I will bring back Padme, but you have to stay here in this dimension. My daughter, she is a wonderful person, but her ideals, they can be a bit too much at sometimes, and I'm worried about her.
I want you to protect her. If you can save her from this extermination, then I will bring back Padme. Darth Vader would agree. As the days passed, he became less and less Vader and more Anakin. He had no reason to fight. He had no reason to kill. He had no reason to spread blood. All he had to do was protect. Of course, he did get annoyed when Angel would flirt with him. It would be days before Extermination Day, as Angel Dust would say, "Hey there, handsome. Why don't you get a look at me?" Vader would say, "I'm loyal to Padme." Angel Dust would say, "Aw, how sweet," but she doesn't have to know. Suddenly, he would begin to choke him, and I'm not into some 2-bit tranny, and he would throw him to the ground. This would piss Angel Dust off, causing him to run away. Charlie would demand that Vader goes to apologize. He didn't really want to, but he decided to do it anyway. Because, well, he needed Charlie to be happy for him to get Padme. As he went over to him, he found him in a ditch, drinking, doing drugs. As Darth Vader would walk in, he would choke the Sharkmen to death and begin to kill them. Angel Dust would begin to freak out, saying, "What the hell are you doing? They're gonna poison your drink." "I know," but Darth Vader would say, "Listen here. You let yourself be destroyed. You let yourself be defiled. It's disgusting. You have no pride whatsoever. I want you to actually have pride in yourself." Angel Dust would begin to yell and say how he's meant to be broken, how he's meant to be destroyed. Vader would say, "Shut up, I don't feel pity. There's no time to feel bad for yourself, Angel." And Vader would say as he walked away. Angel Dust was pissed, but Vader was right. He has no time to feel bad for himself. Angel Dust had to actually look himself in the mirror and be okay with who he was. As then they went back to the hotel, eventually Extermination Day would occur.
As it happened, Adam and the rest of the angels all rained down on the hotel. As they all began to battle each other, Adam would begin to battle the radio demon. As the radio demon started to lose, suddenly Anakin would walk behind him. Well, is it not Adam, the first man? I'm disappointed. It seems like this universe's first man is nothing but a pathetic pity. Adam would say, "What did you say?" "Oh, please, I know about you. A man from another universe, lost everything, had his face burnt off. You look pretty fucking ugly, man, I'm not gonna lie." Adam would then start to laugh at Anakin. As then Vader looked at him and said, "Ugly or not, it doesn't matter, because the Force makes me stronger. I am one with the Force, and the Force is more powerful than anything you can imagine." Adam would just play his guitar and send Darth Vader launched off the edge. As Darth Vader would use the Force to force push himself back up onto the building and use an angelic weapon to cut deep into Adam's skin. Adam and Vader would both begin to battle each other. And it was a close fight because Vader was not used to magic and Adam was not used to the Force. However, Vader was using all of his anger, all of his hatred, but he was using more than that. He was actually using love. He was using the love for Padme that he had deep inside him. And his lightsaber started to flicker. He was no longer a Sith, but he wasn't a Jedi either. He used hatred, he used anger, but at the same time, he used love. As he would use a lightsaber in one hand and an angelic weapon in the other hand, he would then cut off Adam's head. As he jumped to the floor, he would show it to the other exorcists. The exorcist would shake in fear. As Luke would charge at Vader, Vader would pick her up by the Force and begin to choke her, as he threw a weapon straight to her skull, killing her. As they all flew away, everyone was shocked. Vader did it. Lucifer would show up, but by the time he got there, everyone else was dead. He would say, "You did it. You saved my daughter." He would snap his fingers, as suddenly Padme would show up. Vader would hug Padme, as Padme would hug him. He would begin to cry, and Padme still felt evil in him, but it wasn't like before. Anakin was back. At least enough of him for Padme to love him. But Padme would tell him news that they had children. Vader would look at Lucifer and say, "I need to go back to my universe." Lucifer would...
Deadpool wasn't just enjoying his day, doing some missions here and there, being his fun self. As then, Deadpool would say, "Oh, crap, I'm in a crappy what if. I like being on the big screen, not some small YouTube channel. This is gonna suck. Let me just get this over with." As suddenly Deadpool would simply just teleport to the Hazbin universe. Since he has the ability to break the fourth wall, he can move through universes, because why not? As Deadpool looked around, he said, "Oh, neat," as he began to walk around and look everywhere.
As Deadpool was walking around, he knew he had to meet Charlie, because, well, since he could break the fourth wall, he knew he needed to start the plot. So he walked to Charlie, as Charlie said, "Hey, yes, I'm looking to be redeemed, let me in," as he walked into the hotel. Charlie thought that seemed too easy, but, was she really gonna turn down a residence? No, so she let him in. As Deadpool just sat down there, Charlie would say, "So, what do you look like under that mask?" "Doesn't matter. I wear the mask and I'm ugly on the outside, like very ugly. You would throw up. And don't say you won't to be nice, because everyone who says they won't throws up instantly. Like, imagine someone's organs hanging out." He basically just exaggerates it as much as possible, so, they don't think he's human. And Charlie says, "Okay, I won't." A bit disgusted, but she felt bad that she was disgusted. As then she said, "Well, let me show you around." As Vaggie would look at Deadpool, Vaggie was unsure about this guy. He seemed, he was a loudmouth, and he talked to everyone, and sometimes he would turn his head and say things like this: "Hey, nice story." "Not. This story sucks. You should watch a better What If channel, or better has-been content, like fanfics." Ooh, I love fanfics. So many ships, though. Some people complain in the comments about him shipping people too much, but I honestly like the ships. They're probably the only good videos I actually like, as people didn't know what he was talking about. Everyone just thought Deadpool had schizophrenia, when actually he could break the fourth wall and talk to people who actually weren't there. So, yep, that was interesting. As the story continued, Angel wouldn't really flirt with him because he seemed too crazy, even for Angel. However, one day Angel would come back abused, as Deadpool said, "I guess I have to help Angel like every other person in this story." As then I would look and be like, "Hey Deadpool, it's kind of weird to talk to you, but this is my story, so I'll do what I want. I don't have them help Angel every single time." Deadpool says, "Yeah, most of the time you do, but I'm not making out with him like Cell did. People are still pissed about that. But hey, I did get strapped in that one movie, so maybe I would date Angel. You never know." As then Deadpool would, walk out and go to Valentino's place. As Deadpool would have angelic weapons, because, since he was able to break the fourth wall, he knew that he needed them, and he went to Camilla Carmine. It's a whole thing, just don't question it. As he had 2 angelic blades, he would walk right into Valentino's office. As Valentino would say, "Well, this is a strange look. Most people wear pure black, not red and black there and hair. But hey, if you wanted to film a superhero scene, that could be interesting. People are into role play. Angel just likes to get down to business, but if you want more role play, we could do that. Of course, I'm not an idiot. People like action more than anything, so you're gonna have to have as much action as role play, ×2. Understood?" Deadpool would say, "Ha! I would actually film with you, but the video would get demonetized, so let's get this over with," as you'd pull out some swords. "Slice and dice," Deadpool would say, as he moved his swords between each other. As then Valentino would say, "Are you threatening me? What are you doing? I can't believe you would do this. I can't believe that you think you can defeat me, and you talk like there's someone in front of you. You're crazy." As Valentino would use his power. See, we've never really seen him fight. We have seen him summon a chain around Angel's neck, though, so Valentino would summon chains as he would throw it and swing it around like whips at Deadpool, as Deadpool would dodge them all. Too bad we haven't seen your real powers. If we did, this video would be a lot cooler. We can see what you do. We probably will be able to in season 2. Val would say, "What are you talking about?" As Deadpool would jump over him, whee, and then start to slice and dice as he would slice him up. Deadpool would say, "Lame. I wish he could describe it in gory detail. Too bad YouTube has guidelines against that." As then Valentino was defeated, Deadpool simply walked out. As Deadpool would then sit down. As Angel heard the news, he was extremely happy, but no one knew how Valentino was wiped out, and Deadpool decided not to tell anyone. Why? Well, I'll let Deadpool explain it for himself. If I did a voice, this fourth wall break would be a lot better.
but I can't do a Deadpool voice. I'm so sorry. Deadpool would look and say, anyway, the whole reason I didn't tell Angel was because, well, then he might fall in love with me. I don't want to do that plot because you might get upset. Really, that's the whole reason. As Deadpool then laughed. As Deadpool and the rest of the gang got along. Angel liked Deadpool, Sir Pentious liked Deadpool, and Charlie and Vaggie would have to get used to Deadpool. Deadpool always had his own antics. Deadpool was always talking to people. He was always crude, and he always talked to no one. Well, you guys. But Deadpool was their friend, and friendship mattered a lot to them. As Deadpool would be sitting down one day, as Charlie walked up to him, hey, I need to ask advice. Why me? Don't you all think I'm weird because I talk to quote-unquote nobody? He would look and wink at you guys. As Charlie said, yeah, sorry about that. We know you have a lot of problems, but you always seem up and cheery. And Alistair, well, he's kind of forced to smile. I kind of learned that. Anyway, my girlfriend lied to me, and as in, Deadpool would get down on his knee and say, let me show you something. As Deadpool would take Charlie up to his room. I had a girlfriend, but I became hideous and ugly, and she left me. I got cancer. I was gonna die, so I went through experimental treatment, and they turned me into this. As he took off his mask, Charlie saw it and said, that's not as bad as you told me. Wait, are you human? Yeah. As then Deadpool cut off his arm as it started to regrow as a baby. It'll take a few hours, but it'll regrow fully. Of course, I can put my limbs together like this, as he would do the limb thing. As then Charlie would say, how does this help me? Deadpool would say, look at my life. Look at what I've become. A monster. Yet I'm happy. Do you know why, Charlie? Do you know why I'm happy? Even though my life is meaningless? Even though I'm just a what-if with no free will? What? Well, Taylor says I have no free will. I'm happy because the narrator says I'm happy. But the in-lore reason why I'm happy is this. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I could do whatever I want and nothing matters, Charlie. Don't you understand that? Be yourself. Be with who you love. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. At first, this bummed Charlie out to hear that nothing mattered. And that Deadpool lied to her too. But then she realized nothing mattered. She can be herself. She started to smile as this advice actually helped her. It helped her a lot. As then she would reconnect with Vaggie, as Deadpool would sit down and begin to contemplate. He didn't know what would happen to him at the end of the what if. After all, he shouldn't really exist, but something gave him an idea, hope of freedom. He hoped that once this what if ended, he'd be able to be free, and he would have free will. But he didn't know if that would be true or not, as he simply sighed and looked around. As then, Deadpool began to get some weapons. As he could summon weapons from thin air. Yes, he can do that actually. Maybe not be able to do that in the movies, but in the comics and TV shows, he can do that. Death battle confirmed. If you don't believe me, look up any of Deadpool's death battles. Deadpool would say as he looked right at you. Anyway, Deadpool would then leave. As he waited for the attack. As Adam and his angels came down, Deadpool would say, hey, Adam! My main man! First man on Earth! It's nice to meet you! Adam would fly down as he would say, there's no way that bazooka's angelic. As Deadpool would look at him and say, it is! You don't believe me? No, I do not believe you, because such a thing does not, as he would just blow him up, and he would be gone. Deadpool would say, first man to come to Earth, and first man blown up by an angelic bazooka. What a track record. As then Deadpool would sigh and say, that's not funny, this what if sucks. As then Deadpool, Charlie, and the others would take care of the exorcists. As the exorcists were forced to leave, Charlie would say, what are you going to do now? Now? I'm going to have free will, or I'll just stop existing. I don't know how this what if thing works. All I know is that I hope people enjoy this. And I hope people like this video because, well,
Dio was winning, but then Jotaro would trick Dio by using his own time pause ability. This made Dio lose, as Dio fell to the floor dead. Jotaro thought it was over, and it was over for him, but little did he know that Dio would live on in a way. As Dio's body burnt with the sun, as every part of Dio was gone, Dio would wake up, his soul in a new place. As he looked around, he saw buildings everywhere. He saw strange creatures walking around. He was confused. He didn't know where exactly he was. As he was walking around, he would see an imp. As he would ask him, "Where the hell am I and what are you?" he would laugh and say, "You're in hell. Looks like you're new."
Hey, since you're new in hell and you look kind of pissed, did someone screw you over? If so, I could kill them. Dio would look at this person confused. It was Blitzo. Blitzo would tell about his business, IMP, Immediate Murder Professional. But then he would laugh and say, "You couldn't kill Jojo even if you wanted to, little pipsqueak." He would say, "What the hell are you calling?" But then he would freeze time. As Dio would look around, the stand appeared to still work. As he would hit Blitzo, it wouldn't be enough to kill him, but he would start to hit Blitz up. As Blitz fell to the floor and began to bleed, Dio simply left. He looked around. He was bored. He needed to do something, anything, but he didn't know what it was. He wanted to get back to Earth. He wanted to get revenge, but he simply didn't know how. Maybe if he got good with the people here, he can convince them to let him go up. Maybe if he played nice, but who's even here? Who even runs hell? The devil? As Dio was walking, he would see himself in a mud puddle. The puddle, he looked different. He looked like a stereotypical vampire from one of those kid TV shows. His skin was purple. His teeth was going through, just like the one on Sesame Street. He was pissed. This hell mocked Dio. Dio was a great man. Dio was like a god. He had power among everyone, and yet they mock him. Yet they make him look like a damn cartoon character. He was pissed. He'll make hell pay for this. As he sighed, he kept on walking. Dio wanted to become friends with someone high up so that he can go back to Earth. And this hell seemed different from what he heard. He heard hell would be eternal torture. True, there's different religions with different versions of hell, but none of them describe this place. Dio was confused, yet he was excited too. He was excited to test out his powers here, and maybe to learn something to make him even stronger. After all, these demonic beings must know some sort of power he can use against Jotaro once he gets back to Earth. As Dio was walking around, he would see an ad on a TV. As he would look through the glass, it was Lady Killjoy, and she talked about Charlie's delusional dream, calling her the Princess of Hell. Dio had a plan. If he can become friends with the Princess of Hell, then maybe he can be put back to Earth. But he had no idea what she was like. He expected her to be menacing, so he had his guard up. He would walk to the hotel and knock on the door. As Charlie answered, she looked at him and said, "What do you want?" She sighed, but then she looked around. She realized he was a sinner. Was this what she expected? He would say, "I'm here to be redeemed, madam." As suddenly she would hug him and say, "Oh my God, finally, someone who actually believes in my dream. This is so exciting. You'll get to meet Angel, Alistair, and everyone. Come on." She quickly pulled him in. Dio didn't like being touched like that, but he needed her, so he didn't really say anything. And, well, he was just shocked. He thought the Princess of Hell would be menacing like him, maybe have control, but she acted super nice. She brought him around the hotel, showed him in the bar, showed him Alistair, showed him Angel Dust. Angel Dust would look and say, "You look like a vampire. Are you gonna bite me, bad boy?" As Dio looked at him and just sighed, "Your blood doesn't even look tasty. Besides, I don't bite. I absorb blood from my fingers." Angel Dust would say, "Oh, is that so?" And Dio would say, "You think I'm joking?" He would simply laugh and stand up. "I need a volunteer. Don't worry, I won't drink all your blood. Just a few drops to show off my power. Who wants to do it?" Charlie would say, "I don't think that's a good idea." But if he said, me, I love pain and bad boys." She would run over to Dio as he would pick her up and start to eat some of her blood. As his fingers steeped into her arm, he started to absorb blood. As it started to go limp, he put her back down, said, "Oh, I wanted you to drink me dry. You're such a bad boy." Dio would look at her and say, "Thank you." Dio saw her as a good minion, but she was kind of creepy and, well, maybe a little too crazy to control. Without one of those flesh buds, at least. As time went on, days would pass. And people would start to get used to Dio. Dio put on a fake charm and charmed people. Just like in the original show when he was pretending to be friends with Jonathan Joestar. However, Alistair could see through this charm. So could Husk. This pissed them off. They were used to seeing through bullshit. Alistair didn't know what Dio wanted, but he could tell he was very powerful. And he thought maybe the V's sent them to destroy this place. One day, as Dio would be in his room, simply laying there, not sleeping. And Dio was a creature of the night. But in hell, the weird sun thing didn't even burn him. So now, he could go out in day and night. So he didn't really know what to do. This would be a blessing if he was on Earth. He could take over the world. But here, people are so powerful. And even though he could take over hell, he didn't want to. He wanted to go back to Earth. He needed to kill the Joestars. He needed to get his revenge. Suddenly, Alistair would walk into the room and say, "What's your deal?" Dio would look at him and smirk. "I just want to get out of hell. What's wrong with that?" Alistair would say, "I know you're hiding something, alright? I try to put on a smile, but you're really making me..." Suddenly, Alistair would fall to the floor as blood came down from his face. As he said, "What happened?" Dio would laugh and say, "Foolish, pathetic demon. I'm far stronger than you could ever imagine. I thought people in hell would be powerful, would be menacing, but I was wrong. They're weak and pathetic like you." Alistair would get mad, but before he could do anything, suddenly, he would be fallen down the stairs. Dio used his time stop ability to throw him down without him even seeing what happened. Alistair was defeated. He's never seen someone that strong before. Well, never seen a sinner that strong before. He got up, and he did what he had to. He left. Alistair was mad that he lost so easily. But Dio was happy, and Dio needed to learn some dark magic, so he got into spells and tried to learn some demonic powers. He learned here and there, but nothing that made him too overpowered. As the days went on, eventually Lucifer himself would visit the hotel. As this was going on, Dio had his chance. He would go to Lucifer and say, "Can I talk to you about something important?" Lucifer would look at him and say, "Sure." Dio would take Lucifer away. As Lucifer would say, "What is it?" Dio would then freeze time. "Pathetic. I thought you would have had stands or some way to fight against this. How come no one's taken over hell before?" Lucifer would look at him and say, "It's not nice to call someone pathetic." Dio would fall down, shocked. He said, You can walk here? Of course I can." Stands are extremely rare. That's why many demons don't have a defense against them. And it's even rarer to bring it in when you die. However, since you were undead, you were able to bring your stand with you. Interesting. "So what is this deal you want?" "I hope you're not going to hurt my daughter," he said as he looked at him menacingly. Dio would shake and say, "No, sir, I... He got up as he began to dust himself off and give off that Dio charm as he smirked. "I want to go back to Earth, and I've heard about the extermination, but my calculations, they'll come straight for her. If I can defeat Adam, will you bring me to Earth?" "Adam, huh? The head of the extermination? You know. He's gonna be able to see through your cheap little trick like this." "But sure, if you can defeat him, I'll bring you back to Earth. However, since your body was destroyed, I'll have to make a compromise. Deal?" Dio says deal, but then Lucifer would look at him and say, "Don't fail me, Dio. I know you're a cold-hearted bastard, but if my daughter gets hurt, if my daughter dies, you'll suffer the consequences." As in Lucifer would say, "Sorry about that. I come off of a little, let's say, threatening when it comes to my daughter. Here's a ducky." He would throw him a ducky and leave. Dio looked at the ducky as it breathed fire, as he just threw it away. Dio then had a plan, however. As the days passed, Extermination Day finally came, and the great battle started. Alistair was fighting Adam just like in canon, but Adam had the upper hand. As he was starting to beat Alistair, suddenly, he would hear something. "Row, row, 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 row!" As it was Dio, his stand had brass knuckles. These brass knuckles had angelic weapons on it. He used an angelic weapon, melted it down, and turned it into a brass knuckle. This was able to break Adam's arms and legs. As Dio looked at him and said, "I know you could see my stand, and you could see the powers when I freeze time." Alistair would say, "So that's your trick? You can freeze time?" Dio would laugh and say, "Perfect, right? You're such an idiot, Adam. All I did was let someone weaker distract you so I can take you out. So pathetic. Honestly, you make me ashamed to even fight you." He picks up Adam by the neck as Adam said, "Shut the fuck up. You think you can take me on? I am Adam, the first man on Earth. You should Dio would simply say, "Shut up." As then he would grab his eyes and rip them out of his head and start to pulverize him with his stand and laugh. He pulverized him till there was nothing left. Then he drank his blood. As he got up and smirked, "This blood makes me feel stronger." As he jumped down, with Adam dead, Dio easily took care of the rest of the extermination crew, except for Loot. Loot would charge at Dio. As he smirked, suddenly tentacles would go up and grab her. And she said, "What the hell?" He would say, "I learned this one from Alistair." As then he summoned his stand. As he punched Loot so hard, her head came right off. Charlie was shocked, and she was a little disgusted with how violent it was, but they won, all thanks to Dio. Charlie said, "You did it, you saved us. Now we can..." Dio would say, "Shut up. I wasn't here to be redeemed. I was here to get back on Earth. And now finally I can do so." Lucifer would join. As he walked towards Dio, Dio would say, "A deal's a deal." Lucifer would sigh and say, "Yeah, you're right." Charlie would say, "Dad, what's going on?" "I made a deal. If he saved you, he can go back to Earth. I care about you, Charlie, and I love you. I had to do this. Besides, look at him. He's truly evil. There's not a chance in hell he'll ever be redeemed." As Lucifer and Dio shook hands, suddenly, Dio would wake up in Joseph Joestar's body. He did get his blood, so that would be an excuse for him to wake up. After all, he did have some of his DNA inside of him. He would play the long game, but Dio had a plan. He would kill Jotaro when he least expected it. Then he would take the mask and start his vampire journey all over.
I always kind of figured this would be a cool crossover. Since Hazbin Hotel just finished its first season and everyone's still hyped, it's time to jump on that bandwagon. Now that's being said, let's get to it. Frieza would be going to King Yemen right after Trunks killed him. And as he arrived, King Yemen was going to send him straight to hell. But he realized something. Frieza had phenomenal potential, and he just had this urge. King Yemen decided to get a psychic to look into the future, and he saw what Frieza would do. He would come back more strong and menacing than ever. And King Yemen did not want that to happen. So King Yemen looked at Frieza and said, "I have a special punishment for you." Frieza looked up and said, "Oh, what's that?" King Yemen said, "You'll be sent to another reality. A reality where you cannot harm any of us. And a reality where you can be redeemed, but I doubt that will happen." Frieza was then confused as he looks up and says, "Another reality," but then suddenly he was transported straight to the Hazbin Hotel universe. As he got up, he looked around. He saw a big city. As Frieza began to fly, he tried to fly away from it, but then a force field stopped him. This force field was the magic barrier that kept sinners in the Pride Ring. No matter how hard Frieza tried, no matter how many ki blasts he used, he could not leave. Frieza then went back down to the floor, saying, "No matter, if I get strong enough, I can break the barrier. It's time I train." As Frieza began to look around, he began to walk around and get used to his surroundings. And as he did this, Frieza would find a flyer for redemption. Now, Frieza didn't really care about this, but if he could trick them and get into heaven, then he could fight God himself. Frieza could tell that this was another reality, and everything seemed so different. All of the demons, everything. He heard about the afterlife from the planets he's conquered, and none of the stories line up with this place. Either they're all wrong, which is possible, or this is another reality, and since King Yemen said so, he was inclined to believe that. Frieza would be walking to the Hazbin Hotel, as a sinner would walk in front of him. Frieza would say, "Out of my way." He would look at him and say, "Why would I get out of your way? You're nothing but a..." But then he would kill him with a death beam. As he fell to the floor, he walked right past him. Frieza was gonna have to do a lot of work, and it all started here. He would then go and knock on the door. This would take place after the pilot, but before any of the main episodes. As Frieza knocked, Charlie opened it, and Frieza said, "Yes, I'm here to be redeemed." Charlie was confused at first. Obviously, he was a sinner, but he never seen a sinner look like him before. I wonder how he died. Usually sinners look the way they died and how they lived, but Frieza looked just alien. Charlie said, "Sure, what is your name?" "Frieza." "Frieza, huh? Well, how'd you die?"
Frieza would make up a fake backstory about being some drug lord that did it for his family and did some bad stuff and yada yada yada. Seeing that Charlie was a sap, he played her, and it worked. As he was offered as a residency. As he was a resident, Frieza would begin to train in his room and get stronger and stronger. Frieza knew that this was Hell's daughter and she must have some power. If he gets good with her, maybe he can break the barrier. Maybe Frieza can take over Hell. He just didn't know. But he wanted a nice place to live for him to figure out his plans, so he stayed at the Hazbin Hotel. But as a few days passed, Alistair would come into Frieza's room.
As Alistair would look at it, he said, Vaggie didn't trust you, so she asked me to check in on you. You keep to yourself mostly, that's fine. But I could tell there's something up. You're probably here to destroy. Frieza simply looked and said, get out of my room. Alistair then turned into his demonic form, says, what makes you think you can boss? But then Frieza would shoot him in the legs with a death beam, then in the arms as he fell to the floor. Maybe I should keep you like this. A worm forced to crawl forever. As Frieza laughed, he stepped on his head and began to unleash his full power. Alistair began to shake. Frieza would say, I'm not scared of you. You're just a 2-bit villain who craves fear. I am someone who wants more than just fear. I want control and power. Now, if you tell Charlie about this, I'll kill you, understand? Alistair looked up and begrudgingly agreed as he kicked him out of the door. Nifty looked in, seeing. Frieza got getting nervous since Nifty saw. Scared he would tell Charlie, but then Nifty said, you're a bad boy. I like bad boys. Can I work for you? Frieza was shocked as Frieza looked down and said, sure you can. Now, the plan can commence. Frieza would then get to know people better, and as events passed, the first episode came and went, where Charlie got to know Adam. And Frieza would be intrigued about this Adam character, and would start to learn about this universe, and about Christian mythology and Hazbin mythology, since it is based on Christian mythology, but it does have its own twists and turns. Frieza learned about the one god and how he controls everything, and Frieza would think, how can he get stronger than this one god? Is there a way? As time passed, Frieza would be training and hiding his power. As one day, Angel Dust would be flirting with Frieza. As Frieza would get annoyed, Angel Dust would look at that tail and say, I don't really see any junk, so is that really a tail? Frieza would look at him and say, funny. Seriously though, where's your junk, man, if that's just your tail? I mean, you don't even wear clothes, but I don't see any, you don't have a car. I don't see any. How do you perform, in the bedroom without that? Frieza looked at Angel Dust and he wanted to kill him because this was one of the most annoying conversations he ever had. And his species produces asexually. But then he realized something. He can't tell Angel Dust that. So he just looked at him and said, if I help you, will you stop talking about this? Help me how? Frieza just walked out of the hotel, as Huss looked and said, there you go. That guy's weird, I don't think you should talk to him. Angel said, whatever. As Frieza wanted to try out his new form, he decided if he helped Angel, maybe he would shut up. So he went to Valentino's office. As the three V's were having a meeting, he would fly up into the building. As he crashed through the wall, they would look and say, who the hell are you? Frieza turned gold and said, I'm the last thing you're gonna see. Valentino would then pull out all of his guns and shoot Frieza right in the face, as it did nothing. He looked shocked, but these are the best weapons. Some of them are even angelic. How can you? Frieza simply turned gold and picked up Valentino by the tail and began to choke him out as he tortured him. Vox would then try to get involved, but he would simply destroy him. The V's were no match for Frieza. He would torture them, brutalize them, and enjoy their pain and misery. He hasn't been able to torture someone in so long since he's been in that hotel, so he was savoring every second of it as he killed them. As their lifeless bodies hit the floor, Frieza realized they could regenerate, so he decided to make sure that wouldn't happen by using some magic he learned. Frieza was researching magic, so he combined that with his ki to make sure when he kills someone, they won't regenerate, causing them all to be dead. As then Frieza flew out the building, taking Valentino's head. Angel was asleep. As the door would open, Frieza would throw Valentino's head right at him. As Angel got up and began to yell at Frieza for throwing something at him, Frieza said, "Look what it is." He looked, and it was Valentino's skull. He was shocked as he fell to the floor. "How did you—" "You're welcome. Now don't bother me since I helped you." He would walk away. Angel Dust would be shocked. How strong is Frieza? And he would really do this just so he wouldn't bother him? As Angel Dust began to shake, the time continued to pass. Angel Dust and the Radio Demon were scared of Frieza, and Frieza always put on a smiley face around Charlie, but he kept to himself, and most people saw past it. Vaggie even told Charlie to get rid of Frieza, but she just wouldn't listen. And as the time passed, eventually Lucifer himself would show up. As Lucifer would show up to the hotel, things would go normally, but as he walked out, Frieza would follow him. He would look behind him and say, "What do you want?" Frieza would turn black and say, "Give me the power to break the barrier." Charlie's dad would look at him. Lucifer would be confused. "Why do you want to leave the Pride Ring?" "So I can control hell, of course. You are nothing but a pathetic ruler who sits in depression. I will take over hell, and I will lead it to greatness." Charlie's dad would then look at him. As Lucifer got mad, he began to put out his angelic powers. "You really think you can challenge me, fool?" As he flew, Black Frieza simply punched him straight in the chest. As his fist went straight through his chest, Black Frieza says, "I don't think, I know. Because you're nothing but a weak, pathetic fool, just like everyone else in this universe." As he fell down to the floor dead, Frieza began to laugh. "Hoo, hoo, hoo," as he felt Lucifer's powers come inside of him. As he felt the energy going through his body, becoming stronger as he killed them. As he walked over, he broke the barrier to the Pride Ring, meaning sinners can finally leave. This shocked everything and made it so the extermination was useless. As sinners went into all the other rings, hell broke out into chaos. Frieza no longer needed Charlie, would have to take care of the trash. As he flew back to the hotel, he would say, "Thank you all for listening. Angel and Alistair and Vdi, you will all be useful, but Charlie and Vaggie, bye-bye." Charlie looked and said, "What's going on? Why are you?" But then, before she could finish, Frieza simply blew her up, killing her instantly. Radio Demon began to shake in fear as Vaggie charged with an angelic spear, stabbing Frieza, but it did nothing as the spear just broke. "That's impossible." "That only works on people from this universe," Frieza says, as he simply death beams her straight in the skull. Frieza would take over hell and kill Asmodeus and Mammon. Asmodeus because lust isn't really needed in his empire. It doesn't really help him since he wants to run it like he used to. True, he's not taking over planets, so he's going to have to turn it more militaristic, but he decides that lust has no place in his empire, and Mammon was too cocky and would try to play Frieza. He didn't like that. Eventually, he would call a meeting with Adam and the Exorcist. As Adam met with them, he said, "So, you're the new ruler of hell, and you want to cancel the extermination. Sorry, but we can't really do that. You see, that's kind of my job here," and Frieza would simply punch him, sending his fist straight through his chest. As Adam coughed up blood, he grabbed his ribs and ripped it out. Funny, God took one of your ribs to make a person, so I think I'll kill you with it. As he stabbed his neck with his ribs, killing him. This pissed off the Exorcist as they all went after Frieza, but he killed them all with a death beam as he laughed, leaving one alive. Go back to heaven and say, "If you send an angel down here, I will be training on King Kai's planet, dead." It's been a year after the whole Cell incident, and Cell was locked away since he was too dangerous for Earth's hell. As Goku was training, King Kai would look at him and say, "You know, Goku, there's someone on hell who wants to redeem sinners. Bad people. You know, the people you defeat." Goku would say, "Oh, really? What does this have to do with me?" "Well, since Tien used to be bad, Yamcha was a bandit, and a lot of your friends had a bad past, you turned them all around. They are wondering if you could help them." "I don't know." King Kai says, "You'll get to fight a lot of strong people. Deal." Goku would agree to help them, as King Kai would take them down to hell. As Goku would have a halo, he would have a special necklace to show that he was there to help. As he landed, Lucifer greeted him and said, "I had to pull a lot of strings to get you here, Goku."
So don't mess things up. This is my daughter's dream. Got it? Kakarot smiled and said, yeah, I got it. So, you're the king of hell, right? Lucifer would say, yeah. Does that mean you're really strong? Can we fight? Lucifer was shocked. He actually wanted to fight him for fun. Lucifer said, they warned me about your interesting personality. And you know what? Sure, why not? If it'll keep you happy, I'll show you how the king of hell likes to rumble.
Lucifer would grow wings and begin to battle Goku. As he flew around, Goku would try to punch him, but then he would turn into a snake, then a bear, and keep changing his form so he couldn't hit him. Lucifer had great technique, and even though he wasn't a martial artist per se, he had a style, a little crazy style, where he would change back and forth. And this kept Goku on his toes, and he enjoyed the fight, and Lucifer was even winning, but then Goku looked at him and said, alright, let me show you how it's done, as he turned Super Saiyan. This began to shock Lucifer, as then Goku started to win. But as he began to push him further back, Lucifer laughed, as he started to tap into 100% of his power. Then Goku turned Super Saiyan 3. As they began to charge up their powers, all of hell began to shake. Lucifer would say, I've never seen a mortal as strong as you before. Then again, you are an alien. Earthlings are quite weak. I hope you enjoy Earth's hell. As they were about to blast, suddenly Charlie would run in front of the way and saying, guys, you're gonna destroy hell. The whole point is to redeem sinners and make hell better. Lucifer would then power down and say, oh, sorry, sweetie. Kakarot would then turn back to his base form and said, oh, so you're Charlie, I've heard about you. Charlie would then hug Goku and show him around the hotel. And as he showed him around and began to explain things, Alistair would walk up to him. So you're that alien I've heard about with all the special powers. Interesting. Would you like to make a deal? As he would show his hand, Goku would stomach would start to growl. As Goku would say, does that deal involve food? If so, I might take you up on it. Alistair would look at him as his grin began to crackle a bit. And he said, oh, you like the joke, don't you? Joke? Who's joking? I'm hungry. Let's get something to eat. Goku would just walk off. As Alistair would be pissed that Goku just ignored him like that. He thinks just because he's an alien, he's better than him. Goku would start to eat, and well, he would eat a lot. As Angel Dust would say, oh, I see you put that food in your mouth pretty fast. You know how to work that mouth, don't you? As then Goku would look at him and say, yep, I sure do. I'll eat anything you put in front of me. Angel Dust began to laugh and say, are you coming on to me? Coming on? What do you mean by that? Goku would say. Angel Dust would then try to explain to him what's going on, but Goku wouldn't understand it. And Angel Dust thought he was just playing dumb, which would piss him off. As then Husk would begin to laugh. Man, I haven't seen him that pissed in a while. For that, you should get a drink. I'll show you my special. I am thirsty. Husk would give him an alcoholic drink, as Goku would spit it out and say, that's so gross. Why would anyone drink that? Wait, have you never drank alcohol? No? What's alcohol? Husk would be shocked, as he would be like, it's... Damn, you really are an alien. Just don't worry about it. Husk would sigh. As Goku would stay there for a couple days, he would train with them and do exercise with them, and it would be a positive influence on the hotel. Like Charlie, if Charlie wanted to fight everyone. He would get along with a lot of people, but he would notice that Husk was never really happy. It seemed like he didn't really want to be there. One day, as Husk and Angel would go out there, Charlie would say, Goku, can you watch them? You're the strongest one here. Besides my dad when he visits. Goku would say sure thing. He would fly over and watch Husk and Angel as he would hear the Loser Baby song. And he would remember back to when Vegeta died on Namek and how he told Kakarot that he never had a chance, that Frieza made him the way that he was. And this was similar with them. Their environments made them who they are, and they're under someone else's leash. He didn't know what a prostitute was, but Angel was forced to be that apparently by Valentino. And Husk was forced to do the bidding of Alistair. He must free them both. He would start with Alistair. As Goku would fly up to Alistair and say, hey, Alistair, you don't like me, right? I could sense that. Alistair would look at him and say, well, I do put up with you, but you're not that polite of a chap. You don't entertain my ideas and my deals. Kakarot would say, I actually do have a deal, a bet. If I get beat you in a fight, you have to let Husker go. But if I lose, you get my soul.
Alistair would begin to grin, because if he won and got his soul, he can use that. Goku is extremely powerful, and he can use it to free himself later on. As Alistair would begin to laugh, he would say, "Now, that's an entertaining idea." Alistair was going to have to cheat, but he did think he had an idea how to win, but this wasn't going to be easy. Alistair and Goku both agreed to fight, as they walked out into the city and began to get up their fighting stances.
As the battle started, Alistair knew Goku was way stronger than him. The only way he's gonna win if he fought dirty. So, he made sure his tentacles were poisoned with anti-ki and other magical defects. As they charged right at Kakarot, Goku could sense someone was up, so he put a ki barrier around himself. But he pretended to be poisoned. As he continued to fight, Goku was winning until he fell to the floor. As Alistair looked at him and began to laugh. "See, Goku, this is what happens when you fight fair and square, when you let your guard down. I will admit, usually I'm not one to play dirty, but I'm desperate. I'm sorry I did this to you. But as a gentleman that I am, I promise that." But then Goku would get up and punch him down to the ground, beating him. As Alistair got up, he looked at his radio piece, broken. As Goku said, "I nearly pretended to be poisoned. I could tell you're using that cheap trick. That's not very gentlemanly of you. You must be desperate if you break that code." Alistair would sigh as he said, "Fine, I'll let Husker be free." Goku would say, "Tell me, why are you so desperate?" Alistair would look at him and say, "You already won. What more do you want?" Goku would then ask again. As Alistair got mad, he said, "I'm trapped, okay? But don't tell anyone, or I'll..." He just sighed, knowing he can't threaten Goku as he walked off. Goku then had an idea how to help him, but first he must break the good news. As Goku would go to Husk, he would tell him, and Husk would actually be excited for once. And he could feel Goku was telling the truth. Husk would say, "What do you want in return?" Goku would say, "Just stick around and don't leave. But if you want to leave, I understand." As Goku then would enter transmission straight to Valentino. As Valentino would look up, he would say, "Oh, so you're that sexy alien. You come to work for me. You look a lot like a human. I bet people will be into that. They miss what they can't have." Goku would look at him and say, "No thank you. I'm actually here for an offer. If you give up Angel, I will let you have a wish with the Dragon Balls." Usually Valentino would say no. Angel was his most valuable possession. But the Dragon Balls, he could wish for anything. Literally anything. How could he turn that down? Valentino would get up and say, "I don't know." Goku would say, "You could wish to make someone hotter than Angel and better than them. Or just wish for unlimited power." Valentino would look at him and say, "Alright, deal." As then he would free Angel. Angel would try to make passes at Goku, but Goku would refuse them since he was married, or was married since he's dead, and Goku doesn't really swing that way. Goku would do things around the hotel and things around Hell. He would help anyone he could see, and he would love to fight people. Goku would become famous around Hell as this person that helps everyone, and everyone would start to like him. Except for the people who made fun of him, but even they kind of liked him a bit. They just didn't want to admit it. Eventually, though, one day, Goku would be walking around the streets of Hell, as suddenly Adam would walk up next to him. "Listen, I wanted to keep this private between us. You know the final battle's coming, right?" Goku would look and say, "Yeah? Well, I can't win with an alien like you. It's not fucking fair. So, I pulled some strings. If you fight there, and if you stop me from destroying that hotel, you'll be a sinner, and you'll be trapped in hell forever." Goku would sigh. If he was in hell forever, maybe he couldn't get out. Maybe he couldn't visit his family like the day pass he would do. But is a possibility that Vegeta would go to hell. He'd be able to see him. And even with that threat, Goku knew he had to fight Adam. He had to do the right thing. And that's what not deter him from getting a good fight. Goku would smirk and say, "Hell or heaven, it doesn't matter. I'm sure fighting you will be fun." As he walked off, this pissed off Adam. As the days passed, eventually the final battle began. It started out just like in canon, but this time, as Adam started to fly towards Alistair, suddenly he would feel someone punch him to the floor. As he got up, it was Goku. Goku would turn Super Saiyan as he would battle Adam, and he would start to demolish Adam, as suddenly Goku would fall to the floor and begin to scream. As his halo would disappear, Adam would begin to smirk. "Now you're trapped in hell forever, boiling in a pot. You should have listened to me." Goku would get up and say,
Hell's not so bad. Besides, I got to fight you. That was fun. Goku would then start to beat on Adam. As Adam would get more and more pissed, he would yell out and curse. But this time, as Nifty tried to kill him, Goku would fly in the way and stop it. Adam said, "You saved me. Why?" "Because you're fun to fight. Next extermination, I can't wait to fight you." Adam would just get pissed and fly off to heaven. As then, Alistair would look at him, and
Goku Black knew this couldn't stand. He had to go after him. As he looked, the ring started to pull him forward and open a portal. However, as he went through this portal, the portal closed behind him, and he was not in the past. He was in a different dimension. As he looked around, the entire sky was red. There were buildings everywhere, and he could sense magic, not ki. Goku Black was confused more than anything else. But this didn't matter. He had to continue his plan, Project Zero Mortals, no matter what. As he was walking around getting a feel for his surroundings, suddenly everyone started to run inside, lock their doors. Goku Black was confused, as suddenly a noise appeared. It was a siren. As it started to fill his eardrums, he flew up and looked around, as suddenly angels began to fly down. They saw a human. They were confused, and they didn't think he was from hell because, well, he would have been reborn as a demon. Adam said, "What the hell are you doing here?" Goku Black would say,
"Wait, you all think I'm a human and a mortal? That's pathetic. I'm not a pathetic mortal like you all. I am something divine. I am a god." Adam was then pissed off at this guy. There's only one god, asshole. Not even I am that narcissistic. As he would charge at him with an angelic weapon, Goku Black would dodge and then kick him to the ground and hit him with the Black Kamehameha. But it did nothing, since he needed angelic weapons to wipe out angels. Goku Black was shocked, as he started to fight all of them. And even though he was a lot stronger than him, he let his guard down because he was cocky, and eventually he'd be stabbed in the back, causing him to bleed and fall down. As the angels surrounded him, Adam would say, "You got some pretty sweet moves, kid. I don't know how the fuck you got that, but it doesn't really matter. You're gonna die right here, right now." Goku Black would look up and say, "That's what you think." As suddenly he would kai away. As he kai-kai'd away, he would kai into a dumpster and hide inside of it. As the extermination ended, the angels would leave. Goku Black would never forget this. He needed to get his revenge. He needed to wipe out these pathetic mortals who laid judgment upon other mortals. You see, Goku Black believed that all mortals were corrupt, that all mortals had evil inside of them, and not only should the sinners be wiped out, but the exterminators themselves. Goku Black would lie low and use his Kai powers to disguise himself and to start to learn about this world. Even though he wanted to wipe out everyone in it, he needed to know things about it so he can better maintain himself and know who to fight and who not to fight, who to learn from, how to strike. He needed to find a way to kill those angels. And as he began to learn more and more, he would learn that this was hell, and that these were where the sinners went and where the demons are. Hell seemed so different from his universe. There was no punishment. You just stay there until you die. Everyone had their own sadistic pleasures. It was disgusting. This was why mortals need to be wiped out, especially in this pathetic excuse for a universe. As Goku Black learned more and more and more about this universe and the people in it, Goku Black would discover the Hazbin Hotel, trying to redeem sinners. And he started to think maybe none are all bad. Charlie seemed nice. Of course, she was not a filthy mortal. That was probably why, but still.
Goku Black would be able to attend an Overlord meeting, since he kidnapped one of them and disguised himself. As Goku Black waited in the Overlord meeting, he would stay quiet, not knowing how to act, as suddenly they started to sing. This disgusted him. As he was disgusted, eventually Velvet would show a dead angel. This piqued up his interest. He wanted to know how it was killed. And eventually, as everyone left, he would hide his ki and stay nearby, even though they can't sense ki, but he was being safe. He didn't know these powers of these pathetic demons. As suddenly, Gestio would reveal that Carmia Carbine killed the angel, as then Goku Black would grab her, appearing out of nowhere, and fly through a wall. "Tell me how you killed this pathetic angel." She would say, "No, I don't know who the hell you are, but you're not." Suddenly, he would show her his face.
I am a god, here from another universe to wipe out all pathetic mortals, and that includes angels too. Goku Black would then begin to torture her. As Suggestial would appear and summon giant spiders to try to eat him, Goku Black would simply blast through them all and kick Justiel to the ground and blow him up. He'll come back, sadly, regenerate. How do I do this? How do I wipe them out? He began to choke her and say, you need an angelic weapon. The same type of weapons they hold. Goku Black threw her to the ground and said, is it really that easy? Suddenly he would summon a Keyblade and say, I think I can mimic an angelic weapon like this. Yes. He would then change his ki to be holy, so that way he could wipe out these pathetic angels. As then he cut off Chimera Carbine's head, destroying her, as Goku Black began to laugh. I think it's time I cleanse hell. I guess it won't be hell when I'm done. More of a paradise. Every place will be like heaven now. As Goku Black then decided to look and see when's his next extermination. It would come up in a couple months. Goku Black wanted to test his power, test his divine blade on overlords to see how strong people in this universe truly are. Suddenly, overlords would start to go missing. They would be wiped out without a trace. Some people thought they went into hiding. Others thought the angels got them. But no one really knew for sure. One day, Valentino, Vox, and Violet were all sitting on a couch when suddenly the window would break as Goku Black would fly in. Vox would say, is that a fucking human? Goku Black would laugh and say, no, but I do look like one. I am a divine being, a god from another universe, and I am here to cleanse you. He would summon a Keyblade. Suddenly, Valentino would say, whoever you are, get your fine ass out of here unless you're working for me. As Goku Black would walk towards and say, you're truly disgusting, Valentino would begin to shoot all of his guns, as he deflected all the bullets with his divine Keyblade, then flew right towards him, cutting him in half, as he fell to the floor and bled to death. Vox would say, but only a divine weapon could kill them? My Keyblade mimics divine weapons, so it works just like them. All I have to do is put holiness into my ki. It's Zerb, I can even do it with Ki Blast. He would then blow up Velvet. As Vox began to shake, he got on his knees and said, please, please don't kill me, we can work together. Together we can rule hell. Goku Black laughed and said, why would I want to rule a dump like this? I want to cleanse it. I want to get rid of mortals like you. Vox would try to escape into the TV waves, but before he could, Goku Black would blow him up with a black Kamehameha. As then he destroyed the building. A day would pass. News passed everywhere about the V's places blowing up. No one knew what truly happened. However, Angel Dust would be sitting down. Hearing that his boss was dead, he felt a sigh of relief. He was finally free. He didn't know how this happened, but he was happy that it did. Little did he know he wouldn't be able to enjoy that freedom for long. As the months passed, eventually Extermination Day came. As all of the angels raised down the hotel, the final battle began against them and all the cannibals. As Adam and Aleister began to fight, suddenly Goku Black would fly down between them, saying, do you mind if I get involved? As Adam looked and said, oh, it's you again. Aleister would say, who are you? I'm the one who's been wiping out the overlords. I am Goku Black, exterminator of all the Desuskin mortals and god of this universe. Adam says, some people call me narcissistic, but he literally calls himself a fucking god. Aleister would look and say, so you're on our side. Well, I don't think you can do much here. I can't. But then suddenly Goku Black would cut off Adam's head, killing him instantly. As he began to laugh, shut up, as he blew up the radio demon. He then got up and began to shoot beams of holy ki, destroying all the angels. As he flew down, Charlie would say, whoever you are, thank, but then he would try to hit her with a keyblade, as suddenly Lucifer would appear and block it with his staff. I don't know who you are, but get the fuck out. No one threatens my daughter. Goku Black would start to laugh and say, I'm not scared of you, King of Hell. You're nothing but a pushover. As they both began the battle, Lucifer started to get the upper hand. As Lucifer used his anger to make him stronger, used his anger to push him, and used his magic and techniques Goku Black never could use. As Goku Black was getting pushed further and further back, he started to bleed. He felt himself get injured as his anger began to boil. I will not lose to you. You are a mere demon. I am a god. As Goku Black began to yell, his hair turned pink, rosé. And then
As Lucifer put all of his magic, all of his power into that beam, Goku Black put all of his ki into this black Kamehameha. As they both pushed against each other, they began to scream. Goku Black kept pushing further and further and further with his power, as it began to embolish Lucifer's beam and push against him, destroying him. As then Goku Black would blast ki blasts all across hell, holy magic, wiping all the demons out. He would fall down, panting, using all of his energy to do so. But then suddenly God would appear as he would walk to him. There's a reason I brought you to this dimension. I was sick of mortals, and I wanted to see if you had it in you to destroy them all. I want to make you my partner, and I want to rebuild this universe, because I have failed. Goku Black would look up and say, finally a god who's competent. Let's work together as equals.
And well, Joe Biden's polls were looking awful. He didn't really know what to do. So he did what he could do, as he simply just ate ice cream. As his polls would go down more and more, he would try to get anyone at all to help him win the election. But nothing really worked until one day something happened. One of his people working with him would walk up to him. Joe, I need you to do me a favor. What, you want to win this election, don't you? Joe would say, of course I do. But what do you mean by that? Well, if you want to win this election, then the only way is to
use a bit of, well, magic. As Joe Biden was confused, magic. If we can summon some supporters from the afterlife, they could help us. Joe Biden assumed this guy was on something, just like his son. However, he was enjoying his ice cream, so he didn't really care that much, so he said go ahead. As then, he handed him a spell book, as it was supposed to summon Stolas. But Joe Biden read it wrong, and it ended up bringing him to the Hazbin universe. As he was summoned straight into the universe, he looked around confused and scared, as he had no idea where he was. As then Charlie walked and said, this guy looks familiar. Wait, are you a human? Joe Biden would say, what? Yeah, I'm a human. Of course I am.
Charlie would say, wait, you look kind of famous and familiar. Come inside. As Joe Biden would walk inside the hotel and sit down, Charlie would be sitting down not knowing what to do as Vaggie would walk in. What? Oh my god, is that the president? What is he doing here? Charlie, did you kidnap the president? Why? How? No, I didn't. He just showed up here. What do we do? Joe Biden says, I think you should get me ice cream. As Vaggie would just sigh and say, of course. Alice will walk out and say, so is this the president, huh? Wow, he looks kind of old. And, well, I'm old, but still, even to me, that's old. There's old and then there's old, you know? Like, there's old-fashioned and there's actually being old and there's just looking and sounding old. And Charlie would say, we get it. You don't like him. Just take care of him while we try to figure something out. As Vaggie and Charlie would try to figure something out, Alistair would sit down next to Joe Biden and say, so, big guy, what do you think? Biden would say, I don't know where I am. And I actually mean that in a literal sense, not a I got lost sense. As Alistair would say, fascinating. I could help you win this election. All you have to do is make a little deal with me, you know? Give me something when I ask for it. Joe Biden would say, you can have some money. No, I don't. Listen, if you won the election again, you'd be very powerful and you could pass some laws. Laws that can help some organizations of mine, Alistair said. As Joe Biden wasn't really paying attention, can I have some ice cream? Alistair would sigh and say, yeah. As he gave him some ice cream, he started to lick it. So if I let you let me win, you'll help me stop Project 2025? Alistair says, I want no part in politics. This is just a political scandal for me to have more power. I do not care about your issues or policies. So you're a liberal like me. We're going to help save America. Alistair says, no. Please do not get me involved in this. Just don't tell anyone we work together, alright? I don't want to be associated with you, but yes, do we have a deal? As then Alistair and Joe Biden looked at each other. As Joe Biden said, what were we talking about? As Alistair sighed and said, this is so annoying. Just shake my hand. Joe Biden said, all right. As he shook his hand, a large light appeared between the room, as then Alistair left. Soon after, Lucifer would walk in. So, Biden, I'm gonna send you back now. Go on, and, yeah.
I mean, I would give you an endorsement, but I am Lucifer, the devil, so you'd probably do more harm than good. Go off. As in, Joe Biden says, thank you for your vote. As in, Lucifer made him disappear. As in, Lucifer says, do you think he was conscious during any of that? Charlie said, no. No, I don't. As in, Joe Biden would continue, but this time something would happen. Joe Biden would go out to give a speech, but suddenly Alistair would take over his body. As the crowd was ready for, well, his traditional boring speeches, but suddenly Alistair began to talk. In Joe Biden's voice, of course, but this voice, the way he talked, the way he addressed himself, it was nothing but charismatic. Now, this wasn't such a big deal, because most people there were Joe Biden fans anyway, but the few people who weren't fans who were watching him, they were, well, surprised and even bewildered by his suddenly surprise charisma as he wooed the entire crowd in a way that has never been done before, especially not by him. However, they all chalked this up to a one-time thing, but Joe Biden continued to do this. Every time he was going to talk, every time he was going to spread his message, he did it in an Alistair way. It was so charismatic. It was so, well, interesting. And Joe Biden even began to sing and dance. He made music videos explaining his way. Just like how in Hazbin, they would sing about things they want. And this honestly should have not worked. This should have been dumb, but it worked well with the young voters. It worked well with everyone. And suddenly Trump's polls began to look worse. This baffled everyone as we cut to Trump. Trump would begin desperate as he thought that this election was in the bag. But with Joe Biden suddenly doing better, what would he do? He didn't know what to do, but then he had an idea. As Trump didn't know what to do, he turned to the Bible, as he was going to ask for holy health. He prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed, but nothing really happened until eventually Adam himself flew down. It's me, Adam, the first man on Earth. Trump was shocked as he looked around, as time was frozen around him. What did you do? Just a little trick. Anyway, I heard you needed help. Maybe I can make some speeches for you. You need to be more bold, more out there. Trump would say, I am the best. No one is out there as me. No one ever. This is a lie. As Adam and Trump would actually go back and forth because they both had pretty big egos. But eventually Trump would give and let Adam help him. As things went well for Biden, Trump also started to do better, as Adam started to go out there with his outbreak attitude. And you know how Trump uses rage bait? Imagine that times 10 with Adam, because yeah, and that would go extremely interestingly. Biden policies already weren't popular, but now with Trump rage baiting and some of his policies aren't popular also, this was going to be an interesting election, as finally a debate was coming up, the second one between both of them, the one that would determine the election. But this election would be between not Joe Biden and Trump, but Adam and Alistair. As the debate went on, they both stood up and looked at each other, and they could see each other's true forms. As Adam was shocked to see if it was a demon controlling Joe Biden, but it made perfect sense now. He was going to wipe the floor with this demon. As then the questions came on, and Alistair began to answer them in an old-timey manner, an old-timey, fancy, civilized manner. And Adam answered them in, well, in-your-face manner, and they both really resonated with their voter base until the argument started. But this time, at least they could answer questions, unlike, the real debates. Until things slowly dive down worse and worse and worse, until they were just yelling at each other, just like the real Trump and Biden. But as they yelled, Alistair would use this as an opportunity to get his way, as he would keep speaking eloquently and not let Adam get to him, no matter what he said. And we would lay out points. This would slowly make Adam lose the debate, as Alistair pulled out on top, winning the debate and making great music videos against Adam was starting to pull the numbers. However, would it be enough? Usually no. However, there was someone running, a third-party candidate, and he was going to pull, for every one Democrat voter, 3 Republican voters. So hopefully that third-party candidate would be enough for him to win. As finally election day came. Adam and Alistair both had a lot on the line here. Alistair wanted to control America, so that way he'll get so much power he can get rid of the deal and pull all the strings once and for all. And Adam wanted to do it to, well, Adam just felt like it, honestly. Adam does things because he feels like it, and the extermination thing was getting boring. This could be fun. Being a president, walking around like you're the best of the best, walking around like you're the man in charge would be extremely fun. And God has been out for a long time. He took like a vacation, never came back. So Adam needed to do something to fill his time. And as Biden and Trump sat down, they waited for the election results. It was an extremely close election. It all came down to Pennsylvania, but Biden won. As Alistair would smile, he did it. Alistair won the
At his kingdom, it was the end of King Kong x Godzilla. King Kong felt so powerful. He felt great. And most of all, he felt pride that he saved his race from a tyrant. Nothing could stop Kong. However, as he was walking through the Monsterverse, something strange would happen. He would fall down a cavern. You see, there was holes all over the Monsterverse. All over that tiny little ground that he lived in, under the underground. However, as he fell, it was weird. It seemed like it was never ending, and it seemed like this hole came out of nowhere. And the further he fell, the deeper it got. He didn't see any of his men fall with him, even though they were all right beside him. It was so weird. But then, as he continued to fall, eventually he would hit the ground, but it didn't hurt him at all. He would start to look around. As he saw the sky, it was pure red, and there was buildings everywhere. King Kong then walked around. As then, suddenly, King Kong would notice tiny things flying after him. They were angels. Adam was shocked. He just saw a giant gorilla. I mean, what was this thing? And why was he here? He didn't really know what to do or say, but Adam simply said, "Attack!" As all the extras came at King Kong, he simply swatted them away like they were flies, and they basically were. Or I guess mosquitoes, since they were attacking him. But it was more like mosquitoes biting you than anything. Very annoying, but it didn't really hurt him. As eventually Adam would simply fly off, not knowing what that thing was. As he would look and say, what was that thing? Loot would say, "I don't know, sir, but we need more detail on it." They would all fly away, as then the news would pick it up. As we cut to the news, Katie Killjoy would talk about this giant ape thing that came out of nowhere and defeated the Exorcist. Was it a demon? Was it an overlord? Was it one of the 7 deadly sins? I mean, sinners haven't seen them all since they can't leave the Pride Ring. They didn't know what the heck this thing was. However, as rumors spread, Charlie was surprised to see this, and she wondered what it was. King Kong didn't know what to do. He simply tried to go out into nature, but he couldn't. The entire Pride Wing was a city, and since he was technically a sinner, he couldn't leave. There was a magic barrier stopping him. This made King Kong mad as he roared at it and started to punch the barrier again and again and again as the entire thing shook.
He started to roar, the entire ground shook, as suddenly Charlie would walk up to him. And she had the power to talk to animals since she did have pets. Charlie would look at him and say, "So, what's wrong?" King Kong would try to talk to her through sign language, but then she simply flew up to him and said, "I can understand you." King Kong said, "What are you talking about?" "I can speak to animals like you." King Kong would say, "Where am I?" As she would tell him everything and say, "Well, I've never seen an animal arrive here like you before. You're not from this world. Or are you some experiment?" "Experiment? No. I am no government experiment. I am simply a man from a far gone era. A man from another race." As she would look up at him and say, "I see. Well, we can help you come back. Just stay with me and your friends. We'll build you a nice fake little habitat." "Fake, huh? Fine." King Kong would follow Charlie, and this would be hard. The Pride Ring was huge, don't get me wrong, but was it big enough to build him an entire forest? Probably not. But Charlie was going to try her best, as she was going to start making a project for him. As King Kong was walking along with her, Angel would be sitting down. So would Alistair, as they both came out and saw King Kong. Alistair said, what is that? Angel would say, oh my, that's too big, even for me, Angel said, as then he laughed. Alistair would say, not funny, Angel. Charlie would say, oh, he's a friend. I'm gonna build him a habitat. Anyway, you two get along well, as then she walked off. King Kong simply sat down and observed the area. As the days passed,
Many of them wanted to talk to King Kong. After all, he was a giant gorilla that was pretty scary, and they didn't really know him, so they left him alone. However, since he was in the forest and Nifty was crazy, Nifty would talk to him all the time. She thought he was a bad boy. And over time, Angel and the rest of everyone would, well, come to like King Kong. King Kong was soft, gentle, and kind. Even though Vaggie didn't really like men too often, King Kong was an animal, so, he was kind of excluded. Besides, he did fight off the Exorcist, so there's some street cred for him. And as time passed, King Kong would be in the forest running around. Charlie built him a little forest. It was great. Well, little for him. It was humongous for anyone else. However, King Kong still missed his home, and he was hoping his people were doing all right. When Alistair would walk up to him and say, I have a deal for you, Kong, Kong would look down at Alistair, intrigued, oh, by the way, they can all talk to him through magic. Wanted to put that out there. Let's continue. King Kong wanted to know what's going on, so he asked him, what do you need me for? I need you to get rid of something. You see, someone else owns my soul, but I know a way to help you get out of here. All you gotta do is help free me. King Kong would simply nod and say, deal. As then Alistair would fill him in. Adam is gonna come here. When he does, I want you to distract them. I'll sneak in through the portal. I have a plan. They both nod and agreed to help each other. King Kong felt a little shady about this, but he had to go back and help his people. And after all, they did own Alistair's soul. Even though Alistair wasn't a good guy, the person who owned them must not be a good guy either. So King Kong wasn't doing anything wrong. Or maybe he was just justifying it. He didn't know anymore. He was always smart. Even
intelligence was like that of a child, like normal apes. However, as King Kong was talking to everyone and could even use tools, he was getting a lot smarter. And he was improving himself. You see, Kong's race was special. They had the potential to learn. They didn't start off too smart, but they can learn so much. And even though they start off with the intelligence of a child, very smart for an animal, but not too smart for a human, they can learn and become smarter. Kong was learning so much in this world, and he was becoming enlightened. He had new ideas and new information to bring back to his people. However, all that was going to have to wait because a battle was going to happen first. Charlie fixed his axe to make sure it had angelic powers. As the months would pass, eventually Adam would come back for extermination day. However, King Kong would be there to stop him. Adam would fly right towards King Kong. All the other exorcists would do so also, leaving them vulnerable for Angel and the rest of them to attack. However, there was no force field since they were all focused on Kong, so there was no need to trap him. And Alistair went straight to heaven, running in and sneaking in through the portal, disguised as an angel. As King Kong began to slaughter the exorcists, destroying them one by one, as then Adam would punch him, sending him flying. Even though Adam was like an ant compared to Kong, he still had lots and lots of power, and would put up one heck of a fight. Just kidding. King Kong easily just smashed him. As then, he just hit him with the axe, sending him flying down. As then, Adam was stepped on and destroyed. The exorcists were easily repelled, as it seemed that King Kong won. But then, he would wake up. As King Kong looked around in his home, it seemed like it was all just a dream. As then he got up and began to walk away. Seemed like it all was just a dream, a dumb, stupid dream.
was an exorcist, a really good one, but everything changed the night that she lost Adam. It's been a week since then. She managed to talk to Lilith, and well, she was getting an idea, but things weren't really going the best. As one day she saw someone. It was Sir Pinches. He grabbed her weapon. "What are you doing here? Is Charlie visiting again? I can't believe you let her back here." Sarah would say, "No. Don't you see his different clothes? He redeemed himself. He's in heaven." Lute dropped her weapon as she fell to her knees. She lost. Not just physically, but morally. She said no one could be redeemed. That's what her and Adam said, but she lost. Everything she worked so hard for was destroyed. She couldn't believe this. She looked up at Sarah as she said, "Well, also, I don't think we'll need an exorcism from now on. I don't think we can win." As she walked off, she lost her job, her dear friend, and everything. Lute got more and more angry as she went to see Lilith. As she walked to Lilith, Lilith would look at her. "Ah, Lute, nice to see you. Anyway, how is it going down there?" She would say, "Your brat of a daughter ruined everything. Now we can't even go on an exorcism hunt." Lilith would say, "Listen, I have someone on the inside, but I can't fix that." "No, you can't. So that's why I'm going to get some of the most radical exorcists with me. I don't need a lot to take out Charlie. All you need to do is lure her out by herself." Lilith would say, "You want me to have my only daughter taken out? It's either that or go back to there. This is the land you always wanted. This is the place you always wanted to live. And now, you're going to give that all up for your daughter, a girl you only had to distract Lucifer." Lilith began to think about this, and while even though she wasn't the best mother, she straight up abandoned her child. She, well, somewhat cared about her. I mean, all those times with Lucifer, it didn't mean nothing, did it? Lilith would think. As then she said, "All right, I'll do it. But let me tell you this. If you go any further after taking out Charlie, I can't help you. Our deal ends after this. Trust me. When she's gone, you're going to be kicked out of heaven and live down there. I hope you know that. You would become what you hated most. You would become just like Lucifer." Lute would look down and begin to think about things. Was she willing to do this? Was she willing to become like Lucifer? She simply sighed and said, "I know, but it must be done."
Lute then began to scan the area. She said, "That's impossible." "What?" "Those angelic weapons are supposed to erase souls. The reason Sir Pinches came here was because, well, he was not erased with a weapon, but by Adam's power. But something's wrong. I can sense Adam down there. His soul is different now, like a sinner." But Lute would say, "He's not a sinner. He would not be casted down there. I know for a fact Adam does not belong there. And Adam was destroyed. I saw it myself." Lilith would sigh and point her in the direction. As she flew down, she saw some red, strange, demonic outfit. As suddenly it would turn around, it would be Adam. Lute was shocked. "Adam!" She would hug him. Adam would say, "Hey, how did this happen? Apparently I'm the first man, so my soul is far different from the rest. I think it was too strong to be erased. And since I failed, heaven decided to cast me out here. I'm just like Lucifer." He was about to say obscenity, but then he would stop. "Maybe it was all pointless. Everything we did." Lute would say, "Don't say that, sir. I have a plan to get..."
As Lute then decided that she would get revenge with Adam as she hugged him tightly. "Please, Adam, see it my way." Adam would say, "No, I've changed, and I will never do that again." Lute said, "Really?" "Oh, F no. Let's do it now." As they both laughed, she said, "I missed your sense of humor." "Yeah, I missed you too, Lute. It's only been a few weeks, but it feels like it's been years without you." As in, Lute and Adam then started to develop up a plan. As then, the plan was set. As Charlie was doing her normal routine, the hotel was rebuilt. She was ready to redeem others as suddenly someone would knock on the door. As Charlie then opened it, it was Lilith, her mother, as she hugged her super tight. Mom, I missed you. Where'd you go?" Lilith would simply smile and say, Oh, Charlie. You see, I love you. And I was gone because I had to look into some things. Heaven was threatening to take us out, and I was trying to discover a way to stop it. But well, it's a long story. However, I heard about everything you did. I'm so proud of you. They both hugged. Lilith was lying, of course, but Charlie didn't know that. As then she wanted to bring her in, have her meet Vaggie, have her meet everyone. Lilith said, "Can I show you something? I made something for you. Follow me." Charlie then followed her mom. It was a bit suspicious, but it's her mother. You gotta trust your own mother.
As then, Lilith would stab Charlie in the back, literally. As she fell to the floor, she would look up and see Loot. "Hey there." She was surrounded by two exorcists and Adam and Lilith. They all looked at her. She said, "What is this?" as she got up, ready to fight in her demonic form. It was hard for her to move, stabbed in the back, but she can manage some of her powers. Loot would say, "You can manage some powers, but you couldn't even beat Adam full power. I doubt you'll be able to beat him, me, and your own mother." "Next we'll get Vaggie, that little girlfriend of yours that took my eye." Charlie would say, "I won't let you hurt her." "Why, Mom? Why'd you do this?" Lilith would say, "I did what I had to. You think I want to marry that man? Please, your father is a buffoon." Charlie would then sigh. I blamed him for what happened. I blamed him for everything that goes on. But now I see it's your fault." As then she was ready to fight Lilith, suddenly Loot would grab her and throw her to the ground. "Your fight is with me." As Loot and Adam would both fight Charlie. Charlie would put up a fight, and she knew what she was fighting for. She had a cause to survive, and to tell everyone about her mother, how she betrayed her, and to tell her father it wasn't his fault. However, this dream wouldn't be enough, as Charlie would perish. Loot won, and well, she would take her victory with her. As then she began to walk. She then laughed, as she felt total victory. She felt like she did it. Suddenly, though, something would happen, as the ground as Loot and Adam saw the ground shake. Suddenly, Loot's body would turn different. Her clothes would start to turn red, as she was made into a sinner. She would say, "What happened?" as Sarah would come down. "Thank you for doing this. Really, I predicted you would. And now I'll hide the evidence. And Lucifer will never know what happened, so he'll never wage a war on heaven. He might suspect us and try to find evidence, but if he tried to gather up an army, well, he may be the king down here. But there will be pride lords that will disagree, and overlords that will not go. This will make it so hell will be divided. It will never be able to gather up significant forces, meaning they'll always stay weak. I had to ensure our safety after that massive defeat. This was the only way. I knew you would do this, Loot. You were nothing but a puppet, a pawn. So were you, Adam. That's why I made sure you survived, and why you were down here." Adam would say, "So you played me after all the things I've done for you? After all the exterminations How about this?" She would suddenly give him clothes. His old clothes. "How about you lead the extermination? And don't tell anyone about your new body. And Loot, you can do the same. You have to live down here, but no one will know that." They both looked at each other. As Adam said, "F yeah," Loot would sigh and say, "Fine, I suppose we could." "Thank you. You two are very valuable." As they all smiled. Sure, they lived down here, but Loot and Adam had each other. They were best friends. And well, and now that they can continue extermination, To yell, as he hated it here. No food, no ice cream, no nothing. He was stuck in this dimension forever. That's unfair. But as he began to scream, a portal began to open up, but it wasn't on Earth. As Majin Buu walked out, Adam would be fighting the radio demon, as they would both turn and look at him and say, "Reinforcements, I guess." as they both looked at each other and said, "Who the fuck is this guy?" "I don't know." "Hello, dear viewer. Are you here to watch? You must be pretty brave," for Boo would say, "I want candy," as he would turn Adam into candy and eat him. This would shock Alistair and say, "Who the hell are you?" "I'm Majin Boo. Boo like you. Boo think you'll be delicious candy too." Majin Buu would shoot a candy beam at Alistair, but Alistair would phase into the wall, going away so he couldn't turn him into candy. As then he flew down, he began to turn all of the exorcists into candy and eat them at once. Charlie looked up and said, "Well, I guess you're on our side," but then Majin Buu would punch her. "No, I'm not. I can sense you're strong. Boo will like fighting you." As Majin Buu laughed, he began to fight Charlie, as then Lucifer himself flew down. As Lucifer landed, he looked at Charlie and said, "Get the fuck out of here." Charlie would say, "But Dad, he's too strong for you." As Boo would try to stretch out his arm and grab him, Lucifer turned into a snake, using that to dodge the attack. As Boo began to laugh, "You can do tricks? Boo can do tricks."
As suddenly he would punch the floor and open a portal through it, and then the portal would open up and punch Lucifer straight in the face. Lucifer would get up and say, "I don't know who the fuck you are. You don't look like an angel, and you're definitely not a demon, but whoever you are and whoever sent you, leave now." Majin Buu would simply laugh. "Boo likes your spirit. I would enjoy crushing it." As we cut to Gotenks would be yelling at the top of his lungs as he would try to get out of the time chamber. He would try to free himself. Him and Piccolo would scream with everything they had. As suddenly a portal would open up, they would walk through it. Lucifer says, "What the fuck? Now there's a human here?" As Gotenks looked and said, "I'm no human. I'm a Saiyan." As he would fly straight towards Super Buu and they would both battle each other. And using all of their weird key techniques, Lucifer would be shocked just watching this. He's never seen anything like it before in his life. As Majin Buu looked at Lucifer, he felt he can come in handy, so as he was distracted, he would absorb him. He could absorb Gotenks, but he wanted a good fight, so he absorbed him instead. And even though it didn't add a lot to his ki, it did give him a lot of new magical abilities. Combine that with his old ones, and he's one hell of a tricky fighter. As they continued the battle, Charlie would watch this as she fell to her knees and began to cry. As she got angry, her eyes would turn red, but Vaggie would grab her and say, "Let me go. No, you'll die if you jump in there. Besides, look, his form is changed. That means your father's still in there. There's a chance we can save him." As Lucifer Buu was born. Lucifer Buu was a lot like Lucifer. He loved to play tricks, and he absorbed a lot of Lucifer's personality, as he was fun and outgoing, as he loved to toy with his prey now. He was also a little bit broken, since Lucifer was pretty broken. As all that was going on, we cut to Gohan and Goku. As they were watching, they didn't know what happened to Super Buu. He wasn't in the time chamber. But where was he?
Suddenly, Shin would look at him and say, "Of course. I've heard rumors about other dimensions. And considering that there's a spirit of time, there could be dimensions with life in it." The Elder Kai looked at him and said, "Wait, you didn't know those other dimensions? Let me change this setting." The Elder Kai would look for dimension after dimension after dimension until he finally found the Hazbin one. Gohan would start to get aggravated and impatient as he would ask, "When will this power-up be ready?" Elder Kai said, "Oh, you were ready about 19 minutes ago." "What?" "Yeah. Pretty funny, huh?" As he kept reading his magazine, Gohan then got up and began to Kai, a technique he learned from the Kais, to this dimension. As he Kai'd there, Super Buu would be fighting Gotenks as he unfused. As he unfused, it turned into two little boys. Angel Dust looked and said, "Did that fucker just turn into two other people?" As he would scratch his head. He's seen a lot of stuff and weird stuff in hell, but not like this. As Super Buu walked up towards him, Charlie and the rest were about to get involved, as even other overlords and Asmodeus and other sins were starting to show up. As Super Buu looked at him, he said, "Aw, don't you recognize me? I'm still your boss, just in a different body, different personality. As your boss, I order you to let me turn you into candy." As suddenly Gohan would appear as he looked at him and said, "Oh, Hello?
As Gohan and Majin Buu would begin to fight, Charlie would get in the way, as she would blast Majin Buu with magic. As Majin Buu flew at her, his eye began to twitch as he fell to the floor. Lucifer was in there, in his body, fighting him. He wanted to get out. He wouldn't let him hurt Charlie. As Gohan looked and he realized something, he's still in there, as suddenly Majin Buu would spit out Lucifer. It doesn't matter. He gave me fun tricks, but I can easily beat you without him. Suddenly, Gohan would feel a massive power boost as Lucifer would unlock his potential. He would get up and smirk. Make that man pay for eating me.
As Gohan fought Super Buu, the overlords would begin to argue if they should get involved or not. As Modis would look and say, if we don't get involved, all the sexy men and women of hell might die. As Alistair would look at him and just say, gross, I have an idea. As suddenly Alistair would pull out his tentacles and grab Majin Buu. It wouldn't really do much since he would easily get out of it, but it would distract him just for a second for Gohan to hit him with a Kamehameha. As Gohan put everything into it, he thought he destroyed Majin Buu, as so did everyone else. They all cheered. As the leader of Cannibal Town went to him and said, hey, my name's Rosie. Here's a human finger for helping us out. Gohan would look and say, no thank you. As Goten and Trunks would look up and say, you did it, big brother. How do we get out of here? Don't worry, I learned a trick from the Kais. Gohan would walk up to him, begin to start to Kai them out. But before he could do that, suddenly a pink blob would grab Gohan and begin to suck him in. As Majin Buu absorbed Gohan and became Buuhan, he began to laugh. As Angel Dust said, no fucking way. Super Buu looked at him as he walked towards them. Buuhan, now I'm gonna kill all of you, every single one of you. But suddenly he saw someone walk up to him. It was Valentino. Overlords were shocked as Valentino went up and says, hey sexy, why don't you work with me? Me and you can rule the world. We could call it the 3 V's. VB for the V's and Majin Buu. V's and Buu. What do you think about that? Buuhan simply looked at him and said, let me get this straight. You think I want to work with some drug-addicted pimp? I'm not really interested in sex or drugs. The only thing I like is power and candy. Majin Buu would turn him into candy and eat him as he looked over and began to charge at the others. The demons would fight. Lucifer would use his magic. Alistair would use his magic. And Charlie would fly in on her noble steed. As they all battled Majin Buu, though, they were no match for him. However, they were able to hold him off as Goku managed to travel back down. The Elder Kai would give up his life that allowed Goku to travel to this dimension. As he traveled there, he had a Batara earring, and he had to fuse with someone there. Goku looked at Lucifer, and he thought maybe the souls that he had with him could make him stronger if he fused with an overlord, but it would probably be safer just to go with Lucifer. As he looked over at him, Lucifer would say, what's that fancy earring you're holding? I like jewelry, but we're trying not to all fucking die. Goku would laugh and say, man, people cuss here a lot. I guess it is hell. This allows me to fuse with one person, but we'll be the same person for all eternity. Lucifer said, what? It's the only way. Who's gonna fuse with me? Goku looked, and a lot of demons were kind of hesitant, but Charlie and Lucifer both volunteered. As Goku was thinking about it, also, if a boy and a girl fuse, what happens with their genders? How does that work? Just pointing that out there. Let me know in the comments, how do you think that would work? Suddenly, Vegeta would appear and say, Kakarot, you really want to fuse with these demon clowns? Why not keep the Saiyan blood pure? Goku would look over and Vegeta and Goku would fuse, and the fight would happen similarly as canon-ish. The demons and stuff would help out with their magic, so Vegeta would even have a better time at winning. But they would still pull the trick on Buu and pull everyone out. Then suddenly Kid Buu would appear in hell. Kid Buu was about to blow up the planet. They tried to bring Trunks and Goten out, but it was too late. They only managed to save Lucifer and Charlie. As Charlie and Lucifer looked down, hell was destroyed, her people gone. She cried. As suddenly Kid Buu would appear in heaven. The head Seraphim would try to stop him, but he would just kill him as he started to kill angels. Lucifer said, he can kill angels without magic weapons? This guy's truly strong. We're gonna have to go to God himself, as much as I don't like it. Goku says, I have another idea. As he started to use the spirit bomb, Goku said, "I heard you guys like to sing in this universe. Not really a big fan of it, but it might work here." Lucifer and Charlie began to sing, "Give us your energy to save the universe. We know we have our differences, but if you don't, you'll fucking die. Please give us your energy and save us all. It is the only way to defeat Majin Buu." As the angels lifted up their hands, they gave their energy as Goku got a spirit bomb, and he threw it at Kid Buu, destroying him. After that, Goku would use the Dragon Balls to bring back Hell. And he wouldn't wish to bring back only the good people. He would wish to bring back only the good people on planet Earth and everyone else who died from everywhere else. Because, well, if he did, most of Hell wouldn't come back, and that would kind of be a problem. Goku would be remembered as the guy who saved Hell.
As Raditz was hit with a special beam cannon, he would fall to the floor and begin to cough up blood. Raditz died. He lost to his weaker brother, and a damn Namekian. He was a low-class runt, but even this was an insult to him. However, it didn't matter. He knew the Saiyans would come and kill them both. As he bled out and died, he would go over to King Yemma. King Yemma would say, "You're quite strong for Earth. I'm hesitant to do this, but I'm very busy right now, and all the serious hells are kind of clogged up. You're too weak for the serious hells, but you're too strong from Earth hell. Oh well, I'll just send you to Earth's hell. I'm sure the king there will be able to keep you in check." Rats would say, "The king? Every hell has a king. Every hell has a guardian. You are going to meet Lucifer, the king of hell from Earth. So, good luck." Suddenly, Rats would be transported to a new realm. His skin permanently red. His body changed. His long hair turned into feathers. As he looked around, he didn't know what exactly was going on. But then, he saw Lucifer walking towards him. "Hello, sinner. I am the great Lucifer. Usually I wouldn't greet sinners like you, but I make an exception. By the way, check out this cool rubber ducky." Showing a rubber ducky that breathed fire. Rats was shocked. As this Lucifer seemed nice and polite, he didn't seem menacing or torturous at all. Rats expected to be tortured in hell. Rats looked at him and said, "What do you want?" "Well, you see, anyone with a power level above 1000 automatically goes to a serious hell. However, even though your power level is not near this, you are the most powerful person who's died on Earth, so we want supervision with you. So that's why, even though I'm a bit reluctant, I do love my daughter, so I want you to help her out with her project to redeem sinners, to get you redeemed into heaven." Rats would look shocked. He just got here and he's already getting a chance into heaven? He is a powerful Saiyan warrior though, he's not some goody two-shoes. But even with all that being said, and with his pride, he still wants to get into heaven. So Rats would agree to follow along. As Lucifer would bring him to the Hazbin Hotel, Charlie would meet him. Charlie would smile, so excited. "Okay, so we don't get a lot of aliens on Earth, so I am so excited to see you. How are you? Mr. Raditz, was it?" Rats would say, yeah. "Well, this is your new stay at the Happy Hotel. Get comfortable. Oh, by the way, we do have to do something." She put a collar around his neck. "This will stop you from raising up your ki. Since you are very strong, you could, destroy all of hell, and only my dad or me has the power to stop you, so we really gotta stop that. Sorry about that." Rats would grab it. "I do have a key, though, in case of emergencies, but we won't be really needing that." This is Angel. As Charlie would show him Angel, Angel would say, "So you're the big bad alien here to destroy our world. Kinky. Maybe if I'm a good boy, will you spare me, Daddy?" Rats would simply say, "Gross." Husker would laugh and say, "That's Angel for you." As Rats would get to know the others, he would stay there for a few days, be in trust exercises and things like that. Rats, however, didn't really like this hotel that much. He was used to his old life, wiping out planets and destroying things. This was so boring and so idiotic. They babied him. They tried to redeem him. They treated him like a child. He hated this. More than anything, Raditz wanted out of this hotel. He didn't even care if he was in hell. He just wanted out. This friendship garbage, all of this, it made him sick to his stomach, but he couldn't do anything. He couldn't do anything as Angel flirted with him. As Raditz, all he had to drink was beer, that disgusting drink that Huss served. He hated beer. He didn't understand how people liked it. He tried tequila, whiskey, but no matter what drink he tried, it was always gross and disgusting. He hated that bar. As Saiyans didn't drink alcohol to forget their problems, they killed people to forget their problems, but he couldn't do that. He started to become depressed. One day, however, he was in his room as Alistair would appear. "I can tell you don't like this life. I have a deal for you." Rats would say, "What kind of deal?" "I know where Charlie keeps that key. I could free you, but of course, if I do, you're gonna have to free me. I hate to admit this in front of people, but with such an opportunity like this, it would be foolish for me to pass it up. Besides, I am happy we can both help each other." He would extend his hand. Rats would say, "What are you offering?" "I am controlled by someone else. Someone else owns my soul. However, if you help me out, I can be free. All you have to do is kill the person who owns me, and you will be free forever. Of course, after I free you, you are still bounded by me after this deal, and you never want to break a deal." He would smirk as he went into his deer form. Rats was excited. After all, no one in this hell could beat him, and he was itching for a damn fight. And even if he was owned by Radio Demon, he was used to being owned by Frieza, and it wouldn't really last that long, since he knew he could easily complete this task. Rats would agree as he would shake Alistair's hand. He said, "Splendid. Now, you're gonna have to wait for Extermination Day. When that happens, a portal will open, and you will fly through it, and you will look for this woman. Her name is Lilith." Alistair would give the Raditz a little compass that will light up as soon as he approaches Lilith. He says, "As soon as that portal opens, fly through into heaven. You'll use your ki and powers to get through the enemies. I have no doubt you'll be able to find her. And once she's dead, I'll be free, and you'll be free too." It sounds like a win-win, don't you think? Rats would laugh and say, "I get to fight and be free? I'm excited." Good. But for now, we have to keep that little shock collar on your neck. We can't let you get too strong now, can we? Rats would nod. As the days passed, eventually the months would go by and Extermination Day would begin. As a portal opened up, Alistair would unlock his chain on his neck, as Rats would fly straight through the portal. Adam would say, "What the fuck was that about? Did he just enter heaven?" He was gonna get ready to fight, but suddenly, the Radio Demon and the rest of the cannibals showed up, so Adam was pretty distracted. Rats would go through heaven, flying at lightning speeds. He could finally fly. He could finally use his ki. Rats felt so uplifted. He could finally do stuff. He wasn't trapped in that stupid hotel. However, he felt his soul burn as Alistair owned it. He needed to quickly free himself. He needed to quickly kill Lilith. Once Lilith was dead, Raditz can finally be free. As Raditz longed for freedom, as he longed to control his own destiny, finally, for once in his life. First it was Frieza controlling him, then Vegeta, now Charlie, and then the Radio Demon. Finally, he will be the master of his destiny. No one will control Raditz except for Raditz. However, as the scouter began to light up and glow in a glowing light, telling him where Lilith was, suddenly Sarah would show up, the top Seraphim, as she looked at him with a mean intent, as her hair began to stand up, as she summoned royal guards, angels made of gold. She said, "What are you doing here?" Rats would say, "Simple. Get in my freedom. Now move aside before I kill you."
Sarah would look at Raditz. "I know you're an alien, but you must be the dumbest thing I've ever seen. A sinner has never came up to heaven before, and much less with the balls on you. You fly straight through the gate and cause terror just to find someone and kill them. You are truly a disgusting soul and proof that redemption is impossible." As Sarah would then fly straight towards Raditz, Raditz would be surrounded by golden angels as he would pull out a holy dagger made with an angelic weapon, so he can easily kill them. As Raditz began to tear through them, Sarah would hit Raditz with magic after magic, spell after spell, technique after technique. Raditz was surrounded by angels and began to get worn out. One by one, he can easily take them all, but an entire army, he couldn't do this. But then he remembered something, a secret weapon that Saiyans have. As he threw up an artificial moon and looked at it, he began to grow. As his power began to increase, he became a great ape.
As he became a great ape, he grabbed Sarah and began to squeeze her. She said, "Get your hands off of me, you damn dirty ape." Raditz just laughed as he picked up the dagger with his tongue and stabbed it straight through her eye, killing her. As he fell to the floor, Raditz began to charge through heaven, bursting out holy gate after holy gate, building after building, until he found a beach. As it was Lilith, Lilith stood up and said, "Who the hell are you?" Raditz would say, "I am your doom." As he would begin to fight Lilith, it would be a tough fight, because Lilith used magic, and Raditz wasn't used to this kind of magic, and he would definitely be injured from it. However, in his great ape form, and the fact that Lilith hasn't fought in a long time, made Raditz have the advantage. As Raditz killed Lilith, she fell down to the floor, and Raditz finally did it. Raditz got his freedom. He would barely escape heaven alive with all the angels after him. He would be bleeding from all sides, as he would lay down in a street corner alleyway, covered in trash, but Raditz didn't care. Even though he was injured,
Portal gun when he found another dimension was added. You see, Rick's only travel to universes that, well, he's the smartest in. He doesn't go to a universe where there's someone smarter than him. The fact that there was a universe added means that Rick discovered it. As he said, neat. Come on, Morty, let's go explore. Oh, geez, Rick, I have a test tomorrow. Come on, in and out, quick adventure. He would open up a portal. As Rick and Morty walked through the portal, he looked around. This place doesn't look too nice. As he saw weird demon creatures walking around. Dang, I have to make a disguise. Rick started to make a disguise, as suddenly an angel flew right ahead of him. But it was a human. The angel was so confused. How did you get here? Oh, I just made a portal here. Should they be wiped out? Should they not? The angel just said, as Adam flew down, what the H are you? Oh, well, that's interesting. Look, man, I can portal you up to heaven if you need to. Nah, it's good. I'm gonna chill here. Rick said, "Come on, Morty," as they left. As Lute said, "Sir, should we deal with that?" Why bother? I'm sure they'll get destroyed down here anyway. And if they're good, they'll go to heaven. If not, we'll wipe them out. So the exorcist just decided to ignore them, as Rick and Morty made their demon disguises. So, Rick and Morty were looking around. Morty said, "What are we gonna do, Rick?" "Simple, Morty. We're gonna steal everything this place has. Like all these magic items and crap. I'm pretty sure they can go off for a lot of money." Morty said, "Are you sure, Rick?" "Yeah, I'm sure." As then they saw the princess of hell, Charlie. As she was trying to redeem people, he said, "A princess? I bet she has a lot of stuff. Follow my lead, Morty. Let's get into this hotel, then let's steal all their S." As he says, "Are you sure?" "Yeah." As they then walked up. Morty, of course, had a moral objection, but, she is a princess of hell, so he figured she couldn't be too good. Of course, he was wrong, but, he didn't know that. As Charlie led them into the hotel, she was very excited. As she said, "Oh my god, I can't wait for you guys to be redeemed. Who are you?" I would say, "My name's Rick, and this is Morty." Morty would whisper, "Why are we using our real names?" "Oh, we already look like sinners. Who cares?" "Oh my god, that's great. I can't believe we have 2 more residents. This will go so great." Charlie says she ran away to tell Angel and the others. As Rick said, "All right, Morty, get ready to steal all their stuff." As Rick started looking around for things to steal, Alistair would walk behind him and say, "Can I help you?"
"Oh, you can't," as Rick would then burp. "Now, could you get out of my way?" This shocked Alistair, but he didn't like being talked down to like this. "Since you're a resident here, I'll go easy on you, but next time, don't you dare talk to me like..." Suddenly, Rick would simply burp and say, yeah, as he walked off. Alistair would then run towards him as he would touch his lab coat and, well, just perish instantly. As Rick would sigh, he would then use science to bring Alistair back. "What happened? You touched me. That's what happens when anyone touches me. They just perish. No screaming, nothing. I wear my lab coat as a deterrent." Alistair's never seen magic like that before. He didn't even sense anything from it. He says, "Who are you?" "Oh, I'm just someone here to observe things. But don't tell on me, alright? Otherwise, I could destroy this entire universe." Alistair knew he couldn't actually do that. Universe? What kind of demon has that type of power? But as he thought about it, maybe he should mess with Rick. For now, he would observe the situation. He would say, "Very well. But please don't mess with..." Rick would say, yeah, I won't mess with your stuff."
As Rick walked away, Alistair sighed. Morty would say, sorry, Mr. Radio Demon, sir. If it means something, you're actually kind of cool. He would say, huh. At least you're nice. As Alistair walked away, things would go on.
And Morty would then smile. Sorry about my grandpa as he walked away. Alistair would say, Grandpa. Morty would say, oh, maybe I shouldn't have told him that. Yeah, he's your grandpa. You looked like a child. How did you two perish? Morty would say, it's a long story, a gruesome story. Let's just say we weren't involved with the best people. As he walked away, Alistair would say, yeah, what kind of people were you involved in? Alistair decided to do some digging to see what was their life back on Earth. Little did he know, he wasn't going to be able to find anything. Alistair had his ways of looking back on Earth, and he had his ways of looking into the news, but he was not going to be able to find anything from Rick and Morty since they're from a whole different universe. But he didn't really know that, so he decided to investigate. As then, we cut to Charlie, Rick, and Angel. Charlie was trying to get Rick to share with Angel, and Angel to share in a sharing circle. But Rick in his mind was like, there's barely any good things in this hotel. I wanted to rob them, but there's literally nothing here. How am I going to get money? Rick started to think, as then he thought, maybe he could steal, get another disguise, and use this as a front. Just stay at the hotel for him to steal things from other people here. That would be great. As Charlie says, do you want anything to share? What? Come on, Rick, share a little bit about your life. Share stuff you like, anything. As Rick would start to think of a story, as then he got it. As then he would say the first season of Breaking Bad. Yes, he actually did that. And since there was no Breaking Bad in this universe, they would actually kind of fall for it. As they said, wow, that's so interesting, Charlie said. As Angel said, yeah, a dealer, huh? Hey, do you still deal? You know, if you do, I can... As Rick said, interesting. You know, I usually don't swing that way until I have a couple drinks in me. As Charlie said, oh, okay, that's enough. As the session ended, Angel went back to his room. As Rick and Morty were walking around, he said, Morty, I have an idea. Keep the others distracted. I'm gonna go steal stuff. But Rick, these are nice people. No, I'm not gonna steal from the hotel, Morty. They don't have anything here. For a princess, I thought she would have more fancy stuff here. I'm gonna go steal stuff from some overlords. Oh, geez, Rick, maybe that's not such a good idea. Morty looked as then Rick was gone. As we cut to the V's, Val would be drinking from a cup of coffee, enjoying his day. When he looked down, all his stuff was gone, as he was extremely upset. As then he saw some guy moving everything. As he said, who are you? Oh, I missed some of your stuff. My bad, I'm just here to steal all your things. Val would say, like F you're gonna do that. Do you know who I am? I am the Great Val. Do you think you can mess with me? Rick would then take a big sip from his flask as he held up a finger to tell Val to stop talking. As Val looked and started to yell obscenities at him. As then Rick pulled up a little device. As he hit it, all of Val's insides switched with his outsides. All of his flesh, all of his bones reversed. And he fell down and screamed in pain and agony. Ah! Ah! Rick would say, oh, my bad. I meant to use the disintegration ray. I drank a little too much and I got them confused. Oh, well. Have a good afterlife. As Rick then ported it all to his garage. As then he went to Morty. As Morty was just chilling back at the hotel, Rick went to him and said, Morty, I got so much stuff. So much stuff, Morty. So much stuff. Oh my God, Morty. Morty would say, geez, Rick, I get it. You got a lot of things, Rick. I get it. Rick would then say, I got an idea. When Adam attacks, let's go rob heaven. You really think we can get away with it, Rick? Yeah. What about school? Oh, Morty, time moves differently in this universe. Like, it's been days, but, like, only a few hours pass back there. When we get there, it'll be like 1 or 4 a.m. You'll get a few hours of sleep, you'll get out, and I'll help you cheat so you get an A. Morty would say, thank you, Rick. As then they kept on planning things, we cut to when Adam attacked the hotel. As Adam went down to attack, Rick went up to heaven with Morty. As Sarah looked at them, intruders, as Rick got rid of his disguise. No, we're humans, we got ascended to heaven, yeah. As Sarah would say, you're not on the list. Rick would say, is that so? Well, Rick would then just put out an incinerator gun and blast Sarah as she incinerated. As Emily began to cry, swarms of archangels went after Rick and Morty. But Rick said, "Run, Morty, run!" as they put on a suit which made them go super fast. As Rick and Morty began to steal everything they could. And as they were stealing it all, suddenly the entire ground started to shake. As suddenly God from the Hazbin universe came out. Well, I haven't came out of here for a very, very long time. Tell me, Rick. That is your name, right? Why do you come to my universe? Do you really think you can beat a god? I mean, you almost lost to a Zeus. Rick would say, yeah, almost. I still won against a god. And besides, I figured out your weakness anyway. Every god has a weakness. Zeus' weakness was his arrogance, and your weakness is you need to be worshipped to have power. As Rick got on his phone and started to tweet. As then God started to laugh. You're tweeting right now? How could that possibly help you? Oh, I just tweeted out some logical evidence that there's no God. I mean, it won't disconvert everyone, but all the disconversion should automatically make you lose power. Also, I hacked into a bunch of accounts from a bunch of celebrities, world leaders, and other things, so you're gonna lose a lot of faith. He said it'll take more than, but then suddenly God fell to the floor as he began to scream in agony, scream in anger, as he started to lose faith from his followers. As then Rick simply said, "All right, Morty, he's weak now. Take him out," as he threw him a special knife. Morty would say, what's this for? It's the only way to destroy him, Morty. Do it, Morty, do it. As Morty would then destroy God, and then they would loot what's left of his body. And then they would go back to Rick's garage. All right, it's 3 a.m., Morty. Go get some sleep, and I'll help you cheat on the test tomorrow. Morty would say, "Thank you, Rick," as he walked off. No problem. As in, Rick just took a drink from his glass. Rick did it. He destroyed God and stole everything from
Born. But Lucifer and Lilith weren't having the best time. They would argue every single day. Lilith didn't really care about Lucifer. All she wanted was to get away from heaven, to be free from God's control. Now that she was free, she didn't know what to do. At first, they seemed like they loved each other. They seemed happy, but tension grew over time. As Lucifer became more depressed and Lilith became more and more content, she wanted to leave this place. She wanted to go to heaven. One day, she would visit Sarah. Sarah would be intrigued, the wife of Lucifer himself, coming to make a deal with her. She wanted into heaven. She was willing to do anything for it. Sarah would then speak. Charlie is extremely powerful. She could be the Antichrist. She could destroy everything we have here, and I can't allow that. I need you to bring Charlie to me. Lilith then hesitated. Are you going to destroy? Sarah said no. I'm going to raise her and make her one of us. Lilith would then sigh, as then she decided it was time to bring Charlie to me so I can raise her and make her one of us. Make her smart, make her intelligent, and make her ready to strike back at her father. This will be a great deep blow to him, and it will ensure heaven's safety. As Lilith would think about it for a couple of days, sure, she wasn't the best mother or even person, but that was still her daughter. She would just sell her away just to get into heaven. Would she really do it? She thought for days straight until she finally decided to do it. As one day, as Lucifer was sleeping, she would take Charlie and leave and go to heaven. As they would let her in for exchange of giving Sarah the baby. As Sarah took baby Charlie, she smiled and said, "Time for you to be raised under me. It's time for you to learn what it's like to be an angel." As Charlie would grow up there, Sarah would treat her like her own daughter. And Charlie would learn angel etiquette and other things like that. She would be like a high seraphim. Charlie was treated extremely well, and even had a disguise on 24/7 with magic. It was so good she didn't even notice. But for the sake of the video, Charlie will still have the same picture, so you know it's Charlie. As Charlie was treated so well, she began to slowly grow up. However, she had a friend with her, a friend that would always treat her right. Their name was Emily. Emily was a great sister to Charlie. She acted like a sister, as she was always there for Charlie, and she always was there to spend time with her. As they would play and grow up together, they would start to learn more and more about each other, and they would start to really like each other. They both had a kind-hearted nature, and they both cared about others. And they both were excited to be around each other. However, one day when Charlie was a kid, all the seraphims and most of the higher-up angels were at a meeting with Lucifer. However, when Charlie was going to be there, Sarah would look at her and say, "Don't go." "But Mom, I said don't go." Charlie was confused. Usually she went to meetings all the time. Why was she allowed to this one? Charlie couldn't help it. Her curiosity would get the best of her. As everyone was at the meeting, Charlie would sneak in and look at Lucifer. As for some reason, Lucifer just looked, familiar to her. She had no idea why. She never met him. Lucifer would be up there. You see, Lucifer couldn't find his daughter in hell, no matter how hard he searched, no matter where he looked. And because of that, he would be resistant for the exterminations because, before he was depressed, didn't really care, but now he knows his daughter's out there somewhere, and he has a reason to keep looking. And he would give them an ultimatum. If they found his daughter, then they could go to the exterminations. And Sarah would think about it, but she's raised Charlie for far too long. She's not going to give her up that easily. As Lucifer would get done talking, he would walk out crying, not knowing where his daughter was. Charlie felt bad for him. She was going to go consolidate him, but someone stopped her. Lute would look at her and say, "Where are you going?" "I was going to consult Lucifer. He lost his daughter. That's sad." You feel bad for him? Demons have no souls. Demons are cruel. He wants his daughter so he can brainwash her, which is ironic that she was saying that. But Lute would still look at her and say, "Don't feel bad for the enemy. It's time I teach you the hatred towards demons." As Charlie would follow Lute, Lute would begin to try to brainwash Charlie to hate sinners. As Lute would show her around and talk bad about them and show her the evils that they've created. As then she would sing a song, "Don't trust this demon, don't trust a snake, don't trust someone from the Garden of Eden." As the song would be about not trusted demons, but Charlie wouldn't fall for this. Even though she was still a kid, she could tell that Lucifer was a good person, and she could tell that this was a lie. Charlie knew this. As years passed, she would become discontent with the system, discontent with everything around her. And things got worse with hell with the relations. Lucifer could never prove it, so he never went out and demanded it, but he always felt like they kidnapped his daughter. And Charlie wanted to prove it wrong. Charlie wanted to start diplomatic relations with Lucifer, but every time she would ask to go down there, it wouldn't work, and she became more and more frustrated. As one day, Charlie would have Emily walk up to her. As Charlie would become discontent with where she was. She loved Sarah, she loved Emily, but she couldn't do this. However, Emily had a plan. As Emily went to Charlie, she would say, "We can't go down there, but maybe he can come up here. We can send him a note and tell him to meet us up here for a secret meeting to start peace negotiations." Charlie would say, "That's brilliant." As the next day came, Lucifer would do it. As he showed up, "What do you two want?" "We want peace negotiations." Now, Lucifer would say, "Is this a joke? You both..." But then he stopped talking. As he saw Charlie, she was in disguise, so he couldn't tell, but there was something about her he just couldn't explain. She seemed so familiar. Charlie would say, "I want peace between my two people." Sadly, they aren't really willing to listen. But if we can have successful talks, and that spreads, I'm sure people will see peace as a viable option. Lucifer would say, "Yeah, I agree." But as they were talking the whole time, Lucifer could just stare at Charlie. There was something about her he just couldn't explain. As Charlie would talk to Lucifer, Lucifer would actually agree to start peace talks. Now, they weren't really at war. However, things were getting more and more hostile. She wanted a non-aggression pact. But Lucifer had something else in mind. As he went back to hell, he would begin to search his records. She looked so familiar, but he couldn't explain it. Lucifer would try to get his spell book, as eventually he found it. It's been a while since he used it, since he was so depressed lately. As then he would look for all the spells. Eventually he would find one to find out where people are from. As he would type in her name. And her name wouldn't be Charlie, since Lucifer named her that. But I didn't come up with a name for the scenario, so we're just going to use Charlie. As he typed in Charlie's name, he saw where she came from. It was his daughter.
Lucifer was overjoyed to finally find her, but then he realized what happened. As he began to grab onto the desk and throw it as it broke, as he yelled. He couldn't believe this. They took his own daughter from him. He called a meeting to heaven that very morning. As he walked up to him, Sarah would say, "What is it, Lucifer? We had a meeting not too long ago. What could you possibly want?" "I want my daughter back."
Sarah would then say, "What are you talking about? Your daughter?" As in Lucifer would say, "You're keeping her. You've raised her as your own. I'm glad you've taken care of her, but that's wrong to take away my flesh and blood like that." As suddenly, Sarah would look down. She didn't know what to do. She loved Charlie. She didn't want to give her up. But at the same time, she had to. As she sighed, she would call in Charlie. Charlie would say, "That's impossible. You can't be my father. I'm an angel." As suddenly Lucifer would say, "No, you're not."
Lucifer was then cast a spell, revealing Charlie's true form. She looked just like Lucifer. Charlie was shocked. "How could this be?" she said. As she looked up to Sarah, Sarah would say, "I'm sorry. I just... As Charlie would begin to cry, she couldn't believe this. Her mother lied to her. Her mother wasn't even her mother. She was kidnapped. She was lied to. As she just kept on crying, Lucifer would hug her and say, "It's okay. I love you."
Lucifer would then say, "Come on down, Charlie." As Charlie thought about it, she said, "No. I'm going to stay with Mom. You'll visit me and we'll both be a family. But Mom, that's not your real mom. I know, but she treated me. She raised me like a mom." As Sarah would fly down, she would say, "I love you, Charlie," as she would hug her. And Lucifer would say, "All right." As they agreed to be a family. Even though Sarah wasn't her real mom, she would still see
Stolas would be arguing with Stella again. Every single day he argued with her over and over and over and over again. All because of the imp. True, Stolas might have been married, but he never loved Stella. It was just an arranged marriage. Why couldn't she see that? Why couldn't she expect this? Why couldn't she just let him be himself? After all, they had a daughter. That's the whole reason they got married. But as their arguing continued, eventually, one day, as Stolas was on the couch, he would look and see. He would see Octavia crying, as he got her during the weekend, since, him and Stella have not been getting along recently, to say the least. As he got up and walked to her, he would say, "What's wrong? You don't love me, Dad. All you love is that little red imp. Just run off with him already." "Run off with him? I'll never abandon you. You ruined our family. Look at everything. It's not my fault. She never loved me. Now you're gonna blame Mom?" They would get into an argument. Usually he never argues with Octavia. He always tries to make her happy, but Stolas has been unhappy for so long. He's been being pushed around by everyone. Now even by his own daughter. He just couldn't let it stand, and suddenly he would fall to the floor. "I'm sorry, Octavia. Please don't." As then she ran away. He would begin to cry. He had nothing. True, he was rich. True, he was powerful, but he wasn't happy. He didn't have what he wanted, because the only thing he wanted was true love. As he got up, he realized something. Octavia was gone, and he couldn't get her back. There's only one person he could ever have, and that was Blitz. As then Stolas walked out the door. As then we cut to Blitz. Blitz would be laying down on the couch with a blanket over him, sad. Blitz felt lonely that night, like many nights before. Sure, he's had fun with Stolas, but he never felt any romantic feelings towards him. But then he remembered that night at Ozzy's. He seemed so disappointed. Did Stolas actually care about him? He didn't want to believe it, because deep down he thinks he didn't deserve it. He doesn't deserve love. He doesn't deserve affection. He doesn't deserve to be happy. But he wants it. And he can't have it. Or can he? His mind was racing with thoughts, more and more and more, as all of these thoughts poisoned his head and went through his thick skull. He continued to lay there on the couch. As he got up, he realized something. Fizz was okay and happy, so maybe he could be happy. Maybe. He just didn't know. But as he was sitting there thinking, Luna would sneak in after being gone late. As he looked and said, "Looney, were you gone again?" Luna would say, "Yeah. This is the third time this week. You can't just..." Luna said, "I'm a grown adult, all right?" "That doesn't matter. I adopted you. I'm your father." Luna would say, "No, you're not. You're not my dad." and then she would start to yell at Blitz. But this time, Blitz didn't yell back. He didn't say a single curse word. He simply just sat there and took it, as he didn't even listen to her. He started to realize something. Luna didn't care about him. She was just yelling at him over and over again. Of course, he was wrong. Luna did care, but Blitz didn't see what she did when he was asleep. He didn't see how she took care of him. He didn't see what she did on the sidelines. She didn't see how she helped Octavia. He didn't see any of that. All he saw was an ungrateful girl that always yelled at him and made his life miserable. As she continued to yell, Luna noticed something was off. Blitz wasn't talking back. He wasn't even reacting. It was like he wasn't even listening. Luna said, "Are you okay? What are you?" Blitz would say, "Stop pretending you care about me." He would get up. "I get it. I'm not your father. I never was. If you don't want me around, then I'll go." Blitz was gonna open the door. "Wait, don't. You have the place to yourself now. I'll pay rent for a few months here to keep you safe, but after that, you're on your own. I loved you, Luna. I loved you like a father, but you never loved me. It's fine. I'm happy that you're safe, but I can't keep doing this anymore, lying to myself. It's not healthy." Luna would say, "Blitz, I do, I. But as she opened the door as Blitz left, he was gone. She fell down to her knees and began to cry. What did she do? She pushed Blitz away. If only she was more honest. If only she just said she loved him. All of it could have been avoided, but it wasn't. And it was all her fault. All she could do was cry, knowing that Blitz was gone, and it was all because of her. As she continued to cry, we cut to Blitz. Blitz would be homeless. At first, he would work a couple days until Luna started coming in, and he had to go away. Without that, he had no source of income, and he was using all the money he had left to pay for rent for Luna. He was down on his luck, laying on a park bench, when suddenly someone would find him. Someone who cared about him. Stolas. As Blitz slept, Stolas would look at him and realize something. He finally found him, his soulmate. Octavia wanted nothing to do with him. His daughter, his only child, didn't want him. And Stella, well, it's not like he ever loved her. The only thing he ever had was Blitz. Even in the beginning, when he was just a kid, he knew he wanted Blitz, and it was finally time to take him. As he grabbed Blitz's arms, Blitz would wake up and see Stolas. "What do you want? You want to use me again, just like the rest of them?" Is that Stolas to get on the ground and say, "No, I care about you, Blitz. I really do." Blitz would say, "Prove it. Prove it." "Look at this newspaper." Blitz would open it up and see something. What he saw truly shocked him. It said Stolas was dead. Blitz would look up and say, What happened?" Stolas would then get down. "I faked it. I faked my death. I made it seem like I was dead, because that life didn't suit me. All my money, everything is gone, but I'm not here for you to feel bad for me. I'm here so we can run away together. I found a place in hell with just food and vegetation. We can live out our lives there with just us." Blitz looked at Stolas, and even though his entire life he's been trying to deny it, he's been trying to say that he hated this, to trying to say that Stolas never cared about him, that wasn't true, and he couldn't deny it anymore. As he smiled and they kissed, Stolas would pick up his Blitzy and begin to carry him. But as he started to carry him into the forest, someone was watching him. It was Crimson. As Blitzo walked deeper and deeper into the forest with Stolas, they spent a beautiful night together. They ate from the garden, they played, they drank from the fruit, from the trees. They were one with nature. Even though Stolas and Blitzo didn't really care about all that nature crap, they were just happy to have each other. And they were having the time of their lives, and they seemed like they were truly happy. Truly. They were sad that they gave up their old friends, their family, everything, but they had each other, and that's all that mattered. However, after a couple days, they would both wake up with ropes tied around them. as it was Crimson looking down at him with the rest of the mob. He would begin to laugh. You really think you can get away from me? Blackmailing you guys didn't work. Luckily, Stella has a price on your head. She knows you're still alive, Stolas. Thought you can get away with that fake your death crap?
Suddenly, Stryker would walk in, as he would slowly pull out his angelic knife. Hello. You know what this knife is for, right? Hurting nobility and other people. Hellborn sinners. They can't be killed unless we use this knife. As suddenly he would stab Stolas right in the chest. As he started to bleed, he began to scream out, "Stop! Stop! Stop!" Stryker would laugh, no. Blitzo would say, "I should have known. I was never meant to be happy," as he would cry. "I'm sorry you died for me. It's all my fault." Stolas would say, "No, Blitz. I'm happy to die with you. Because my old life wasn't good. If I'm being honest, it was worthless. I'm glad to spend these few days with you." As they both smiled at each other, ready to die, suddenly Ozzy would appear, as everyone except for them would light on fire. As they fell to the floor and slowly burnt to death, Ozzy would walk up to them. "I had a feeling you guys were doing something crazy. When I heard Stolas died, I checked into it and saw that you two were alive. Since you helped me get my Izzy back, I decided to help you. I used some magic fire, since the normal stuff doesn't hurt us. Now you guys can enjoy each other forever," he would say, as he rubbed himself all over and made rude gestures of them two. They would both blush and laugh. Then Stolas looked at Blitzo and said, "I'm sorry you almost died running away. This is probably a bad idea." Blitzo would say, "Yeah, we should go back and..." But then Osmosis would say, "You're gonna give up on each other like that?" Blitz would sigh and say, "Listen, he knows where we are. Osmosis would sigh and say, "Fine, come live with me. I'll have a secret room and you guys can be all lovey-dovey and do all that kinky stuff, They would both blush at each other, then laugh. As Osmodeus brought him to a secret room, Stolas and Blitzo would kiss as they felt each other. They felt their soul. Marvel movie. Thanos wanted to wipe out all of existence, and really, he lost everything. He lost what made him such a great villain. He lost all of his respect, and he just wanted to destroy everyone, and he was gonna find it joyful to wipe them all out. But he failed, as him himself was erased, and Thanos was gone for all eternity. Or he should have been, but for some reason he appeared in a new place. Some sort of strange dimension. As he looked up, the sky was red, as he saw buildings all around him. Thanos would be confused. He looked down, his gauntlet was gone. Maybe he should start over again, but then he realized something. He failed both times. Thanos thought about purifying the universe. He thought about making a new one, but what's the point of making a new one? What's the point of wiping out half the population in this one? No matter what he tries, he's just gonna fail anyway. Thanos was nothing but a failure. All those crimes, all those massacres, all the death, all the destruction he's caused was for nothing. Thanos failed, as he would walk around with no purpose and no reason to even exist. All he could do was wander. He walked. As he walked for hours, he didn't know how long. He just kept on walking and walking until he found someone. A girl. As she looked at him and said, Are you lost?" As it was Charlie. She looked at him with a kind glaze, and Thanos remembered all the kind people he destroyed. He thought he was saving them. He thought he was freeing up their rations, but now he didn't know. Thanos would say, "I'm lost more ways than one." Charlie would say, "Oh, you're lost with your ideas, aren't you? Being down here can do that to you. You had so many lofty ideas. Now they're all gone. Now you wonder, why are you here? Was it all worth it?" Thanos would say, "Exactly. You're very wise." Thanos could sense some sort of power from her. Was she a princess? Was she some royalty? Thanos didn't really know, but what Thanos wanted was a place to relax. He wanted a nice place to stay. He didn't want to conquer anything. He didn't want to destroy anything, at least not for now. He wanted to clear his head and think of what he should do. Think of how he should do it. As in, Charlie would let him into the hotel. Thanos would walk around as he looked everywhere. As he saw the hotel, a hotel full of dreams, full of hope, full of almost like family. As he saw Husk, Angel, and everyone else around, even Alistair. Alistair would walk up towards him to try to intimidate him,
But Thanos wasn't even focused on him. He was just staring at everything else, staring at his surroundings, so focused on everything else, it was like Alistair wasn't even there. This made Alistair annoyed, but also intrigued and curious, as Alistair would say, did I interrupt you?
Alistair would say, I'm trying to talk to you. What are you even staring at? Thanos would say, this world. I've never seen anything like it. So this is what an afterlife looks like. Interesting. Alistair would say, yeah, Alistair wanted to chime in, but this guy was just so weird. He was so out of it. Alistair could tell he was strong, but he wasn't threatening at all. I mean, he can easily threaten him, maybe even destroy him. Alistair couldn't tell how powerful he was. He just knew he was powerful, but Thanos wasn't interested in any of that. He was just interested in discovering himself, discovering what to do. As Alistair would sigh, he would simply say, welcome to the hotel, as in he would walk away.
As Thanos simply walked and sat down the bar, as Husk would say, can I get you anything? Thanos would say, not yet, let me think. As Husk would sigh and say, whatever, you're a weird one. As then Angel would sit next to him and say, hey, handsome, you look big and strong. Tell me, how long have you been here for? Thanos would say, not very long, but very long at the same time. I should have been in this mindset for a long time, and I've always had. I just denied it. But now I'm finally here, in a place where I can think freely. As Angel was trying to flirt, Thanos kept giving answers like that, and Angel would start to walk away. But then Thanos would say, oh, Angel's your name, right? Can I tell you something? Angel would look back and say, yeah?
Thanos would simply say, I don't like men. As Angel would sigh, he would then walk away. Thanos would say, I do like skeletons, though, for some reason. If you know what that reference is to, let me know in the comments below. As Thanos simply sat there, he eventually got used to his new home and his surroundings. Used to everyone, for the most part. As there was one person he wasn't really quite used to yet, and this was Nifty. Nifty would walk up to Thanos and say, hey, bad boy, I can tell you some bad things. Want to keep doing it? Hee. As Thanos said, you're very odd. You idolize bad boys. Why is that? Tell me about your past. As Nifty would say, oh, you want to know about me? How sweet. You're ruining the mood, Nifty would say as she sighed. As Thanos and Nifty began to talk, Thanos never met anyone like her before. Never met anyone who idolizes people like this. And who's, well, just crazy like that. Not crazy about destruction. Crazy in their own way. And Thanos actually kind of liked it. He liked that there was something new. He liked there was a new life form he hasn't seen. And it made him realize maybe life was more precious than he thought. After he talked to Nifty, he decided to talk to the others. As he went up to Husk, Husk would look at him and say, what do you want from me? As Thanos would say, I want to know your life story. I want to know how precious life is. I want to know what to do with my life and what to do with others. And to truly understand this, I must know, what is it about you that keeps you ticking? What is it about you that keeps you going? As Husk would sigh and say, you really want to know that? Thanos would say, I need to know it. As Husk would tell him this Overlord story, and about how Alistair owns his soul, Thanos would say, so you're owned by someone else, and yet you still try to help people. Interesting. I've done something similar to Gamora, to the daughters I had, to one I loved more than the other. I was too hard on her. I understand that now. As Thanos walked off, Husk would say, thank you? What just happened?
As then Thanos walked up to Angel. As Thanos said, let's talk. Angel said, oh, you changed your mind about being into boys? Thanos said, no, I didn't. But I wanted to know something. Angel would say, what's that? What is your life story? If I want to learn what it's like to truly exist, if I want to keep going like this, if I want to become myself and figure out what my life purpose is, I need to understand others. So I want to hear your life story. Angel would then look at Thanos and think, as then he was like, okay, I'll tell you. On one condition, you give me a kiss. Thanos would sigh as he kissed Angel. As Angel said, can I have another? No. And if you tell anyone about this, Angel would say, all right. As then Angel would tell Thanos his whole life story, and Thanos would feel actually sad. He realized that he wasn't too different from Val, the way he treated people. And that's what made him angry with himself. True, Val did it for truly selfish intentions, but does the intent matter? If you torture someone, if you make someone's life miserable, does your intentions really matter at the end of the day? To them, their life is still ruined by you. Next, Thanos would walk up to Vaggie. Vaggie was interested. She seems like she held guilt, just like Thanos. As Thanos would say, "What's your story?" Vaggie would say, "Oh, I just found Charlie after an extermination. After that, we just sort of dated." Thanos would look at Vaggie. As Vaggie was nervous, he would say, "I can tell you're hiding something. Tell me the truth." As Vaggie would sigh, "Seems like you are smart with this. I was an angel, an exorcist. I regret what I've done." Thanos knew the feeling. He said, "You thought you were doing the right thing, didn't you? You did that to the very end. Why did you stop? What made you stop? There was a child. I simply couldn't do that to a kid." And then Thanos remembered how he raised Gamora, how he raised his 2 daughters, and how he failed them. Thanos would say, "Yeah, I understand that. It cost me everything. What did you do? I destroyed more people than you can imagine. But that ends today. I will never take another life. Never, as long as I lived," Thanos would say as he walked away.
Thanos would have to fight, however, because Adam was coming. And as Thanos learned about the crew, as he learned about their situation, as he learned about their stories, he understood how it related to his story, and he understood what he needed to do, and he understood how to move forward in life. One day, though, Adam would come with his Exorcist army. As everyone was ready to fight, Thanos walked out and said, "I got this." As Adam said, "What the heck are you? You don't look like a sinner." Thanos would say, "I am balance. Adam, go now. Leave, and I won't hurt you. But stay, and I won't destroy you, but I'll make you feel something worse than destruction."
And that is pain and fear. As Adam would fly down, he would try to strike Thanos, but Thanos would simply grab his arm and throw him to the floor. "I took down the Hulk with my bare fist. You think I'm scared of you?" As Thanos started to beat up Adam, Adam would start to cry out for help. But help he did not get. No matter how many exorcists came down, Thanos would simply knock them out. As Thanos would yell at Adam, "This is what you make other people feel. This is how you make other people suffer. I've done suffering, and I made people suffer, but I won't do it anymore."
Both having a discussion. Adam was confident about the extermination. After all, he was Adam, the first man, the original person. Everything around him seemed nice, and well, he felt on top of the world. However, it's only been a few years, and Luke would say, "The sinners are becoming more and more bold. Soon they're going to try to fight back and discover our weakness. We need a person on the inside." So, Adam had a plan. He remembered Vaggie, an exorcist he recruited himself. She being very prideful and powerful. The only person above her was Lute. She was the only one who exorcised more souls than Vaggie. So Adam had an idea. He would get her to be a spy. That way he can easily get information. And even though it would be hard to send information his way, she could easily sabotage things if she got close to someone very high up in hell. So they decided to use Vaggie. As Adam would call over Vaggie, Vaggie would walk over. As Vaggie started to look up right at Adam, Adam and Lou would both smile and look at her as she would start to get confused. She didn't know what she was called here for. After all, she's usually just called for extermination. She would say, "Did I do something wrong?" Adam would say, "Not at all. In fact, you're going to go on inside a new project." As he started to sing about it, calling her a spy. Vaggie honestly wasn't too excited. She hated the people down there. They were gross and pathetic, but she had to do it. Their plan was wait for the next extermination day, and to make her look weak and helpless, so Charlie would take pity on her. Charlie was the princess of hell, and in fact, was very kind and sweet, and can be used to better their goals. As the next extermination came, Vaggie was laying there with an eye. She cut out her own eye as she hit her wings to try to fool Charlie. It was to make it look like she was injured in the extermination. This way, she can easily get intel on her plan. They heard from spies that she was planning some sort of hotel, but that was probably a code word for something, some way to destroy the extermination crew. As Vaggie was sitting there, eventually Charlie would help her up and talk to her. Weeks would pass, and romance would start to fly. Vaggie was confused. She started to like Charlie, but it was just a job. She would pretend to be in love with Charlie. As Vaggie and Charlie started this romantic fake relationship, Charlie was extremely happy and excited about her dreams for the hotel. Eventually, Vaggie was shocked. Charlie didn't want to fight back against the extermination. Her plan was to let people go into heaven, to rehabilitate them. That's so disgusting. The people down here are straight up inferior and weak. Why would she do this? Charlie dumbing her nose into things. Things would play out similarly like in canon, but this time, when she let in Alistair, she had a plan. You see, Alistair was not the greatest man, and Vaggie knew this, and she can use this to her advantage as she started to slander the hotel even more, paying news media to say how they let in a psychopath, how Alistair nor Angel could be redeemed. Both of them were there. Both of them were awful, awful people. Vaggie continued to slander the hotel to try to stop people from coming there, ruining what was left of a reputation. As she thought she did her job well, suddenly someone new would show up. His name was Sir Pentious. Vaggie couldn't let this happen. She couldn't let some random sinner come in and ruin her plans. Little did she know that he was a spy too, just not nearly as good as a spy as she was. As she let him in, she had a plan. Her plan was to wait for it to become nightfall, then strike him down. After this, he could have just left, and no one would have known or been the wiser. But Sir Pentious seemed to play really good and play along with everything, so it seemed harder to get rid of him, as she thought. It would be suspicious if he just randomly left. However, as Vaggie went to his room, she saw he wasn't there, and before Angel could catch him, she saw he was about to put up cameras. This made her smirk, because it made her realize that she could just play along with the story. As suddenly, she looked at Sir Pentious. Sir Pentious looked back and say, oh, as he's about to call for backup, but then Vaggie would take it and break the watch, as she laughed. Now that those cameras are there, I can just say, you tried to record us. I caught you and you ran away, and no one will think twice. It was going to be hard to get rid of you, but now it'll be super easy. She smirked as she pointed a spear at him. He said, Why would you want to get rid of me? Because simple. There's only room for one spy. As then, she obliterated him. Getting rid of him was quite easy. Sir Pentious was quite weak compared to her and had no experience. The Egg Boys, on the other hand, were easy too. She just threw them off a ledge, and they cracked like Humpty Dumpty. She easily took care of the Egg Boys and Sir Pentious. As the next day came, they were shocked to see Sir Pentious was a spy, but they all believed Vaggie that he ran away, so the days would continue. Things would go on just like normal, until one day Vaggie would be out, as suddenly she would get a signal. You see, they had spies all over the Hazbin place. The hotel, the city, everywhere. So, she would get a signal when, as she was walking, she would hear someone say a phrase. As they said, man, that last extermination was brutal. My great aunt Sally won't survive this next one. You can bet a quarter on that. That was the phrase. As she heard that, she knew what she needed to do. As she would go to a discreet location. As Lute was there in a disguise, she would walk up and say, tell me, what do you know? Vaggie would tell her everything, as in Lute would smirk. Well, our plan is to egg them on, make them get ready for an attack, and they'll put all their defenses in the front. You'll attack from the back. You'll open a portal in the back of the hotel, and we'll pincer them. They'll likely put up a force field, but that will trap them in. They think they'll stop us from attacking them, when in actuality,
It will trap them from when we hit them from the back. However, Charlie is still a big menace. I believe Adam can take her, but it will take a lot of time. Time that we could use to exterminate them all. Here, Loot would give her a lipstick. This is harmless to you. It was made to only hurt demon royalty. Kiss Charlie with this, and it will kill her. Vaggie would nod as she took the lipstick. Loot would smile and say, once you complete this, you'll be famous. The person that took down the Princess of Hell. Consider yourself a hero, Vaggie. As she walked away, Vaggie took the lipstick as she was ready to do it. She was ready to stop the princess and to finally complete their plans of extermination. As the days passed, it was getting closer and closer and closer to extermination. As Vaggie knew what she had to do, she gave everyone fake weapons, saying they're angelic, believing that they would help destroy angels, when in fact they weren't. They weren't gonna do anything. In fact, the angels could easily take them out. As right before it started, Vaggie was with Charlie. As Charlie looked at her and said, I'm glad we can do this together. Vaggie would take her up to her bedroom, tricking her, making them think they're gonna do something romantic, as then they kissed. But suddenly, Charlie would fall down and begin to cough. As she looked up at Vaggie, Vaggie said, goodbye, you disgusting creature. As she walked away, Charlie fell down to the floor. Gone. Charlie may have been the Princess of Hell, but she was naive. She thought she could redeem sinners. She thought she could stand up to the might of heaven. She was a fool. Charlie was gone. Then, Vaggie called in a portal as all the angels attacked from behind. There was no sinner left standing, and the angels got out of there before Lucifer even showed up. When Lucifer showed, it was nothing but a massacre, as no one was left alive. Lucifer would fall to the ground and begin to cry as he watched his daughter gone, everything she built gone, and he failed to save her. He was a failure of a king and a failure of a father. As we cut to heaven, Vaggie would be given a medal. She would be rewarded as a hero, as a warrior, as a woman who saved heaven from those disgusting sinners. The sinners were becoming more and more powerful. And this wouldn't change that. They would want revenge. However, it would take years for them to build up again. And when they did, heaven would be ready. With Loot, Adam, and Vaggie, nothing could stand in their way. A couple weeks. He was barely able to afford rent in this new world. He remembered his old life, how he worked, and what he did. True, it may have been crime, but it was never this bad. He was never in a situation like this.
And, well, it wasn't like he was famous or anything, or even liked by his family, but he was at least somewhat well off back when he was on Earth. But here, no one cared about him, and he needed to find a job quick. Angel would walk out on the streets looking for work. He could do crime again, but it just seemed dangerous, and all these people here had magical powers. He just didn't know what to do. However, someone would see him. His name was Val, and Val had an idea on how to help him.
Val didn't know what it was, but Angel was just different. He felt a certain way about him. Usually once you recruit someone, it's nothing personal. They just do their job and that's it. But for Val, it was just so different. As he looked at Angel, it was like his heart stopped. But Val wasn't going to let that stop him from getting a new recruit. As Val would walk to Angel, he would say, hey, you look down on your luck. How about we make a deal? Angel would look at him and say, what kind of deal? Val would simply smirk.
Angel would look at Val and say, what kind of job are we talking about?
Val would simply look at him up and down and smirk.
Well, you see,
I have a very entertaining job for people, if you know what I mean.
And Val would imply something.
Angel would get the hint, as he would say,
I don't know about...
Come on. Val was about to
make him sign a contract, but
he couldn't do it. He didn't want to take his soul and make him bound to him. It seemed wrong, but he didn't know why. He'd done this with other people. Why couldn't Val do this? Thoughts were going through his head. He didn't know what to do. As Angel looked and said, Val, are you alright? Val would say, yeah, it's fine. Just come work with me. If you don't like it, you can stop.
I promise. Angel would look and say, fine, I need money anyway. What time? Tomorrow. Come in at 10 a.m. sharp. Angel would nod and leave. As Val went back to the tower of the V's, he would sit down. And he was shocked. He couldn't believe this. How was he feeling this? Angel was just an employee. He wasn't even hired yet. He should have made him sign the contract, but he didn't. Val would just sit there and continue to think. He couldn't explain why he did this. He couldn't explain what was going on. He just sat there on the couch, staring blankly. Vox would walk in and say, hey, how do I look? You like this suit? I was thinking about wearing it all the time, Since I can get it tailored and mass-produced, change outfits every day with it, I think I'll look quite good. What do you think? Val was just staring off in the distance, not even paying attention to Vox. Vox was shocked. Usually when he walks in or talks, Val was interested, but he wasn't even looking at him. Vox would say, hey, what are you doing? Val would look at Vox and say, nothing. I found someone who's pretty interesting, who can work for us. Oh, yeah? Vox would smile and say, are they hot? Val would say, you could say that. Usually Val wasn't subtle at all. He was always explaining things in great detail with his attitude and flamboyancy, but he wasn't doing that right now. Vox looked shocked, but he just let it slide. Well, what's gonna happen? When are they coming in? Tomorrow at 10 a.m. That's pretty early. Yeah, I want to get them settled in first. How settled in do I have to be to make... Val would stop him and say, it's my call, not yours. Vox would say, you're being weird. How so? You know so. Tuh, whatever. I get a new suit and look all good for you. You don't even care, Vox would say, as then he would storm out mad. As Vox stormed off, Val would look at Vox, and for some reason, he wanted to go after him. Usually he didn't care about his temper tantrums, since he had a lot of his own. Val was usually selfish, but for some reason, he didn't feel that way today. He started to care about others, and he started to think about Vox, but even more, he thought about Angel. As he sat down and thought about him the rest of the night, 10 a.m. would come. As Angel walked into the doors, Val would look and say, you're on time. Let me show you around the studio. Val would start to show Angel around the studio. As Angel got to know everything, Val was really nice to Angel. And when people were mean to him, he would tell them to stop. It seemed like he cared. Angel just thought he was being polite to try to trick him at first, but it seemed genuine. But he was just clever. Val didn't care about him, obviously. Angel would eventually start his first show on TV, if you know what I mean. And it would go wonderfully, and Val would watch it, enthusiastic, as he felt his heart begin to beat. This wasn't lust, it was love. Val never felt anything like it, except when he was with Vox a couple times. As he watched it, he knew he felt something, and he knew he had to do something about it. As all these emotions kept swarming on inside Valentino, he just had to do something about it, but he didn't know what. He wasn't himself. A few weeks would pass. As each day, Val would only care more and more and more and more about Angel. As Angel would start to care about Val, Vox would get jealous though, and he would do little things to make them fight, but anytime they fought, they would just laugh right after and hug. And they would even kiss, among, other things. Val was so happy. So was Angel, but Vox wasn't. Vox would get more and more jealous as he liked Val. He loved him. And it hurt seeing Val go out with Angel and not him. One day, Val and Angel would be out on a date. As they left, Vox would get angrier and angrier and angrier as he sat on the couch and began to scream, Why? Doesn't he love me? Vox looked up at the ceiling as he realized what it was. He was jealous. He wanted Val. And Angel didn't look too bad himself, but it was the fact that he wasn't invited. It was the fact that he couldn't have either of them, and they had each other. Vox had no one, as he simply sat down.
He felt defeated, alone, by himself, and he realized he may never, ever have someone. As Vox continued to sit down and just look around, sad, Velvet would walk in and say, "I heard your little piss baby temper tantrum. Usually it's Val, but he's so happy recently. Everything's changing. What's going on?" Vox would look and say, "He doesn't love me," as he cried.
Velvet would walk up and say, "Ah." She simply put her hand on his face. "Listen, just do a Polly. He obviously cares for you. You guys flirted all the time. And even with Angel, he still looks at you that way." Vox says no, he doesn't. Angel's just too... Velvet simply grabbed him. "If you're sad, you're not working hard enough. If you're not working hard enough, we're not getting enough money. Now go do a Polly." Vox would sigh and say, "I'll try." As he walked out, he saw
Val was enjoying himself, holding Angel's hand and talking to him, and they were both having a great time. As he walked back, he saw Vox. Vox and him weren't having the best relationship. He was getting angrier and angrier each day. Val didn't know why. Well, deep down he did, but he just didn't want to face it. He was scared if he asked him out too. Angel would get scared and walk away. Angel wouldn't be prepared to have a three-way relationship. As Vox walked up to him, Val looked and said, "What do you want?" As Vox would say, "I love you. And Angel's pretty good too. I was thinking we could all date each other." Val would say, "I would like that, but I don't know about Angel." Angel would smile and say, "You're both hotties. Of course I would date you two." He would then kiss them both as they all held hands. Vox, Valentino, and Angel would have an open, polyamorous relationship, and they all enjoyed each other and had fun. And that's all that mattered. Each one loved each other more than anything. And as the days passed, eventually a hotel would open.
he would wake up in a new place. The sky was completely red, a pentagram above. As his skin was pale and red, he looked around, not knowing what was going on. As his hair was still spiky, since Vegeta was super powerful, his skin just turned red. Since more powerful you are, the harder it is to shape your body in the afterlife. That's why Alistair didn't change a lot. Vegeta would look around. As he walked around the city, he saw demons having fun, doing lustful acts and things like that. Vegeta was a bit disgusted at this. As he was walking around, Angel Dust would see him as he was on patrol looking for customers. Angel Dust would say, "Hey honey, how would you like to get a thing of me? It only cost a little bit." Vegeta would sigh and say, "No, the Prince of All Saiyans don't need a cheap hooker like you." As Vegeta then flew away, as Angel Dust like, holy shit, he can fly. Vegeta started to fly and look around. Vegeta was angry, as then he realized something. He was in hell. He would never be able to fight Kakarot again. No, this is impossible. He must become stronger, and he must become strong enough to defeat Kakarot, no matter the cost. As Vegeta began to scream, he landed into the floor and began to train. As he started to hit the air, pretending it was Kakarot's face, pretending it was the android's face, he will get stronger. He'll become a Super Saiyan, and he'll get out of hell, no matter what it takes.
He didn't even get to kill Kakarot. He died to a virus. He was lucky. Kakarot just died like that, and he had nothing to do with it. All that training, all that time they spent together, it was wasted. Vegeta was getting more and more pissed as his hair started to shake, as his body started to shake, as he started to scream. All of hell shook around him. And suddenly, he would feel a hand touch his shoulder. As he looked behind him, it was Charlie. "You look a bit upset. What's wrong?" Vegeta would say, "I didn't get to defeat Kakarot, my rival. He died to a disease. I didn't even get to fight him. Then I just die and go down here. I need to fight him again. I need to prove that I'm better." Charlie would say, "Oh, you do? Yeah. He's probably in heaven. I'll do whatever it takes to meet him and fight him again." Charlie was a bit disappointed. He wanted to fight him, but, she could use another sinner. This has been months. Angel Dust has checked in the hotel already. So Charlie would offer him a place in the hotel. And Vegeta didn't really want to try to find a place to live or anything like that. I mean, he could conquer hell, but He wants to become strong enough to become a Super Saiyan first, so he agreed, as Charlie led him into the Hazbin Hotel. Vegeta began to walk around. As the radio demon greeted him, Vegeta would just sigh and walk past him. As he would appear in front of him, you know it's rude to shut up, Hazbin. I'm here to get stronger and a place to stay. I don't want to talk to someone like you. You're arrogant and you rely too much on your magic. If you want, we could spar. Alistair would laugh and say, Are you actually challenging me? Are you a fool? As he would smirk, he would start to get bigger and show his evil face. But then Vegeta would smirk and say, If you think that scares me, then you don't know who I am. I am Vegeta, the Prince of all Saiyans. As he would get ready to fight, Husk would say, Listen, new guy, this is a mistake. But suddenly Vegeta would punch him, knocking him out with one hit. This shocked everyone. As Charlie said, No more fighting. Angel began to shake, so did Husk, as Vegeta smirked. I'm not a human, I'm a Saiyan. From planet Vegeta. The proud Saiyan race. As he would go on a big monologue explaining everything. And did they believe him? Well, not really, they just thought he was crazy. But as he walked off, Charlie would decide to look into it, to see if he actually was an alien. As Angel just said, Great, we get a new hottie and he's insane. Maybe I can play him. I do like me some crazy, Angel Dust would say, rubbing his chest. As more days would pass, Vegeta would keep on training more and more to try to unlock Super Saiyan. As he would go on events and do stuff with his so-called friends in the hotel, but he didn't really bond with them that much.
Little did he know all that would change. As Lucifer came into the hotel, he started to look around, as Vegeta would walk up to him. And before he could say a word, he would bow to him and say, Train me, please! This shocked everyone. Lucifer would say, What? I need to combine your magic with my ki. Please train me. Lucifer was about to say no, and he was weirded out, but then he looked at the hair, and he remembered something. He remembered being told about a high-power person going to hell with the hair like that, and it clicked. He was Vegeta, the Prince of all Saiyans. Lucifer would say, Normally I would say no, but I'll train you. I will make you strong. You can join me. But first, you gotta sing along. Vegeta would say, Do I have to sing? If you don't sing, I'm not gonna train you. Vegeta would sing, I am the Prince of all Saiyans. I am Vegeta, a warrior race. But I still need help to defeat Kakarot. Please train me, teach me how to be a Super Saiyan. All I want to do, all I want to think is be a Super Saiyan. All I want to do is see myself become a Super Saiyan, a Super Saiyan, a Super Saiyan. I want my hair to be yellow and shiny like a Super Saiyan. He would have a musical number with Lucifer, as he would blush embarrassed. Lucifer would say, Well done. As then Lucifer took him into his castle. Usually sinners weren't allowed to leave the Pride Ring, but Lucifer made an exception, and he promised Charlie he would still help him be redeemed. As he went to Lucifer's castle, he would start to train and learn magic. But Lucifer had a special training in mind. As a couple days passed, suddenly someone would walk in. As Vegeta heard a voice that sounded familiar. You really gonna come here, Vegeta? And not even look me up after everything we've been through?
These would flood back. As Vegeta was raised by Nappa, Nappa took care of him just for Vegeta to kill him. Out of arrogance, out of pride. Vegeta looked up, and for the first time in his life, he actually felt sorrow. As he started to sing, Nappa, I'm sorry for what I did. Nappa would sing, I trusted you, Vegeta. I raised you. I knew you were stronger, but you just threw me away like I was nothing. Am I just a joke to you? Vegeta would say, No, you're not. Nappa, I'm truly sorry. I am the prince. I should treat my subjects better. I'm sorry, Nappa, for what I did. As Vegeta started to look at Nappa, suddenly tears would fill his eyes. As suddenly his hair would turn yellow, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Lucifer would show up. I figured you've been hanging around with Charlie and everyone else enough to be able to be attached now, so I brought him here from your past to turn you into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta would say, Can he train with us too? Lucifer said, Of course, I wouldn't have it any other way. As Vegeta and Nappa started to train under Lucifer, they started to unlock demon powers and combine it with their ki, unlocking a new form, a demon Saiyan. As this went on, eventually Lucifer would bring them back to the hotel, not too long before Adam was going to strike.
As then we cut to King Kai's world. Goku didn't really like heaven. He liked to train and meet King Kai and talk to him. And just see how things are going on Earth. Even if Earth seems pretty bleak right now, ever since the androids came. Suddenly, Adam would appear and talk to Kakarot. And he would lie, trying to manipulate Goku, saying that Vegeta's causing troubles, that he's unlocked Super Saiyan and has built an army, and he's trying to take over heaven. As Goku would look at him, he would nod. He believed Adam, since Vegeta was somewhat of a bad guy. So, he decided to join Adam in extermination, without knowing why they were truly there. As extermination day came, Adam would show up, as Vegeta would fly in front of him. You think you can defeat me, Adam, the Prince of all Saiyans? Adam would say, as much as I hate to admit it, I can't fucking beat you, but someone else can, as Goku would fly down. Kakarot, Vegeta would say. Goku would say, yeah, I heard you're causing troubles. Vegeta would say, he didn't tell you the real reason why he's here, did he? Well, I don't really care if you're misinformed or not. Vegeta could tell Goku was misinformed. After all, he wasn't the type of person to do this, but he didn't care, because he wanted to fight him, as he turned Super Saiyan, and then combined magic with it. As Goku and Vegeta began to fight, they pushed each other more and more and more, and Goku was impressed. Vegeta grew a lot. Goku would say, wow, Vegeta, you've gotten a lot stronger. Shut up, Kakarot. I am gonna be the one who defeats you once and for all. Who would say, I'm not gonna lie, you're stronger than me in Super Saiyan, but I unlocked a new form, as he turned Super Saiyan 2. As Vegeta looked at him and said, I unlocked a new form too, as he turned into a Demon Saiyan, combining demon powers with his Super Saiyan powers. As they both continued the battle, Vegeta used magic spell after magic spell, and Goku used raw power. However, with Vegeta's cunning, and since it is his story, this new form was something Goku's never heard of before, and Goku has not fought many magic users, so that combined with his Ki actually made it so Vegeta defeated Goku. As Goku fell to the ground, he looked around, and he saw what the exorcists were doing. As he got up and began to pant, he would say, we're not the good guys here, are we? Vegeta would say, no, Kakarot, you're not. As then Nappa would punch Adam to the ground, Goku would say, Adam, you lied to me. Adam would say, shut up. Do you think I give a shit about these sinners? They're demons. They belong here. Once you're in hell, you're here forever. Goku would say, ironic. I thought Vegeta was the bad guy, but you're worse than he is. You really changed, Vegeta. Sorry I underestimated you and your ability to do that. Goku would walk towards Adam and grab his shoulder. As Adam said, what the hell are you doing? Suddenly, he would instant transmission him deep into heaven. As Adam said, what? I'm so far away, I won't be able to make it back there in time. What the hell? Why are you doing this? I will talk to the higher-ups. You'll be put in hell forever. Goku would say, good.
Alistair. He hated the fact that he wouldn't join him. The V's were very powerful and influential, and he wouldn't join him just because what? He didn't respect him? He thought he wasn't good enough to work with him? It just rubbed him the wrong way. Vox was always angry at Alistair, and one time they fought, and when they did, Vox almost lost everything. He almost lost his existence. He must put an end to Alistair once and for all, and that's when he came up with a plan. Vox knew he couldn't defeat Alistair, even if he hated to admit it. Even to himself. And he could bring out the other V's, but Valentino and Velvet, well, they weren't interested in fighting Alistair. They just saw it as a weird pet project that Vox had. You know, a weird thing he was interested in, and they could care less. So Vox needed a plan, and he came up with one. If he can get the Exorcist to destroy Alistair, he can be gone for good. So it was time for him to spring his plan into action. To do this, he needed to play the Exorcist. However, Exorcists weren't idiots, and this will be harder said than done. However, they didn't care who they destroyed, so it should be easy to lure Alistair in. All he had to do was lure him into a fight, wait for the extermination to happen, he'll get wiped out. So he needed to do it a day before, and make sure the fight could last an entire day. Vox trained again and again and again. He knew he couldn't defeat Alistair, but if he could fight him for an entire day, then maybe he could be destroyed by the Exorcist. As one day, Alistair would be walking down the street, a day before the extermination. He was just collecting some food and groceries to get back to his home when suddenly Vox would walk up behind him. As he would smirk and say, "Going somewhere?" Alistair would say, "Ah, Vox, asking me to join you again." Suddenly, he would just punch Alistair, sending him flying to the ground. He would get up and say, "Huh, you're really that stupid, huh?"
Vox would then start to laugh. "You know, I used to admire you, look up to you, think highly of you. I thought you were one of the strongest overlords of all time, and I even imagined us being together. TV, radio, old and new, mixing together to control this place. But you threw all that away, Alistair. Now you must go. Your time ends here, right now." As Alistair would say, "You're nothing but an idiot," as giant tentacles came up from the sky and began to try to grab Vox. But Vox would be able to move quickly, using his electricity to launch him around, as he would stay away from Alistair. Even though it was a fight, Vox was staying quite far away from him. Alistair began to get worried, as he knew he was planning something. Alistair would say, "What are you planning?" Vox simply smirked and said, "You'll have to find out." As the fight continued, Vox simply began to run away, more and more and more and more. This pissed off Alistair, as Alistair got angrier and angrier and angrier, as eventually he was ready to destroy this entire town, every electric grid, just to get rid of him. As suddenly, the day passed, as sirens were heard, as extermination day came. Vox then smirked and said, "I knew this day would come. You'll be wiped out by angels, and me, I already have an escape plan." He would turn into electricity and go away on an electrical wire, as suddenly angels would fall forth. Alistair would put up one heck of a fight, but he was no match, and eventually was slaughtered. As Vox did it, he tricked Alistair and got him destroyed. True, it was indirectly. He wished he could have done it by his own hands, but at least he got rid of him. And now, he can control. After all, he is new, and Alistair, he's just the crap that comes before that. As Vox then could control all of his area and wouldn't have to worry about this radio demon, this outdated piece of work. However, this would affect things in the future, as later Charlie would open her hotel. As Charlie Morningstar opened her hotel, she would finally get a guest, Angel Dust, and she was so excited for him to improve, for him to get better, and for him to do better. It seemed like she could do this. She believed in herself at first, but as the days passed, it got harder and harder, and Angel Dust started to hide some hard stuff, if you know what I mean, around the hotel, which she had to find constantly, but it wasn't too bad. However, one day it will all blow up on her face when a terrible interview happened. And since the radio demon wasn't alive, he wasn't there to help her. And after that, there was nothing but sadness. Angel Dust would say, "Hey, I'm sorry," but she would look and say, "You made me look like a fool, Angel. I know you don't care about this hotel, but I do." She would then begin to cry as she ran up and closed her door and locked it. Vaggie would knock on it, begging her to let her in, but she wouldn't, as she just sat there and cried. Her dream was over. She was now a joke, a laughingstock. As the days passed, though, she began to get chipper again. And even though no one believed in her dream, she still believed in it. And even though she didn't have a staff or anyone else, all she had was Angel Dust, it could still work. All she needed to do was get her dad on her side. She knew she can do it. She knew if Lucifer himself agreed with her, if he put stock in her plan, then she could get sinners here. And she can redeem people. She knew it was possible. So, she would call up Lucifer and ask him to come over. Lucifer was overjoyed to see his daughter. However, when he arrived, he saw horror. The hotel was almost completely broken down. It was falling apart and barely able to be held up. Charlie asked for staff to help keep it up, and Lucifer would ask, "Why do you need staff? What is this hotel for?" "I told you, Dad, to redeem sinners." Lucifer would sigh and say, "Listen, it's impossible. But Charlie couldn't handle it anymore. She would start to burst in tears and say, "You never believed in me. No one did. I can't believe this. Not even my own father will help me." As she ran up the stairs and shut the door, Lucifer would start to cry and say, "Charlie," as he ran up there. As then he continued the knock. Charlie would eventually open. As then Lucifer would
agree to get her a meeting with heaven, but that's it. Charlie would then nod as they looked at each other. As a couple of days would pass, she would go to the meeting, and things would go even worse, as Angel Dust wasn't at a club with his friends, but was at a club with Valentino, partying it up, being used. She was a laughingstock. As she left and went back to hell, she continued to cry. Her life, her plan, it was all falling apart. As a few weeks would pass, things would only get worse and worse for Charlie. As Vaggie was spending more and more time with her, trying to cheer her up, she just couldn't deal with it. She loved her, but doing all this, it was so much. Vaggie would look at her and say, "Listen, I can't do this anymore." Charlie would say, "What? It's either me or the hotel. I care about you, and I thought this idea was great, but it's clearly not working." As she walked out, Charlie began to shake. As then she decided she wouldn't give up. She was going to double down on the hotel. But then Angel Dust looked at her and said, "I'm leaving." "What? Why?" "I'm the only one here. If I leave, the hotel goes. You're not going to throw your life away for this strange obsession. You and Vaggie are happy. You and Vaggie love each other. And, well, I don't want to come between that. Love like that just isn't for me, but it's for you." Angel and Charlie would then hug. As Charlie began to cry, "I'm sorry I ruined everything." Angel would say, "Don't be. I got the crash here rent-free, and maybe I'll see you around someday." Charlie would smile and say, "Yeah, I hope I do. Angel, thank you for giving us a chance, even if we failed." Angel would then laugh and say, "To be honest, I'm surprised we made it this long." As Angel left the hotel, Charlie would leave too, and she would use her powers to demolish it. It was like it was never even there. The hotel was gone and was slowly forgotten, as Charlie went with Vaggie and moved in with her, as they can start a life together.
Even though it was hard because, well, extermination continued and sinners were destroyed. It was hard to see your people be destroyed like this. It was hard to see her home be destroyed, but there was nothing she could do about it, and she learned to live with it like everyone else. Slowly, Charlie's heart and Charlie's love began to fade away, as she became depressed, just like Lucifer. Like father, like daughter, it seemed. Oh well, at least she had Vaggie, and at least she had Lucifer. And redeeming sinners, that was just a dumb pipe dream. Impossible. And no one could have helped her out with that. It's not like some guy could have magically appeared and helped her. She was doomed from the start. V's, without the radio demon, the V's were able to spread their territory, spread their power, and became pretty much unstoppable. And since Fox wasn't focused on his weird obsession with Alistair anymore, he could actually be somewhat productive, as it seemed like everything was changing. And at the